tequila. Yo, what's poppin'? Where's my lighter at? What's good? Gravy. That's how I'm feeling. Welcome on in. This your boy Bruce. You know, we gonna do the same shit we normally do. Get down with the ones and twos. But today I got a nice little treat for you. Let me get this light on. I got a nice fucking treat for y'all today. Today, I'm gonna let y'all into the mind of swag. I'm gonna let y'all know what make me have common fucking sense. So what we gonna do is we gonna slide straight into RFK Jr.'s fucking hearings. Yeah, I wanna see what happened. I wanna see the bullshit. So it's a new day in America. Let's get golden. Let's make it the golden age. Let's get to this bag. I'm gonna get some WoW in and do a little bit of leveling. I'm definitely gonna spend a couple hours working on things, and then I'll probably prestige. But as we see it right now, I'm gonna get up to I'm gonna put up the RFK hearings. I mean, I'm gonna bounce back and forth where you're gonna hear sound and see picture and not. But in between that, it's just another beautiful fucking day, another wonderful day here in the great land of fucking Minnesota. Did I fuck up my lighter? Yeah, I did. You know what? I gotta check for that. Use a lighter that ran out like 2 days ago. That's why I sometimes don't throw away lighters, because that shit happens. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get us over to this next screen. And we gonna watch we gonna listen to watch the RFK. Let me get that up. Get this over here. Alright, and then go back here. Alright, so let's get that popping. We're gonna slide on over to that. Alright, y'all. So y'all gonna hold tight on this. Get y'all a little bit more space on that. Let me just stretch that taste. There we go. We're gonna just get that played up here. So we're gonna start that now. There we go. And since we got the music down low and whatnot, we're gonna do that. Alright. I don't know how loud it's gonna be, but I will adjust as needed, okay? Oh, they about to start the hearing to confirm RFK Jr. Hold on, let me pause this. I don't know how many of you people actually seen that little bit of information about that chick that is suing fucking, damn, I just dropped my cherry. That's suing Lyft because one of their fucking drivers was like, you need to order an XL because my vehicle can't handle you. Apparently she's a heavy overweight rapper, and she ain't small, buddy. The vehicle this boy was driving was a Prius. Toyota driving a Prius. And I know for a fact that that Prius, hold on, you know what, no, I ain't even on full screen, fuck it. I know Prius has about a payload, carry payload of 800 pounds. So if she's 5, let's say he a grown man, he's like $180 to 225. She got friends with, there's more than just her, plus bags. So there's no way. So after she get in, there's like 300 pounds left, but you got to subtract the weight of old boy plus the people that's trying to get in. So you talking about 150 a person. There was like 2-3 other people. So you talking about 2 people. All right, that's 300. That 2 people's 300 plus her is 5 plus the driver. You're clear. Just the passengers in the back is just the people you picking up is gonna put you over fucking weight limit. So dude said, nah, you gonna have to order something appropriate. It's the same way as if you go to get on a fucking plane and you're too big. Your goofy ass has to buy a fucking another ticket to cover the second seat next to you because you're gonna cover that much space. But I digress. All right. So the way that shit looks is like this. Hold on. I'm gonna go to full cam real quick. All right, I digress. So it's like this. You've already, let's just say this Prius is brand fucking new, bought last week. You have the going uphill with over 800 pounds in a vehicle, going overweight in a drive. Have y'all ever seen them vehicles where somebody's got a bunch of shit loaded in it and the car whole back end is sagging? You just fucked up your shocks, your struts, your rotation, tire alignment. That's all fucked up. So I'm just like, I don't believe there's no way in hell this chick is suing for millions of dollars. Lyft actually apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll just da 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 da. I bet you dude's fired. I bet you dude got fired. This chick is huge as fuck. She's like at least two of any female in my family. And females in my older females in my family are heavy. Son, heavy, tall, talking about 5'10", 6'3", in between that. Let's go back. Let's say 5'7" to 6'3" is where my family is for females. And these ain't no small chicks. So I'm like, shit, let's just say all three of them was like 200 pounds. They already broke the weight restrictions on a vehicle by having just her in the vehicle. You pull her out the vehicle, her two friends could have got in. That's 400 pounds. Plus dude was like 200. That's 600. You only got maybe 200 left. Homegirl's a whole girl too heavy. So, but either way, let me get this WoW ready. Let me get on into that. Let me get this screen up with POW. Let me pull up the hearing. And then we're going to go ahead and get into some WoW. And I'm going to check out this hearing because I want to hear what kind of bullshit they're going to say. Because I'm definitely saving and recording this shit. Everything since Trump started running this last time, I have literally saved and recorded. Because I'm going to do a whole... I'm just giving it like one more month. Because Manifest Destiny. So I'm going to give it a whole nother month. And then in this whole nother month, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start putting together videos. The guttural rage of stupids. Look, this shit's crazy. Look, I'm going to just play this and let it go. Get me some playing. So y'all sit back, chill, enjoy this.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. I thank my colleagues and Mr. Kennedy for being here today. Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination. Throughout this process, Mr. Kennedy, you have been accessible to members and staff on both sides of the aisle and have demonstrated strong commitment to fulfilling the responsibilities of this role.
Now, I'm a little bit behind, but it started like half an hour ago.
Largest healthcare programs, providing coverage for nearly 2 in every 5 Americans. Improving Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, among other initiatives, presents challenges, especially in the face of a rapidly aging population, stubbornly high costs, and persistent to access. However, this also provides us an opportunity to deliver bold, transformative solutions. As a committee, we share a commitment to advancing common sense, bipartisan policies that improve the delivery of healthcare in this country. This committee has worked to realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, to enhance access in rural communities, to expand the availability of telehealth and improve the broken clinician payment structure. Across these and other issues, I look forward to working with the administration to continue pursuing meaningful reforms that serve the American people more effectively and more efficiently. Too often, patients encounter a healthcare system that is disjointed and is a dysfunctional maze. Complex and bureaucratic chutes and ladders have become the norm. Meanwhile, even as healthcare spending climbs, outcomes across a range of conditions continue to decline. Mr. Kennedy, if confirmed, you will have the opportunity to chart a new and better course for the federal approach to tackling both the drivers and the consequences of our ailing healthcare system. Your commitment to combating chronic conditions that drive healthcare costs will be critical to our success. Prioritizing disease prevention and addressing the factors that fuel conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and cancer will save
Simple
lives,
grinder.
reduce costs, and build a healthier, stronger country.
Need something?
Private sector breakthroughs from groundbreaking cancer medications to curative gene therapies also offer hope. But misguided government initiatives and market volatility risk eroding American leadership in life-saving R&D. Your advocacy for healthcare transparency has the potential to empower consumers across the country, promoting competition to enhance quality while cutting excessive spending for patients and for taxpayers. Today's hearing will provide a forum to hear more about your vision, particularly for the federal programs under this committee's jurisdiction. Mr. Kennedy, you represent a voice for an inspiring coalition of Americans who are deeply committed to improving the health and well-being of our nation. Regardless of political party, everyone in this room shares a common recognition that our current system has fallen short, as well as a common desire to make our country healthier. I look forward to today's conversation as well as your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now I recognize Senator Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question before the Finance Committee this morning is whether Robert F. Kennedy should be trusted with the health and well-being of the American people. Committee staff have examined thousands of pages of statements, books, and podcast transcripts in a review of his record. The receipts show that Mr. Kennedy has embraced conspiracy theories, quacks, charlatans, especially when it comes to the safety and efficacy of vaccines.
Blessings upon you.
He has made it his life's work to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for him and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile of someone who chases money and influence wherever they lead, even if that may mean the tragic deaths of children and other vulnerable people. Now, Mr. Kennedy is fond of saying he's not making recommendations about whether parents should vaccinate their children. He's just asking questions and giving people choices. It's a slippery tactic to even.
Oh shit.
And staff providing coveragely aging performative solution. Line incentives in the availability of disjointed, you will have the opportunity to chart a new Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and eroding America. Regardless,
F. Kennedy should be, especially when it comes to the charlatans.
I had to
Especially when it comes
start it over.
efficacy of vaccines. He has made it his life's work to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for him and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile of someone who chases money and influence wherever they lead, even if that may mean the tragic death.
Are they like aware of the same, like how can they say
Fond of saying he's not making recommendations about whether parents should vaccinate their children. He's just asking questions and giving people choices.
What can I get for you today?
It's a slippery tactic to dodge any real responsibility for his words and actions.
what?
And it is, in my view, absurd.
They must not be aware of how much RFK I watch.
Confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations. Recommendations are going to have life or death consequences for the American people. Mr. Kennedy, if you are confirmed, your recommendations determine which vaccines senior citizens get for free through Medicare. Your recommendation will determine which vaccines are given to millions of kids.
Actually, let me go inside and do this.
Peddling these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories as our chief health officer is going to endanger the lives of kids and seniors across the nation. Just look at what happened when Mr. Kennedy inserted himself into an anti-vaccination crisis in the island nation of Samoa. He traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low vaccination rates. In the end, 83 Samoans died, mostly kids, from a disease that is easily preventable. Americans cannot afford to import
That's a lie.
experiments to our great nation. On other healthcare matters,
They're gonna have problems.
Healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views so often it is nearly impossible to know where he stands on many of the basic issues that impact Americans' daily lives.
Who is talking right now?
In a gobsmacking statement of irresponsibility. In November 2023, Mr. Kennedy said that he wanted to pause infectious disease research for 8 years. Mr. Kennedy has indicated he's open to restricting access to the abortion medication mifepristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom. I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first congressional hearing on the topic.
This dude's about to get up out of here.
Clear then, it's even clearer today.
The fuck?
Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's under question in 2025 is because people with a political agenda have been out lying about it. Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power as our country's chief health officer to essentially implement a national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal medication. Meanwhile, as the Trump budget office through the Medicaid program yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that will rip away health care from millions of Americans who count on this vital lifeline.
Boy, you guessing. He don't know what's going on. He's guessing and just, wow, they're actually...
Shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors and Americans with disabilities.
I'm going to just point out that ain't nothing like that happened yet, or even remotely. Are you accusing him of what Fauci and Biden and them were doing? Like, I'm like, what? So what's the deal here? Hit Jody, Kristen, spell penetration. I gotta sit here and listen to this craziness.
Home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies who've made a fortune delaying and denying care. Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience in handling these issues.
What?
Leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis.
Did he say that out loud? Like that was real?
When the Trump budget office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions, and views, materials that I have reviewed personally and closely, I've reached the conclusion that he should not be entrusted with the health and well-being of the American people. When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever, and I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service, a turning point with regard to healthcare in America. there's one word describing
Fucking Megan Kelly. She's in the
crowd.
crowd. Y'all fucking up, buddy.
Turn people feel like they're rolling a load of dice, loaded dice, when they try to get health care. Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients. Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care,
I'm wondering if he's aware that's what motherfuckers is trying to fix, and he's blame. Somebody paid that boy.
Whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable health care.
Somebody paid that boy.
We know where Democrats on this finance committee stand when it comes to an agenda to lower costs and improve care. I must say, cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me. And let me acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from Portland, Oregon, who is here to represent Nurses for America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, in a few moments, you will be given the opportunity to make your opening statement and respond to these attacks and other questions that the members of this committee have. I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight. The Medicaid portal is operating efficiently today and was never intended to be shut down.
Would gentleman yield, since he's mentioned my name? There was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was bedlam across the country over the status of the Medicaid portals. I hope it's being corrected, but there were problems all through the day.
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with.
We were attacked yesterday. The problem has been clarified, and Medicaid portal is fully operational as we speak.
They already fucking up, putting their foot in their mouth.
Turn the time over to you to share your opening
Look,
statement. Didn't
I just tell y'all that the shit he was saying was illegitimate? It was bullshit. This is, look, check this. I started off as a Democrat years. This here, the level of which I OCD the fuck out and research and look up things and pull things up, see a partial video, but they clip it at the end so you don't hear all of you say, and I go and watch the whole goddamn thing and go, what y'all just said is a complete lie. They wasn't even talking about nothing about that. And it goes for, I'm so, God damn it. All right, look, I'm going to end up just having to join the winning team at this point because it's not about winning. It's about plain out simple common sense, and stupidity is... Shit's wild. Fucking wild. The level is... I can't believe I voted for Democrats so many goddamn times. And I didn't do what I did starting in like 2021, 2022. I just started saving everything, record. And so much information I've went through and pulled up on my own to find out that what MSNBC, ABC, CNN lied. Newspaper lied, this place lied, and all the places that were telling the actual factual truths of what was going on, I just migrated to those. And when I say truth, I don't mean I feel. I mean what is stated, what is said, what is done, word for word facts. I can't even talk to my mama. By the way, while I'm sitting here, Skellion's last name is not my last name, but that is my first name, spelled the exact same way. Cool. Finally, somebody spelled it right. It's not spelled Marcus. It's Marcus. Oh God, dude, already. His long-winded ass statement got his bubble popped right off the bat. And then you see RFK just giggling. And by the way, RFK used to be a Democrat. They try to fuck him over. They wouldn't even let this boy run for president.
I would like to give you a brief introduction. The son of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an advocate for consumers since 1985. After graduating from
longer than you've been in office, dude that was talking before.
At the London School of Economics and received his law degree from the University of Virginia Law School and a master's degree in environmental law from Pace University. He has founded 2 advocacy groups and has spent the last 40 years working to restore and protect children's health. He was a former independent candidate in the 2024 presidential election, and President Trump nominated him this year to be in November of 2024 to be the HHS secretary. In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, "Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research and beacons of transparency and end the chronic disease epidemic and make America great and healthy again." Before you give your opening statement, Mr. Kennedy, I have 4 obligatory questions that we ask all nominees before this committee. First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
Fear mongering is wild.
Right. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of the committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes. My wife, Cheryl Hines, is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy, my son, Bobby Kennedy, his wife, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, and my nephew, Jackson Hines, is here too.
We welcome you all. Thank you. You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Crapo, Member Wyden, and members of this distinguished committee. I'm humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee to oversee Health and Human Services. I want to thank President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kit and Bobby and all my other children who are here today, and all the many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters and fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental injuries are intertwined. The same chemicals that kill fish make people sick also. Today, Americans' overall health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on healthcare, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. But I don't want to make this too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore the American dream, but he understands We can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill.
Mm-hmm. Tell them.
When I met with President Trump last summer, I discovered that he is more than just concern for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans delivered a mandate to him to do just that.
Tell them again.
Due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again movement. This movement, led largely by Maha moms from every state, you can see many of them behind us today, and in the hallways and in the lobbies, is one of the most transcendent and powerful movements I've ever seen. I promise President Trump that if confirmed, I will do everything in my power to put the health of Americans back on track. And I've been greatly heartened to discover a deep level of care among members of this committee too, both Democrats and Republicans. I came away from our conversations confident that we can put aside our divisions for the sake of a healthier America. For a long time, the nation has been locked in a divisive healthcare debate about who pays. When healthcare costs reach 20%, there are no good options, only bad ones. Shifting the burden around between government and corporations and insurers and providers and families is like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Our country will sink beneath its immigration debt if we don't change the course and ask why are healthcare costs so high in the first place.
Hold on, Taylor.
The answer is chronic disease. The CDC says 90% of healthcare spending goes toward managing chronic disease, which hits lower income Americans the hardest. The president's pledge is not to make some Americans healthy again, but to make all of our people healthy again. There is no single culprit in chronic disease. Much as I have criticized certain industries and agencies, President Trump and I understand that most of their scientists and experts genuinely care about American health. Therefore, we will bring together all stakeholders in pursuit of this unifying goal. Before I conclude, I want to make sure the committee is clear about a few things. News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
Please proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
I am pro-safety. I work for.
What was she saying? That's what I want to know. Hold on. What was she saying?
About a few things.
What'd she say?
News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
Please proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
I am pro-safety. I worked for years to raise awareness about the mercury and toxic chemicals in fish, and nobody called me anti-fish. And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first book in 2014, the first line of it is, I am not anti-vaccine, and the last line is, I am not anti-vaccine. Nor am I the enemy of food producers. American farms are the bedrock of our culture, of our politics, of our national.
I need fucking.
I was a 4-H kid, and I spent my summer working on ranches.
I need to
I want to work
get room cloth so I can actually get this tailoring all the way up.
remove burdens and regulations.
And I only got
unleash American
50 points to max out my Joe crafting.
Maha simply cannot succeed without a partnership, a full partnership of American farmers. In my advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions. Well, I'm not going to apologize for that. We have massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly. And the first thing I've done every morning for the past 20 years is to get on my knees and pray to God that he would put me in a position to end the chronic disease epidemic and to help America's children. That's why I'm so grateful to President Trump for the opportunity to sit before you today and seek your support and partnership in this endeavor. I will conclude with a promise. The members of this committee, to the president, and to all the tens of millions of parents across America, especially the moms, who have propelled this issue to center stage. Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the president, to Congress, and to the American people. We will reverse the chronic disease epidemic and put the nation back on the road to good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I will begin. Each of us will have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and then at the conclusion of the hearing, if there are further questions, there will be an opportunity for those questions to be submitted.
That's nice. I wish I had that.
To them promptly. Mr. Kennedy, you have emphasized the importance of nutrition in preventing and managing chronic disease, improving health outcomes, and reducing health costs. I share your interest in the relationship between our diet and our well-being. And if confirmed, I look forward to partnering with you on those efforts. Would you share with the committee why you are passionate about the nutrition-oriented disease prevention and what you have learned?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tiny Bits and Bob.
I had 11 brothers and sisters.
Oh,
I had
Bits and Bob.
first cousins. I was raised in a time where we did not have a chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 2% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, 66% have chronic disease. We spend zero on chronic disease during the Kennedy administration. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion a year. With 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his or her lifetime, 40 or 50-year career. One out of every 3 kids who walks through her office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the most recent data from NIH shows 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,500, depending on what studies you look at. In my generation today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 34 in my kids' generation. We've seen this explosion of autoimmune disease, of allergic diseases. This is not just a economic issue. It's not just a national security issue. It is a spiritual issue, and it is a moral issue. We cannot live up to our role as an exemplary nation, as a moral authority around the world, when we're writing off an entire generation of kids.
Thank you very much. And if confirmed, how could we work together to integrate nutrition-based interventions into our healthcare programs like Medicaid and Medicare?
Well, there are many ways that we can do that. The federal funding of the SNAP program, for example, and of school lunch programs could be a driver for helping kids. We shouldn't be giving 60% of the kids in school processed food that is making them sick. We shouldn't be spending 10% of the SNAP program on sugar drinks. So we have a direct ability to change things there. We also, in Medicaid, Medicare, we need to focus more on outcome-based medicine, on putting people in charge of their own health care, making them accountable for their own health care so they understand the relationship between eating and getting sick. Most importantly, we need to deploy NIH and FDA to doing the research to understand the relationship between these different food additives and chronic disease so that Americans understand it and make sure that Americans are aware. But I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, or Diet Coke, which my boss loves, you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Carolyn Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Without objection.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today, in order to prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this, he asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective, and I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right, so
He interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, so bringing this up right now is dishonest.
let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name.
Oh wow, he didn't. Oh, buddy, did you say that? Do you hear about the roast you? Oh, buddy, get him, get him, RFK.
That petition after the CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis for 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I don't want to emphasize
Mr.
that.
Kennedy, the
I
fact,
don't.
the fact,
Committee will be in order. To the audience. Hold on for a second, Mr. Kennedy. To the audience.
Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order. And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee. Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your presentation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you know it's wrong.
We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent any future access to the vaccine
He don't know that. Is he aware the vaccine was people felt highly fucked up about that shit? There's people now that's got young motherfuckers that's like 18, 16, heart and lung fucking issues from the fucking, the protein that's still fucking in their body from the vaccine. My God.
My third question to you is, you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book,
This ain't gonna go well. He's got to stop lying.
believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lies contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa. Samoa in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine. And the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine. I arrived a year later when vaccination rates were already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines. I went there to introduce a medical informatics system that would digitalize records in Samoa and make health delivery much more efficient. I never gave any public statement about vaccines. You cannot find a single Samoan who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of Bobby Kennedy. I went in June of 2019. The measles outbreak started in August. Oh, clearly I had nothing to do with the measles. Not only that,
Kennedy,
Senator, not only that, if you let me finish, Senator, if you let me finish, Senator, if you let me finish, 83 people died when the tissue samples were sent to New Zealand. Most of those people did not have measles. We don't know what was killing them. The same outbreak occurred in Tonga and Fiji, and no extra people died. There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to
Chairman,
my
I
arrival.
just would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents say. That's not what Governor Green says. It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are.
What people are saying is not fucking true. Oh my God, buddy. Who the fuck is this Democrat dude? I can't even support the shit he's saying because I know it's a fucking lie. Oh my God, I was wait. Never mind. I'm go ahead, Bobby.
We need to move on.
Senator, I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I believe nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking it.
Anybody who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. It's not true.
We need to move on. Senator Grassley.
The people who yell the loudest get the most attention.
I'm just going to make some points to you. I got about 7 I want to quickly get done. And then at the end, I'm going to ask if you disagree with anything I say and then address those things you disagree with. I'll make sure I save time for you to do that. A key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight. Number 2, PBMs, something you and I discussed in our office. I've been working to hold pharmacy benefit managers accountable in order to lower prescription drug prices. I expect you to work with us to hold PBMs accountable and that may even asking your support for legislation that's before the Congress. Drug pricing. Senator Durbin and I have, for a while, been trying to get a bill passed that requires price disclosures on TV ads for prescription drugs. Knowing what something costs before buying it is just common sense. President Trump tried to do this by regulation in his first term. Vice President Vance co-sponsored our bill last Congress. I ask you to support this bill, or if you can do it by regulation, to do it by regulation. On rural health care, the previous administration dragged its feet in opening up slots for rural community hospital demonstration programs. It also ignored concerns from rural pharmacies when implementing changes to Medicare Part D, and ignored rural needs when it comes to distributing physician residency slots. I expect you to prioritize rural Americans' healthcare needs. On agriculture, in our meeting earlier this month, we talked at length about agriculture. You prefaced the conversation by saying you will not have jurisdiction over these issues. I expect you to leave agricultural practice regulations to the proper agencies, and for the most part, that's USDA and EPA. On dietary guidelines, I've sent letters to the Secretaries of Agriculture, HHS, requesting that they provide information regarding conflicts of interest on the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee to increase transparency. I expect you to provide Congress with confidential financial disclosures from the Advisory Committee before finalizing dietary guidelines, so we know that nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue influence. Lastly, HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement Oversight. Last year, I expanded my investigation into HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement. I wrote 24 contractors and grantees whose job it is to place unaccompanied children with sponsors. In many cases, children have been placed with improper vetted sponsors, placing them at risk of trafficking. The Biden administration's HHS directed these taxpayer-funded contractors and grantees to not respond to my inquiry. This is obstruction by the executive branch. I expect you to produce to me the records and data I've requested and instruct HHS contractors to fully cooperate with my investigation. I also expect HHS to not retaliate against any whistleblowers, including those who identify ORR's failures in vetting sponsors of You've got 45 seconds to respond.
I agree with all of those provisions, Senator. My approach to administration HHS will be radical transparency. If members of this committee or other members of Congress want information, the doors are open. I've spent many years litigating against NIH and its sub-agencies. HHS and its sub-agencies, NIH, CDC, FDA, on FOIA issues, trying to get information that we, the taxpayers, paid for, and oftentimes getting back redacted copies after a year or 2 years of litigation. That should not be the case. And if Congress asks me for information, you will get it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell is next. Until she returns, I will move on to down the list, and that would be Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices of Health and Human Services. I think this may surprise people, but that's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley alluded, there were roughly 500,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that were placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States. the previous administration took the position that it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children were placed with these sponsors, but the New York Times and a series of
I just want to point out, in the first week of Trump being in, they have found almost 100,000 fucking missing children that the Biden, they couldn't fucking find them. They found almost 100,000 children are being fucking sold. Shit, Florida, they caught 2 fucking vans full of motherfuckers, 26 Chinese nationals, and 2 vehicles being driven by fucking a Cuban and a Puerto Rican that were nationals that weren't legal at all, wasn't even supposed to be here, been sent back, driving, trying to hide these folks. Bro, this shit is wild. Look, get all these motherfuckers out of here.
investigative stories.
Get all this crazy shit out of here, bro. I don't pay taxes for that.
Children were placed with these sponsors, but the New York Times and a series of investigative stories pointed out that tens of thousands of these children, when they tried to follow up and find out how they were doing, whether they were going to school, whether they were being trafficked or abused, there was no answer, and they took the position it was not their responsibility. So I look forward to working with you to find those children and to make sure that they're not being abused. Millions of Americans are experiencing mild to moderate mental health and substance abuse issues, yet many struggle with timely and effective access. Primary care physicians are most likely to be seeing these individuals as opposed to a specialist, and it makes it important that these individuals, primary care physicians, be trained in patient-centered care, which would strengthen the integration of behavioral health care with primary care services. Is this something that you are concerned about, something you'd be willing to work with us on in order to implement?
Yes, Senator, and let me just reassure you that President Trump has personally spoken to me about locating those 300,000 children who disappeared over the last 4 years.
I don't think anybody has a fully accurate number, but it's hundreds of thousands, I agree.
And many of them we know have been sex trafficked and childhood slavery. And it is a blight on America's moral authority, and we need to find those kids. In terms of addiction services and substance abuse services, this is a priority for me. It was a priority for me when I was running for president during my campaign. I was a heroin addict for 14 years. I've been 42 years in recovery. I go to 12-step meetings every day, so I hear the stories every day. And I hear the many stories about denial or the barriers to access to care. And we need to improve that. And to answer specifically to your question, I think we can do that through GME, which is a program that is funded by HHS, that is the largest funder for medical school students. And that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment where they hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment, but it's fleeting and it's momentary. And we have that opportunity to save their lives. And then if we miss that little short window, they're off to the races again.
I appreciate your answer. Our time is short. Let me get to one more question that I think is very important. Under the first Trump administration, the number of people receiving HIV treatment in Africa through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR, it increased, this is during the first Trump administration, from 13 million people to 18 million people across 50 countries, primarily in Africa. Africa has about 1.3 billion people today, or in 2021. It's projected to have 2.5 billion people by 2050, or 25% of the global population. In 2020, PEPFAR reported that 2.8 million babies were born without HIV. That was something that would not have happened but for the PEPFAR program. So it has simply been one of the most successful public health programs in the world. and saved approximately 26 million lives. Failure to continue this program, in my view, would risk ceding that leadership to adversaries like China. And I'd like to know whether you support the objectives and goals of PEPFAR, and would you work with me and my colleagues to make sure that this program continues to provide life-saving antiviral drugs to people who are most in need?
I absolutely support PEPFAR, and I will happily work with you to strengthen the program.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, we are truly through the looking glass this morning here in the U.S. Senate, and this committee is being asked to fulfill a really important responsibility, which is to decide whether to confirm Mr. Kennedy to one of the most important healthcare jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that we live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the worst health outcomes of any industrialized country. We live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the lowest life expectancy rates of anybody in the industrialized world. I was a school superintendent before I was in this job, Mr. Chairman, and I can tell you that Mr. Kennedy's right, that when I look at the kids in the Denver public schools, if we don't change the way we eat in this country, 40% of them are going to suffer adult diabetes as a result of their diet. And we're, as I said, spending more than any other country in the world, and our families, every single person's constituents in this Senate are facing chronic shortages when it comes to health care. My friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn, has been a champion on mental health care. We have an epidemic, as he knows, across this country in mental health care, partly because of what the massive social media platforms that were sitting behind the President of the United States have inflicted on our children for their profit in the last decade or so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront, and I even agree with some of the diagnosis of Mr. Kennedy. What is so disturbing to me is that out of 330 million Americans, we're being asked to put somebody in this job who has spent 50 years of his life not honoring the tradition that he talked about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half-truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt about whether or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have an adverse reaction, but that parents and children in my old school district and school districts all over this country would be better off not getting vaccinated than getting vaccinated.
I know what side he's on.
Children who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their party who were vaccinated. For everybody else, it's about peddling these half-truths. And he says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr. Kennedy, I just have there are many, many things in the record, but I hope that you could answer these questions, yes or no. I've tried to ask these in a manner that's faithful to what you actually said, because I didn't want to have a debate about whether you actually said them. So I'm asking you yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that
I'll take that as a yes. I have to move on, I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease?
They trying anything. Gotcha moments.
Likely a materially engineered bioweapon. I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon.
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the
Okay,
developer of
I want
Fantasy
all of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said.
They trying their
Right
hardest.
in your book, and it's undeniable that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS. Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy. And my final question, did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave it, abortion, to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term." Did you say that, Mr.
Yeah,
Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy?
I
This
believe-
matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true.
Either you
That
can
doesn't
shut your mouth so I can
what
speak,
you
or you
do
can
and
just
believe.
get loud and talk over
Over
me.
Decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around
Will
this
he
world,
let him?
this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over him. I hope my colleagues will say to the president, out of 330 million Americans, we can do better than this.
Thank you. We need to move on. Senator Cassidy.
Mr. Kennedy.
He was trying to get his soundbite in. That's crazy.
To protect Medicare, Republicans are exploring reforms to Medicaid that could help pay for Trump administration priorities. With this context, what will you do about dual eligibles?
About,
Dual eligibles.
well, dual eligibles are not right now served very well under the system. Those are people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare. I suppose my answer
Dude's
to that
gear.
is to make sure that the programs are consolidated, that they're integrated, and the care is integrated. I look forward to working with you, Dr. Cassidy, on making sure that we take good care of people who are
Thank you.
dual eligible.
And how do you propose that we integrate those programs? Does Medicare pay more, Medicare pay less, Medicaid pay more, Medicaid pay less? How do we do that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not in there. I mean, it is difficult to integrate them because Medicare is under fee-for-service. It's paid for by employer taxes. Medicaid is fully paid for by the federal government, and it's not fee-for-service. So if
Gaston.
I know the answer.
Wait a minute. Gaston is here. That's funny.
To that, I look forward to exploring options with you.
Republicans, again, are looking at ways to potentially reform Medicaid to help, pay for President Trump's priorities, but to improve outcomes. What thoughts do you have regarding Medicaid reform?
Well, Medicaid is not working for Americans, and it's specifically not working for the target population. Most Americans like myself, I'm on Medicare Advantage, and I'm very happy with it. Most people who are on Medicaid are not happy. The premiums are too high. The deductibles are too high. The networks are narrow. The best doctors will not accept it in the best hospitals. And particularly, Medicaid was originally designed for a target population, the poorest Americans. It's now been dramatically expanded. And the irony of the expansion is that the poorest Americans are now being robbed. Their services have dramatically decreased, even though we've increased the price of Medicare by 60% over the last 4 years. The target population is being robbed.
With
We need
with
to
that
figure
said,
out other options.
obviously you thought about that, and I appreciate that. What reforms do you recommend, again, that would improve services, I suppose, but also make it more cost efficient?
Well, President Trump has given me the charge of improving quality of care and lowering the price of care for all Americans. There are many things that we can do. I mean, what we want to, the ultimate outcome, I think, is to increase transparency, to increase accountability, and to transition to a value-based system rather than a fee-based system.
So on
Rather than a service-based
on
system.
Medicaid in particular, can you just kind of take those kind of general principles and apply it to the Medicaid program?
You know, listen, I think that there are many, many options with telemedicine, with AI right now. And, you know, there's including direct primary care systems. We're seeing that movement grow across the country. There's one of the largest providers.
So going back to Medicaid though, and speaking of these specific advances, what reforms are you proposing with these ideas vis-a-vis Medicaid?
Well, I don't have a broad proposal for dismantling the program.
I'm not saying, of course not saying that.
I think what we need to do is we need to experiment with pilot programs each state. We need to keep our eye on the ultimate goal, which is value-based care, which is transparency, accountability, access.
And one more thing, going back to Medicare, you mentioned you're an MA. You mentioned earlier the Medicare fee for service. Do you have any kind of thoughts as to whether or not patients on fee for service should move into MA, or how should we handle that?
Whether patients
who are on Medicare fee for
and
service.
traditional Medicare,
Yes.
that's their choice right now. I mean, we have, I think, 32 million Americans, or 30 million Americans on Medicare, on traditional Medicare, and then another 34 or 34 on Medicare Advantage, roughly half and half. And I think more people would rather be on Medicare Advantage because it offers very good services, but people can't afford it. It's much more expensive. Oh, in answer to your first question, there are all kinds of exciting things that we can be doing, including cooperatives, which President Trump has supported, including health savings accounts, which President Trump has supported. But all of these things to make people more accountable for their own health.
And so we'd bring the cooperatives and the health savings accounts into Medicare and Medicaid?
Exactly. We try to increase those, the use of those, and to direct primary care, to continue to transition into a value-based program that is private. Americans don't, by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare, and they like private insurance. We need to listen to what they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country. And Medicaid, the current model is not doing that. I would ask, any of the Democrats who are chuckling just now, do you think all that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody? Are the premiums low enough?
We do need to move on. Senator Warner.
Well, I got to tell you, for literally hundreds of thousands of Virginians, Medicaid is what prevents them from health crises on a daily and weekly basis. And some imaginary new plan. And if there was a new plan that was to be the basis of what Trump was going to do when repealing Obamacare, I would have thought by now we'd have seen it. I got to tell you, listen,
Senator, can I reply to that?
Senator, Mr. Kennedy, I got questions. I appreciate our visit. I know you take your views seriously. and I don't reflexively vote. I voted for 4 of President Trump's nominees already. Got a lot of grief from folks on this panel. But I got to tell you, I saw an email that you put out Monday night, or your campaign did, in a fundraising email. Your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health freedom. Then you ask your donors to help pay for your campaign debt. Did your campaign and you put out that?
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right, well, listen, I got to tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it. Maybe you ought to find out who is. So the fact that you celebrate this freeze, do you think that was a good idea to put all of this on hold for 90 days, funding and any kind of further work?
He just,
As Chairman Crapo pointed
What
out.
do you, I'm not asking for, I love Mike Crapo. I'm asking you. You're up very, very important position.
As he pointed out, Senator, the
All right, let me just
portals
stop.
that were closed were not closed as a result of the Trump.
Let me just tell you, I'd like you to
Purposeful
explain, excuse me,
policy.
sir, I'd like you to explain to a domestic violence center in Richmond that's saying because this freeze, they may have to close down, where the battered women to go. Or a rural nonprofit I've got in the Chinook Valley who's saying that freeze is going to essentially shut down their ability to operate. So I guess if you deny or don't know what your campaign's sending on, you don't know if you raised a lot of money Monday night.
I'm saying that the Trump
You don't know
administration
if you raised a lot of money.
the Trump administration has made clear that it does not want to freeze benefits
All right,
for
excuse me.
any Americans under Medicaid or Medicare, and I do not want to
There are,
dismantle
the
Medicaid.
freeze is affecting beyond Medicare and Social Security. I would hope you would have known that, be able to answer some of this. Now, you've said publicly,
it doesn't affect it at all.
600.
They've said it several times. The fucking press secretary just fucking said that shit last night. Let me get something to drink. I don't even gotta see the motherfucker to know they're full of shit. Fucking Democrats don't stop with this shit, bro. They ain't gonna never hold office. They ain't gonna hold office for like the next 20 to 50 fucking years. They're just dick. Do they know motherfuckers? Are they aware that people, they gonna keep digging a fucking ditch for themselves? I can already tell what person is talking by when they're talking. I'm like, that shit ain't true. That shit ain't real. I can tell if they Republican, Democrat without even fucking seeing who they fucking are. I can just hear it in their fucking voice with the anger, vitriol they got. This shit is stupid. I'm so confused as Robert F. Kennedy touches his head like, this dude dumb as fuck. Like, people thought because he put a freeze in that motherfuckers aren't going. People already have money at their organizations. It ain't until like the fiscal second quarter, third quarter of the year that did they burn through money already? That's what we need money. What did you do with all your money we gave you? Did you not manage this shit? He put a freeze on and told people to come up with please tell me what the fucking hell y'all doing with this money, how you're spending it. I need to see it. And people are, I wonder how many people are criminal. Look, just.
We had our meeting. You said you'd actually like to get rid of 2,200 people from HHS. Which offices are you going to start cutting and riffing these 2,200 workers from?
Senator, there's 200 political appointees that are changed during every administration.
So if you got rid of those 200 political appointees, you're not going to replace them with your political appointees.
Well, President Biden this year changed 3,000 employees at HHS, 3,750
So
at NIH.
your 2,200, what departments are you going to pick them from?
Well, the same as President Biden did when he changed 3,000 out.
Let me just, I'm down to a minute 30. The chairman's been generous with colleagues on both sides. I may have to go a couple minutes over, but let me just say, so let's just answer, this, I hope, since you're asking to become the top healthcare official in the United States in terms of HHS, huge ramifications, and part of this job is to be the senior advisor. To the
I'm gonna pause and go. Is anybody aware that Megyn Kelly is sitting to the back? Trump he reinstated over 400 revoked press passes. Are people aware that if you fuck around, you gonna find out? Your motherfuckers is gonna tell your business. You gonna feel like somebody sued you out your motherfucking shoes with this stupid shit. Never mind.
On health issues.
It's just wild.
When we're looking at this purge and we're looking at laying off workers, when we're looking at potentially the president's illegal offer to try to buy out federal employees, which I would say to any federal employees, think twice. Has this individual in his business world ever fulfilled his contracts or obligations to any workers in the past? But if you are in this position.
What do you mean? That dude bailed out and made sure Trump made sure that historically black colleges don't got to worry about money or payment or all that shit. He signed it into law. That is gravy. You can't be this old and this. Come on, my buddy.
Will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to preventing things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that I take that as that's a simple yes. I'm going to take that as a no.
Run that
I take that as a no. Will you actually? We talked about protecting Americans.
Look, do you think I could run? Look, he just caught him and dude was like,
not to fire anyone in the health arena who currently works on protecting Americans from cyber attacks in their healthcare files.
I will commit to not firing anybody who's doing their job.
Based on your opinion, based upon your opinion, or your political agenda, or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
I guess that means a lot of the folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work. Will you freeze grant funding for community health centers? Will you freeze federal funds for community health centers the way the current administration is doing?
The White House has made clear that no funds are going to be denied to any American for benefits.
Listen,
in any program.
Do you know what happens at community health centers? Those are direct.
Are you talking about the Indian health centers?
No, I'm talking about community health centers across the country.
I understand that. I mean, I strongly.
So you're going to excuse Indian health centers, which is good, but others are not. They're going to get their funds frozen.
I strongly support community health centers, as does the president.
So does that mean you're not going to freeze the funding that is currently frozen?
The White House has made clear that none of that funding is supposed to be frozen.
Sir, the direct payments are different than how the government operates. We fund the federal government down to community health centers. As a former governor, there's lots and lots of state programs that are related to health care that come from the federal government, that come down to the state, then it goes to local programs. All of those don't directly pay out.
He act like somebody took his money.
But they come from federal funding. They are all, even though they keep changing the guidance on a minute-by-minute basis, based upon 9:45 or 10:30 or 10:45, whatever time it is today, those funds are still frozen. Sir, I just honestly, I want to give you a fair shot, but I don't feel like
the whole crowd starts laughing.
You approach this job with the knowledge and candidly your willingness not to commit. Try to recommend to the president to make sure these funds are unfrozen and that people's lives are at stake. Is a very disappointing answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lankford.
Chairman, thank you.
Are they giving all the
Good to
Democrats
see you
up for?
again. We had some great visits in my office. We've done some follow-up calls to be able to go through. You and I have talked about 100 different issues and backgrounds and things. You've been able to address a lot of them today and just different questions to be able to clear up social media rumors and the things that are out there on it. So I do appreciate that. We've talked about pharmacy benefit managers. We've talked about the nursing home rule the Biden administration put down. We talked about views on agriculture and commercial and row crop agriculture. We've talked about food issues, and you made it very, very clear. You're not going to tell Americans what to eat, but you do want Americans to know what they're eating. And I think that's a pretty fair perspective on that. I do want to talk to you about some areas that you and I have talked about as well. We have some disagreements, you and I, on the issue of life and when life begins on that. You've been very outspoken on that, and we've had some good opportunities to be able to talk about that. Title 10 is specifically in the HHS area. This has been an area that has been interpreted for a long time, and President Trump in the first administration interpreted that rule to say that his administration will prohibit the performance, referral for, or promotion of abortion as a part of the Title 10 program. That he made that very clear in the first administration. Obviously, that's his decision to make again on that, on how he wants to handle that, and he's made a lot of public statements on that. The Biden administration not only reversed that, not only rescinded that rule, but they went one step the other direction. In my state in Oklahoma, as you and I have talked about, the Biden administration cut off funding to the state of Oklahoma for AIDS testing, for breast cancer screening, and for other areas of poverty healthcare because my state didn't promote abortion. It wouldn't provide. If my state wouldn't promote abortion in the state, we got cut off for federal funds for AIDS testing and for other things. My simple question to you is, how are you going to handle Title 10 on that? I saw how President Biden handled that in the punitive measures that came on my state for those that are in rural healthcare. How are you going to handle Title 10?
I'm going to support President Trump's policies on Title 10. I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with him that we cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that the states should control abortion. President Trump has told me that he wants to end late-term abortions, and he wants to protect conscience exemptions, and that he wants to end federal funding for abortions here or abroad. That's Title 10. I serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm going to implement his policies.
Thank you for that. President Biden, when he came in, immediately closed down the Office of Civil Rights and Conscience Protections within HHS. There's a statement that's come out recently that he's going to reopen that office again to be able to protect the civil rights of Americans. One of the things that Javier Becerra did immediately when he came into HHS was conscience protections for medical professionals that were being compelled against their conscience to perform medical procedures that violated their conscience. Javier Becerra stepped in immediately into HHS and withdrew that and said, no, the federal government will tell you what you believe about these issues. You don't have conscience protections anymore, and refuse to protect those folks. Will you step in and say that healthcare individuals have the right of conscience again, as the federal law allows?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that occurs to me when you ask that question is, what patient would want somebody doing a surgery on them that, believes that the surgery is against their conscience, being forced to perform that? I don't know anybody who would want to have a doctor performing a surgery that the doctor is morally opposed to. Listen, I came from a family that was split on life and choice. I have cousins today who believe that abortion at any stage is equivalent to homicide. Now, there are other people who believe the opposite. But the good thing in my family that I really loved is that we were able to have those conversations and respect each other. And I wish that we could do that nationally. And if forcing somebody to participate in a medical procedure as a provider that they believe is murder does not make any sense to me. We need to welcome diversity in this country. We need to respect diversity, and we need to respect each other when we have different opinions, and not force our opinions on other people.
Yeah, thank you for that. The FDA, under the Biden administration, changed the rules for the chemical abortion drug and said you no longer need to see a physician. So if you have an ectopic pregnancy or all kinds of, don't even go anymore to see a physician. But they also changed an area that has been something that's been very particular. You've talked about a lot, and that's transparency. they changed the position and said, don't tell us if there's a side effect on this drug unless she dies. But other than that, don't tell us anymore. Literally, don't give transparent information to the American people or to the women who take this drug anymore. We don't want that reported. My question to you is, will FDA move to be able to actually give transparency to the American people and to say, this drug is no different than any other drug. We don't, I can protect it just because it's political for some folks. People should know side effects on this drug and there should be reporting.
Yeah, I mean, it's against everything we believe in this country. That patients or doctors should not be reporting adverse events. We need to know what adverse events are. We need to understand the safety of every drug, mifepristone and every other drug. And President Trump has made it clear to me that one of the things, he is not taking a position yet on mifepristone, a detailed position, but he's made it clear to me that he wants me to look at the safety issues. And I'll ask NIH, FDA to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, I only have 5 minutes with you, and I've got a lot of experience with CMS, so you're just going to have to listen. 2 things. One, if you want to move from advocacy to public responsibility, Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on vaccinations, including a promise from you never to say vaccines aren't medically safe when they in fact are, and making indisputably clear that you support mandatory vaccinations against diseases where that will keep people safe. You're in that hole pretty deep. We had a measles case in Rhode Island, the first since 2013. And frankly, you frighten people. 2,
How?
I want to air harms that Rhode Island has experienced from a remorseless, senseless CMS bureaucracy. CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers. A differential of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. The Pending Ahead program can begin to remedy this, at least for value-based care, and it must. There has to be payment parity in the region. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act CMS took on this years ago was to make it worse. The CMS bureaucracy has also attacked one of the best accountable care organizations in the country, Rhode Island's Integra Family Doctors. Tried to throw them off the shared savings program because they said Integra years ago briefly fell 137 patients short of the 5,000 patients that ACOs need. CMS wouldn't listen until a court found that to be unjustified, likely illegal, irreparable harm to this high-performing ACO and its patients, and contrary to the public interest. That must stop. Last, CMS has refused to approve waivers granted elsewhere for Rhode Island from rules that are stupid for Medicare patients who are nearing the end of their days. Here's what families see. Granny is home dying. She needs to transfer to a nursing home, and Medicare insists on putting her 3 days and 2 nights in a hospital. Expensive, frightening to Granny and the family, and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get palliative and curative care together. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get home care if she can still get out into the yard or be driven to see the shore, to see Narragansett Beach, say, one more time, to recall childhood memories before she dies. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and the family's exhausted. And the respite care benefit is not to send a nurse or a caregiver, but to stuff Granny in an ambulance and haul her off to a hospital. Some respite. It's all expensive, frightening, inhumane, and stupid. But the insensate CMS bureaucracy takes a court order to be awakened to the harm they cause. I have had enough. CMS should let Rhode Island try humane end-of-life care through CMMI. Let's see if it works at a state. I bet it will save money, serve families better at a very, very delicate time, and perhaps even make a model for better health care everywhere. I've said a lot. My time is out. You're welcome to respond in writing. I ask unanimous consent that the order declaring CMS's actions to constitute irreparable and illegal harm be put into the record.
Without objection. Let me just respond very briefly, Senator Whitehouse. I'm an implacable enemy of tyrannical, insensate bureaucracies and stupid rules, and I will work with you to make CMS responsive to the needs of Rhode Island and to remedy those disparities that you talk about. I am familiar with the Integra Health plan, and it is the template for what we ought to be doing in a value-based plan. And I look forward to you to making sure that we create pilot programs like this.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman,
around the country.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've learned in my tenure in the Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me amounts to exactly zero. We need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Well, I guess at that point, then we will move on to Senator Daines.
Are they aware of what Trump did already in like 7 days? What the?
I listened to your opening remarks, and you mentioned you want to make HHS the gold standard of science. I have found my engagements with you, both behind closed doors in my office, as well as listening to you publicly, to be very thoughtful and science-based. I applaud that. I thank you for that. And I realize this will likely be a very partisan vote on this committee and on the Senate floor. But let the record state there are 3 medical doctors on this side of the dais. I'm a chemical engineer. We believe in science. I'm thankful that you do too, and you made that comment in your opening remarks. I want to talk about agriculture for a moment. We talked about our common love for Montana. You've been to Montana many times. It's a wonderful state. A lot of folks have discovered it. They watch the show Yellowstone, and people are coming and moving into our state, but it's an amazing place. But as you know, agriculture is our top economic driver in Montana. We produce some of the highest quality crops, the best livestock in the country and the world. Our farmers and our ranchers are truly some of the most effective environmental stewards in ensuring we have a safe food supply chain in the world. I share your view that protecting the integrity and safety of our food supply is of utmost importance. I appreciate the research happening in places like Montana State University to help farmers produce resilient, healthy, and safe crops, as well as their agricultural practices. You mentioned you were a 4-H kid growing up. I think our 4-H kids and our FFA kids are some of the best kids in America. My question for you, Mr. Kennedy, is if confirmed, as I'm listening to my farmers and ranchers talk about the future, will you commit to working collaboratively with partners at USDA, at the relevant federal agencies, as well as our Montana farmers and ranchers before implementing any policy that might affect or impact food supply?
I absolutely will make that commitment. I have, as I shared with you, a personal commitment and a long career working with farmers. I want to make sure I understand the very, very narrow margins, the slim margins that American farmers and ranchers are dealing with. And I don't want, under my watch, a single farmer to have to leave his farm for economic reasons or for regulatory or bureaucratic reasons while I serve, if I'm privileged to serve, to be confirmed as HHS Secretary. Even more important, President Trump has a very, very strong commitment to the farmers. President Trump is probably historically in modern history the best farm president in our history. The farm income spiked for the first time in decades under his last administration. He got solid support from farmers across the country. Farm country is Trump country. Farmers across the country supported him during this election. He has specifically instructed me that he wants farmers involved in every policy and that he wants me to work with Brooke Rollins at USDA to make sure that we preserve American farmers, that all of our policies support them.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you. And if confirmed, I look forward to having you and Brooke Rollins out to Montana. Spend some time with
You
our
have
farmers.
my commitment to come there anytime, particularly during ski season or hunting season.
Deal. Want to shift gears for a moment. As we discussed in the meeting we had in my office, mifepristone was approved in 2000. The FDA has been under scrutiny and brought to court for failure to properly assess this drug, as well as subsequent deregulations Senator Langford described that occurred over the past 25 years. Some of these deregulations included ending the requirement that these drugs be prescribed by a doctor, ending reporting requirements for adverse events, and allowing these pills to be obtained through the mail. In fact, the FDA's own prescribing label mentioned that 3 to 5% of women taking this drug end up in the emergency room. My question is, if confirmed as Secretary of HHS, will you commit to working with the FDA Commission to review these deregulatory actions that are threatening the safety of women?
Sorry, Senator. As I said to Senator Langford, I think it's immoral to have a policy where patients are not allowed to report adverse events and where doctors are discouraged from doing that. President Trump has asked me to study the safety of mifepristone. He has not yet taken a stand on how to regulate it. Whatever he does, I will implement those policies. I will work with this committee, make those policies make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy, and to your family as well. I want to start with a couple of concerns I have, and just briefly on Medicaid. States share in the funding of Medicaid. Millions of disabled children in this country are alive because of Medicaid. Millions of people with addiction in this country are in recovery because of the services provided to them by Medicaid. And millions of chronically ill people who, until Medicaid expansion was enacted, who couldn't get health care and therefore couldn't work because they were too sick, got health care through Medicaid expansion, then went back to work, and now they're on private insurance. So those are some facts about Medicaid that you might want to brush up on. Now, I'm also extremely concerned about your endorsement of radical fringe conspiracies that, if implemented at HHS.
Here we go with another one. You're not even. Stay focused. You motherfucking Democrats. I swear to God, y'all act like y'all on fucking meth or you. Squirrel, I got to talk about random shit that ain't got nothing to do with any questions to do with the job he's going to take. I'm going to just do Trump derangement syndrome and just bitch and complain about Trump, and then I'm a bitch and complain about, like, it's just gotcha moments. Can you motherfuckers come up with something useful? Fuck.
risks. Vaccines are one of our greatest public health triumphs. And you don't need, I'm not talking about abstract medical science. One of the people who helped raise me was my grandfather, who was a pediatrician. He practiced medicine in this country from 1921 until the mid-1980s. And I heard details about the difference those vaccines made in saving lives in the children who were under his care. Vaccination has helped to eradicate many deadly diseases in the United States, including polio and smallpox, something we should be proud of as Americans. I am extremely concerned that as Secretary, you would be able to halt critical vaccine research and to exploit parents' natural worries by advising them not to vaccinate their children. This will lead to more children getting sick, and some will even die. Before the measles vaccine, about 500 American children died a year from measles. This is too much of a risk for our country, and there is no reason that any of us should believe that you have reversed the anti-vaccine views that you have promoted for 25 years. For example, you have previously falsely suggested that the polio vaccine killed many, 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 many more people than polio ever did by causing fatal cancers, while rigorous safety studies show that to be completely false.
No, they don't.
Go to something we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's not the government's place to tell people what to do with their bodies. You said that, correct? Yep. Mr. Kennedy, in 2023, you came to New Hampshire and said, quote, I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what they can or cannot do with their body. So you said that, right?
Yes.
Yep. But you also said we need to trust the women to make that choice because I don't trust government to make any choices. You said that too, right?
Yes.
It is remarkable that you have such a long record of fighting for women's reproductive freedom, and really great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary. So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, so, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it. Here are the safety studies that tell us mifepristone is safe and effective. And I asked Mr. Chair that these about 40 studies be admitted to the record by unanimous consent.
Without
objection.
Y'all just coming up with random now.
The safety is proved. The science is there.
No, it isn't.
What you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order. If Mr. Trump, as he did yesterday, orders a halt on Medicaid payments.
Ah, the truth comes out just like a pissed off girlfriend. Oh my God. So if you gonna do this, oh, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Orders you to take action.
This is why she's pissed. Now listen. Has nothing to do with that.
If Mr. Trump, as he did yesterday, orders a halt on Medicaid payments that are essential for taking care of people with disabilities.
They came here with an agenda. It's already been explained that that shit is not touched. Why is she going there again? Why is every single one of them doing the same fucking...
all around this country, you're going to follow that order because you are willing to sacrifice your values, your knowledge, if President Trump tells you to do that. That, to me, is unacceptable in a Secretary of Health and Human Services.
As I explained before, the White House has issued a statement saying that that policy will not deprive any American.
Yeah, the problem is the White House issued that statement only after we pointed out the damage it would do, and it became politically uncomfortable.
No, they didn't.
That
What?
freeze on federal funding did, it halted funds for critical research that could cure pediatric cancer. So if the president tells you to do,
Why would it?
you're
Trump
gonna
is.
stop that too. That's enough.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto is next.
Thank you.
They're trying. What does the pharmaceuticals have over these fucking people?
I appreciate your passion and your belief, and you've spent years really talking about the issues that matter to you, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you a couple of questions, though I just need some clarification. Right now, there's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital ERs accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes.
So now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned. You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know. If the state bans
Well, let me ask you this as an attorney. Doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal constitution does. Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws. It could be unconstitutional. Now, I'm
Well,
not
I
trying
would
to
tell
be
you in this
evasive,
case, let me ask you
Senator. I'm
this.
just telling you I don't know the
I
answer to
appreciate that.
question.
But what authority do you have over this as the director of HHS?
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law,
In what regards?
to make sure that a hospital that receives payment from Medicare is ensuring that they're providing the necessary emergency care to patients when they present.
I
It's
don't-
actually the EMTALA law. So what authority as HHS director do you have with respect to EMTALA?
My understanding is that I have budgetary power and that it's pretty much limited to that. But if you tell me I have another authority, I don't even think that
Well, let me tell you,
we
you
have a
do.
law enforcement branch at HHS.
Actually, you do, and that's CMS. CMS actually investigates complaints of EMTALA violations, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump. So you will be enforcing EMTALA laws, and it's important that you understand their impact and don't play politics with the patient presenting at the ER based on.
They are like accusing him personally of the problems with the.
Question. When we met in my office, you said about lowering drug prices, that when big pharma price gouges, the American people suffer. I think we both agree on that. And I think you're sincere in your belief that you want to reduce prices for Americans, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. The Inflation Reduction Act empowered Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices. It penalizes drug companies for price hikes above inflation, and it caps seniors' out-of-pocket drug costs, along with reducing insulin prices to $35 per month. But your future boss, Donald Trump, on his first day in office, revoked President Biden's executive order that actually directed the health secretary to examine ways to reduce drug prices. And
Who the fuck
improve
is this
access to
person?
Innovative therapies for the American people. And unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which means reversing all of those things that we worked on to lower prices for Americans. So my question to you is, what do you do? Why are you there? Are you there to be a rubber stamp to this administration and cave into all of these positions that they're taking, even though you know they're in disagreement with your positions on lowering drug prices and that they could harm Americans? How do you handle that as HHS director?
Senator, my understanding is that the White House issued an executive order, I believe today, supporting the drug negotiations under the IRA. President Trump was very aggressive during his first term about negotiating drug prices. He has instructed me, and I've met with him repeatedly on as that we need lower prices than seniors in this country, and
so let me ask you,
are.
Let me ask you this, because I only have so much time. So we've already negotiated lowering prices for 10 drugs with Big Pharma. And Big Pharma, by the way, opposes this. They have not only are asking for a pause, they have filed lawsuits, but we've already negotiated the first 10 drugs. And we want to expand it to the next 10 to 15 that the Biden administration has put forward. Would you agree and continue that path of really mandating that Big Pharma come to the table and negotiate drug prices for Medicare so we can lower those prices for Americans?
My understanding is that the executive order that was issued today, which I haven't seen, but I've read a summary.
Well, let me ask you this then, because you keep citing the Trump administration and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position? So anybody, so it doesn't matter that you're before us. It could be anybody coming before us as long as.
Why are they why are everybody looking for somebody to fight with Trump?
I guess my question to you is, if it really is fundamental to what you believe, how do you live with that? How do you address those issues as you're moving forward, knowing that it's going to harm Americans? Yeah.
You want me to answer the question?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay. President Trump has asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. And
So is that the only reason why you're at HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS, to address that one issue?
President Trump has asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that. And that is what I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying, and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking. Our 60% increase in Medicaid over the past 4 years. It's the biggest budget line now, and it's growing faster than any other. And no other nation in the world has what we have here. No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. We had, during COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in a country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the world. And when CDC was asked why, they said it's because Americans are the sickest people on earth. The average person who died from COVID, American, had 3.8 chronic diseases. This is an existential threat economically, to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office prior to today's hearing to talk about a lot of the important issues affecting healthcare in my home state of Wyoming, as well as the nation. And I appreciate your willingness to serve our country. During our meeting, we discussed the challenges that healthcare providers and patients are facing in rural America, financial obstacles facing rural hospitals, workforce shortages, issues of OBGYN, and then new regulations that are painful that have come out of the Biden administration, hurting our ability to provide nursing home staffing. So let me start, if I could, with rural hospitals and the closures of hospitals like that. There are a lot of challenges facing hospitals in rural communities and frontier areas. We have 33 hospitals in Wyoming. 26 are really located in areas, locations, often hard to get to. Weather impacts them. 6 of the hospitals are at risk of closing. 2 are at immediate risk of closing in the next 2 years.
10 have had to cut available services. And this is a concern of rural hospitals in both Republican and Democrat states, either way, bipartisan. Critical that the workforce challenges, financial challenges that we're facing are addressed. Can you commit to working with us on a plan to address the critical nationwide issue of rural health care?
Yes, yes, Senator. And I would say that during my visits, I visited almost 60 senators so far. And the most common unifying, I would say, issue among both Democrats and Republicans, there were two. One was PBM reform, and the other is rural hospitals. And, you know, our nation made a commitment over 100 years ago to put a hospital within 30 miles of every American. We generally succeed in doing that. It's absolutely critical. It's life-saving. And rural hospitals are closing at an extraordinary rate right now. They not only provide important health care for the localities, but also they're economic drivers for localities all over this country. President Trump is determined to end the hemorrhage of rural hospitals, and he's asked me to do that through use of AI, through telemedicine, which these are innovations that I saw the other day. A Cleveland clinic has developed an AI nurse that you cannot distinguish from a human being, that has diagnostics as good as any doctor. And we can provide concierge care to every American in this country, even those the remote parts of Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, etc. We also have opportunities at HRSA and at the GME to finally live up to GME's mission of providing personnel to rural hospitals. And I intend to use all of my power, because I've seen the priority that is given by both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. I intend to make that a priority of mine, if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
Well, I appreciate it, because often if with financial strains on a local hospital, one of the common services to be cut in rural hospitals is maternity services. And now we have women in Wyoming having to drive over 100 miles to access care. 13 counties in Wyoming don't have access to OB. And we're talking counties larger than the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, counties larger than those whole states. So will you commit to working with my office to find solutions to help address these specific maternal health challenges in rural America?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to it.
Another issue we specifically spoke about with this harmful Biden administration rule that have really been bad for our rural nursing homes. And it's a rule that would triple the registered nurse requirements in nursing homes. This is going to lead, there just aren't enough registered nurses in our state to be able to comply with this. This would lead to nursing home closures across our state. Will you commit to working with me to fix this serious problem that it was a result of a rule that came out by the Biden administration, who clearly doesn't understand rural America?
Yes, Senator, I think the rule was well-intentioned, but as you've said, and I've heard from many rural senators, it will be a disaster for their states. Some of the nursing homes, these are staffing rules that require 24-hour staffing by medical professionals. Some of the nursing homes in rural areas simply do not have the available personnel or the economics to be able to do that. It will mean the closure of nursing homes in rural areas across our country, which means the parents, elderly parent, will be moved a great distance from the local community and their family. And we know that the single greatest driver of high quality nursing home care is the involvement, the proximity of family members. When you move that nursing facility away from the community where the kids live, you're going to get much worse care. So the intention, although it was noble, was in reality, for rural areas at least, it is going to be a disaster.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Johnson.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your decades-long advocacy for a clean environment, for children's health. I can't say as I'm surprised by the hostility on the other side. I'm highly disappointed in it. I don't know if you remember when you called me up and you were contemplating setting your political differences aside, joining forces with President Trump on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, trying to find the root cause of all these problems facing this nation. My first response was, Bobby, this is an answer to my prayers. We need to get to the answers of this, but even more, we need to heal and unify this divided nation. I'm not necessarily the most optimistic guy because we've got enormous challenges facing this nation, but I thought, wow, here's somebody from the left, somebody I don't agree with on many issues politically, coming together with President Trump and focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people desperately want. Finding out the answers. What has caused autism? What is causing chronic illness? Mr. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you paid for this decision. I want to say publicly, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here. Can't we come together as a nation and do this? Can we do? Aren't you getting tired of this? I'm getting tired of this. So again, Mr. Kennedy, I need to enter in the record. These are just 11 letters of support signed by 63,000 people, thousands of doctors. From the American Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, Independent Medical Alliance, the North Carolina Physicians and Freedom Group, Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. These are Americans, nonpartisan. A lot of these people, I know because I've advocated with you. A lot of them are Democrats. They put their political differences aside. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this in the record.
Without objection.
I also do want to, Mr. Kennedy, as long as I have you here, I've written over 70 oversight letters to the federal health agencies under the Biden administration. I've virtually gotten squat out of them. Okay, what I get is we get, for example, 50 pages of Anthony Fauci's emails. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the latest one was 17 pages. Instead of issuing a health alert on the myocarditis they knew was impacting young men early in 2021, instead of issuing an alert on the Health Alert Network, they developed 17 pages of talking points. This was given to the public under a FOIA request. They had to go to court. They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages. So you don't even know what they have redacted. So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover the information I've requested in 70 oversight letters. My question to you is, as Secretary of HHS, will you honor these requests from Congress and will you make HHS transparent?
Yeah, my approach to HHS, I said before, Senator, is radical transparency. Democrats and Republicans ought to be able to come in and get information that was generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get redacted documents. Public health agencies should be transparent. And if we want Americans to restore trust in the public health agencies, we need transparency. I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other? Put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this. I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I am because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interest. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history. And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators of immense talent that are walking away, many of them from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends. Agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career. Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You've said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not
what?
going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh.
And
Yeah, I'm
you're the
happy
one-
to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this.
I don't think
question.
any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. Now, I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put
You're the
together
one
that
who-
case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court, the Daubert hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're a secretary and for 4 years after. It's just.
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible.
Are they aware they're just digging their own ditch by fucking around? They gonna find out.
Change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm, and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it.
Why is they own this dumb shit?
But Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis, I think would be
Because it has shit to do. Because his job will have, if they fuck off and do something they're not supposed to, he's supposed to sue them. It's his job.
Other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations.
These motherfuckers are special ed as shit.
Including the items that you've identified. He has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible conflict in light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here. Have we had a single nominee come through who's made $2.5 million off suing one of the entities that it would be regulating and plans to keep getting a take of every lawsuit in the future? Have we had that before?
I haven't reviewed the past documentation of every other nominee's financial interests. And so, no, I know that every single time we get a nominee, their financial interests are attacked. That's why we have the Office of Government Ethics. That's why they've reviewed everything that's in his record. And that's why he has even, I think, and I don't know that I want to ask him to get into it, but he has listed his assets and has gone through a discussion of the responsibilities under our ethics laws and is complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, how's your morning going?
So far, so good.
Good. You came prepared. I'm glad that you did. I believe, addressed to my satisfaction a question about Title X and the president's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the president's policy on Title X and the implementation?
I'm 100% behind it.
Thank you. It's amazing to me that people, well, first off, you need to understand I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be shirts and skins. So no matter what you answer in the affirmative, they're going to ask you one more question so that you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. That's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. You a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me, mainly to keep me from asking difficult questions of powerful interests. I was told that I was a conspiracy theorist. That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection, when the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I could go on for about a week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory, or are you in a position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about Snap Lunch. I was in the State House in North Carolina before I came here, and anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat. So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugared drink. The SNAP program, everything you said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that. And it's going to make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it. But we also need to look at the school health program. I was PTA president 22 years ago at my daughter's high school. And I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing them. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem in Medicaid right now? The program or the outcomes?
It's the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion, and our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah, so anybody
and President Trump wants people to have it, Americans to have a high quality insurance.
Anybody who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here, there's only one member of Congress that voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future Project Warp Speed. Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before based on my staff's research and insert yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator, what I want to do is, I'm not a scientist. I want to empower scientists. I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interest.
That's good.
Or by bad culture. And I'll just say about Operation Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, showed demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines,
therapeutics, everything.
therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide, and he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration, and it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the worst, highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of people complaining about healthcare delivery, Medicaid. On the other side of the dais here, who's been responsible for healthcare policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden.
I mean, the president, the Biden. Okay.
Yeah.
So that I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, "Make America Healthy Again." And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6, 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Healthcare a human right? Is healthcare a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different because if with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. Well, and so are you guaranteed the same right, or is there also a duty?
I'm sorry, I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right. Every other country says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
Yes.
To equalize it?
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real. It's an existential threat. It is a healthcare issue.
Here we go with the healthcare for
Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China.
question is, in your judgment, is climate change a hoax or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
All right, you believe that,
that is
you
what
think
I'm-
that you disagree with Trump, you don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I'm
make
just
Americans
asking you that,
healthy.
Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator
Okay,
Sanders.
you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority.
What's sad to me is that people can't stay focused on the topic: health care, food, health, drugs. They talking about fucking everything. Now, I mean, environmental is part of it, but they talking about shit that he don't even got no control over, and throwing Trump's name in it is wild. Can y'all stay focused? I swear to God, is all these Democrats got ADHD? Do motherfuckers got ADHD? Are they ADD? Like, what the fuck? Stay on topic. Where the fuck is, why are y'all chasing squirrels? I won't, but come on, Bernie, you making me hate, trying to, for voting for you to be, and all kinds of other shit, bro. Come on. With this fucking ignorant shit, cause you a Democrat.
Walk for life.
Motherfuckers hate Trump so much, it's there's people that hate Trump to a degree that's sickening. Fucking sickening. It's getting tired and old. If they do not stop, it's going to be only one side. Do they understand if at any point, let's say a Republican on some crazy shit, I mean way crazy shit, there's nothing to combat it. No one's gonna trust them or believe them. Oh my God, y'all gotta look. I'm only bitching because I used to be a Democrat, and this shit's just fucking wholeheartedly embarrassing, and I just can't. It's embarrassing as fuck.
A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did.
Here we go with this. I can feel the non-question, the vitriol, the aggression coming out of his mouth. Somebody has said this enough. This is what happened. All right, here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna bag it up, and
about government should not tell a woman.
we gonna go right.
That abortion is divisive.
We don't
think climate. All right, you believe that?
I had to bag it up because honestly, I gotta run that back. He went from polite talking good and straight into, it's like, oh, I'm your parent and I caught you in trouble. Using these talking points, speaking in a way that's it's manipulative as fuck. Can we fucking not? Can we stop this shit? People is watching you. Fucking Bernie, people is watching you, my guy. And I know this shit's he's already had his turn. It's over with. Become the fuck on.
You disagree with Trump? You don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I'm
make
just
Americans
asking you that,
healthy.
Mr. Kenny, not a trick question. It's a hoax.
Look. When he asked the question, I'm asking you a question. He didn't even. Well, I'm asking you a question. Why are you yelling at me?
Devastating problems.
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
All right, you believe that, you disagree with Trump? You don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I'm
make
just
Americans
asking you,
happy.
Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay.
He answered the question. He didn't accept the answer of the question because of how he said it.
I'm going to pick up on a point.
And he still answered his question and said, I don't believe it. Me and Trump view differently, but my job is not about that. My job is about this. And he's still yelling at the boy.
That Senator Hassan made. Look, it's a divisive issue in this country.
Question, Senator Sanders.
Okay,
All
I
right.
disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life. A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me what.
Here's my question that I know for a fact that they haven't said or talked about. Do you know it's a few trillion-dollar business selling body parts? I'm gonna just throw that out there. No offense, dead babies, abortions and shit like that. I don't think people. Okay, so you was like, no, I don't want. Like, they can. Bodies are sold for research and all kinds of other shit. Lord forbid, like all the the stories about people who wake up when they're about to terminate this person completely and take their fucking their organs, and the person wakes up and starts fighting, literally fighting, trying to push them off, and they're like, oh, he's not here no more, he's just this. No, a dude oh my god,
Why you think
so
people should have
so intelligent but so stupid.
In your consistency and in your work, when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people of New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question, because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you're trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unfaxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet you're all.
The COVID vaccine was horrible. Everybody knows how the COVID vaccine is killing folks and making people sick. You cannot argue for something like that. And people be cool with you. I'm done with Bernie. I can't even do it with Bernie no more. That's crazy.
Organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that.
What? I'm not even a part of that company no more, is what he said. You certainly can do it. You can. I have no control over it. I have no control over it, buddy.
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country. And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages, and also Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Koch found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM
Oh,
reform,
yes.
one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan. Excuse me, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. And innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. I said, and I explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
the money is going to infectious disease.
But I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is we had to respond, and it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong, and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's
My
done.
job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration, is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable achievements of this panel was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was. And President Trump, during his first administration, pushed through a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need to get rid of all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested, though, that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off, really, they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well,
that doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you. And let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions. I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise.
No, y'all shouldn't even do that. That's just stupid.
As I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess, I don't know the answer. I would guess about that is 30 million.
I have, Mr. Kennedy, about 41% or 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to
Mr.
the
Kennedy?
insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to get to them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me to that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about
I
President
support
Trump.
making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asked you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Oh, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. Oh, and
You don't
I'm going to
answer?
work. I'm going
Sir,
to work.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will end?
Is that the reply they do? Oh, you don't want to answer? I'll just move on. What the fuck is wrong with folks? Are they what?
Pause my time. So you know how
I'm going to Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. Oh, and
you don't
I'm
want to
going to
answer?
work. I'm going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will?
That's embarrassing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So I just hope that we can do
Senator
that.
Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion. So,
It's a smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country. And in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if in fact that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks.
He's native. Please don't be a full-out crazy Democrat. Just be a regular Democrat.
The question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, the failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations. I'm going to bring a Native, and for the first time in history, into my central office, that all the major decisions in my office will be that he will have it. We've already interviewed a candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. One of my priorities is
You know, I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Just repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Will you
Senator.
commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increasing clinical trial diversity?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, there's
I'm committed to working with you to make sure that those positions are adequately staffed.
I will follow up in writing in those specific areas because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote. And I'll note that the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will be back as soon as we can.
Love you, love you. That's what you hear. Whole crowd stands up and starts fucking cheering. Priceless.
Would everyone please take your seats?
Will everyone please take your seats? Five minutes. Roll me another fucking cigarette.
Continue and come out of recess and go back into session. Before we go to you, Senator Marshall, I'd like to just tell everybody the remaining list. Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch. And then I did indicate earlier that I would give another 5 minutes to Senator Wyden. I understand he has distributed that 5 minutes to a few of the other senators. So we will have a few more quick questions, and then we will proceed. And I would like to thank the audience again. I know we had a couple of outbursts earlier, but I want to thank the audience for being respectful and encourage the audience to continue to be respectful as we conclude the hearing.
Mm-hmm.
With that, Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease. Obesity,
Sound-
diabetes, heart disease.
Diabetes.
account for probably
My boy said
80%
that.
of health challenges in America. You know how many times I've heard my friends across the aisle mention any three of those? I don't know if we've lost the forest for the trees here. Vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that. I don't see how Mr. Kennedy's position could be any more clear that he's going to support the vaccines, he's going to support the science and empowerment to parents and their doctors to make these choices. 60% of Americans have a chronic disease, that there's an epidemic of chronic diseases across the country. And this Make America Healthy Again movement is palpable to me. It started on the campaign trail in 2020 when moms I'd never met, that never involved in the political process, came up to me and said, look, I want to make these choices about my children with my doctor, not the federal government. That it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases.
Yup.
Allergic diseases.
Yup.
Obesity.
Yup.
When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything like this. In Japan, the obesity rate is still 3%. And epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes may provide the vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Oh, something is poisoning the American people. And we know that the primary culprits are changing food supply, the switch to highly chemical intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy McDonald's French fries in our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe, there's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dye, yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe. And at age, we don't have good science on all of these things, right? And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick, that are not only contributing to chronic disease, but to mortalities from infectious disease. We need to get a handle on this, because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong, or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Certainly, I share your concern with ultra-processed foods. On the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home. Would you just take a second and share your compassion, how you feel about farmers and ranchers, that they respond to the market? They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
Senator Hawley told me the other day his brother-in-laws are all farmers. And he said 4 out of every 5 of his brother-in-laws has Parkinson's disease. And that kind of cluster we're seeing across farm country of cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, et cetera. Oh, and we can now not export American food to Europe because the Europeans won't take our food. That's not good for farmers. We're also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals that farmers use destroy the microbiome, and that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water infiltration. Water pools up and washes the soil off. agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone. So farmers are using seeds and chemicals that are, over the long term, are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them work. And I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate farm. If I'm privileged to be confirmed, I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA. But I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer and incentivize transition.
Where the
to
fuck did
return of agriculture to no-till agriculture and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. Oh, and I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe. That today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas farmers. Many of us are doing many of those things already. We just need it to be more widespread. If I could just wrap up my remarks, though, is that, again, going back to the big picture here, 60% of Americans have a chronic disease. Mr. Kennedy, I believe for such a time as this, that you're not just one of 300 million people. I think that you are the person to lead HHS to make America healthy again, that God has a divine purpose for you, and I look forward to your confirmation and working with you to make America healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to be here. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days ago. I'd like to follow up, if I might, with some of the issues that we discussed in my office. I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm proud of the work that CDC does, proud that it's located in Georgia with more than 10,000 employees in my state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary over the CDC. Representing HHS, it's about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is part of that.
Yep.
Do you agree that the CDC's work is critical to Georgia, critical for our country, and the health of the entire world?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Isaacson, my Republican predecessor, would have agreed with that. Bless his memory. He was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hard-working, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear because of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church. I saw that deep commitment firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps. You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. You've also said that many of them belong, it's a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day.
Stop making shit personal, you motherfuckers. Everything cannot be personal. Some of this shit, frankly to say, is not personal. Your job is not for a few, it's for all of your people. What the fuck is up with folks? Sorry, I just had to say that because I was annoyed.
Presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it. I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp.
Let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program, is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish. I'm just reading your words. I mean, what happened to these kids? 1 in 31 boys in this country, their minds are being robbed from them.
Yeah, I was not comparing the CDC to Nazi death camps. I was comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities. Here, and I wouldn't compare of course, the CDC to Nazi death camps to the extent that any statement that I made has been interpreted that way. Yeah, I don't agree with that. In 2003, the United States Congress Government Oversight Committee ended an over a year investigation of the CDC and used almost that same language. They said that the CDC, just one division, one branch, the Immunization Safety Office, had put institutional self-interest and pharmaceutical profits ahead of the welfare and health of American children. So that was a conclusion by Congress. And I repeated that.
I'm asking you because you're the nominee for HHS. It sounds like you stand by those statements.
Senator, my objective is to support the CDC. There's nothing I'm going to do that is going to harm CDC. I want to make sure that our science is gold standard science, so that it's free from that same Government Oversight Investigation Committee. That the panels, the ACIP panel, and within CDC, I think 97% of the people on it had conflicts. I don't believe that that's right. I think we need to end those conflicts and make sure that scientists are doing unobstructed science.
So I want to enter this statement, by the way, into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Last week, the White House gagged HHS and the CDC, preventing them from communicating all important public health information to anyone, including all of our allies, including our allies in the United States and global disease prevention. Can you just answer yes or no, because I'm running out of time? Do you agree with that action?
I was not consulted on it, but that's pretty much standard operating procedure for incoming administration.
So you agree with the action that gagged HHS and CDC from communicating important public health information?
That directive made sure that no public health and only non-essential travel and mass communications were temporarily suspended pending the confirmation of a new HHS secretary. This is standard operating procedure for every administration.
I get it. I don't think what we've seen over the last several days is standard operation for new administration. I think we're seeing some unprecedented actions, but you agree with it.
Here we go with, he's a Democrat. God damn it.
With other federal employees were actually invited to resign, these buyouts. And I got text messages and folks I know work from the CDC, for the CDC, that do this important work, who got that note. And it's really important because my experience is that when you send out that kind of note, the folks who resign are the folks who you least likely want to see resign. They got other options. They're gifted folks. They got a lot of expertise. They have options. A lot of them are doing this work because of their patriotism, because of their commitment. Do you agree with the buyouts that were presented to CDC employees just last night?
I agree at the vast majority of the scientists and experts at CDC are patriots and good government servants.
Can you tell me yes
I don't
or
think
no?
anybody's going to resign who's committed to making America healthy
Can you
again.
just answer yes? Okay, you agree with the buyouts. In our meeting, I asked you to confirm your support for the Affordable Care Act. You also mentioned that you and President Trump want to fix the ACA by making premiums more affordable. Can you answer me yes or no, as I don't have a lot of time? Did you know that tax credits that help families afford health insurance and save Georgians an average of $531 per month per person are set to expire at the end of the year? Did you know that?
I do.
We need to move on.
Do you support Congress extending these tax credits so that Americans can continue to afford health care?
Congress has to make its own decisions about that. My instructions from
Mr.
President
Chairman,
Trump
you're saying I'm running
is
out
to
of
make
time, but I'm having a lot of trouble getting the witness to answer yes or no to a yes or no question. And I've got one more question.
That wasn't even a yes or no question.
9 minutes.
Well, I need him to answer yes or no. Yes or no? Do you
I'm not going
support?
to answer yes or no to a question that's not susceptible to an honest yes or no answer.
Okay, I can't
We
get an
need to
answer.
move on.
I think that the fact that you find it difficult to answer basic questions is deeply troubling for me as you present yourself as a nominee.
What is this fake outrage shit? It's wild.
I've been in courts all over the country and prosecutors.
Mr. Chairman, you told me I'm out of time, and the witness continues to filibuster even after I said I'm done.
Senator Smith.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy. So, Mr. Kennedy, I don't have a question for you on abortion. I think that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have covered this, but I want to say I can respect people who have different views than mine on this issue, but it's hard for me to respect people who won't give a straight answer to what they think on this issue in particular. Mr. Chair, I just want to note that I understand that anti-choice advocates have said that in these hearings, they were looking to hear Mr. Kennedy provide some reassurance that he is on their side, and I'm not hearing that. And I think most Americans are looking for some hint that the decisions that people make about abortion should be personal and private, and they should be free to make those decisions without government interference, and I'm not hearing that either. To make it worse, the answers that you have given tell me that the Trump administration is more than willing to restrict or even ban medication abortion without a single act of Congress, and even in states where abortion is legal. And what is clear to me is that you and President Trump are dangerous to women's access to mifepristone.
The Congress does this shit.
Move to a different topic.
Does she not know?
Senator Cornyn's questions about mental and behavioral health, something that I care a lot about. I know that you and your family have had personal experience with mental health challenges, as have I. And I agree that the mental health crisis in this country is a crisis. So let me ask you, in an interview in 2023 and again in 2024, you blamed school shootings on antidepressants. You said, and this is a quote, "There is no time in American history or human history that kids were going to shoot schools and shooting their classmates. It really started happening coterminous with the introduction of these drugs, with Prozac and with other drugs." So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause school shootings? This should be a simple question.
I don't think anybody can answer that question, and I didn't answer that question. I said it
So
should
your
be
answer
studied.
is,
I said it should be studied along with other potential culprits,
so
like
they may cause.
social media. But I don't know. I would never make, because there's no science on that.
Well,
Senator.
there is, Senator, there is, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the promotion.
The science shows that there is no link between school shootings and antidepressants. And in fact, most school shooters were not even treated with antidepressants. And of those that were, there was no evidence of association, you know.
I don't think you
My
can say
question
that,
is-
Senator, because HIPAA rules, nobody knows.
Well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that people who take antidepressants are dangerous?
I think, listen, I'm not going into HHS if I'm privileged to be confirmed with any.
So you can't say that people.
To impose any preconceived ideas that I may have. I just want to have
Okay,
good science.
So you're not saying that they aren't dangerous, which means that they could be
said-
dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's not true.
You've described Americans who take mental health medications as addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms to recover. Is that what you believe?
No, of course, I didn't say that
Yes, you-
anybody should be compelled to do anything.
No, but you said they should be sent.
I
You
said they should
described
be
folks-
available to them.
You
I
said
didn't
that-
say they should be sent.
You said that
kicking
folks
and
that take
screaming.
antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that,
Oh, I
Mr.
think they
Chair.
should have the availability. Listen, I know people,
So-
including members of my family, who've had a much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they did than people have getting off of heroin. It's the withdrawal period is, I mean, and it's
I
written
actually have
on the label.
I have some
This is
experience
very
with
well
this
documented.
myself, Mr. Kennedy. This is personal for me. When I was a young woman and I was struggling with depression,
She's trying so hard.
resources to help me,
Why are they trying so hard?
including
This shouldn't be hard.
I uptake inhibitors, which help to clear my mind, get me back on track to being a mom and a wife and a productive, happy person. And I'm really grateful for that therapy. So I have some experience with this, and I think that everyone should have access to that care. And your job as secretary is to expand access to care, not to spread lies and misinformation. And you know, the thing.
What the fuck?
Mr. Kennedy.
This woman is crazy.
They have impact. And, you know, we're having this conversation at the same moment that my Republican colleagues are looking to try to figure out how to save money any way they can. And so they want to cut Medicaid. Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be, should you be confirmed?
No one said they're cutting shit.
Which provides mental and behavioral.
They've even said that they don't want to cut it. They want to fix it.
40% of folks on Medicaid have a behavioral health condition.
I had to pause it for the level of stupid that I heard come out
You
this
would be
lady's
part of
mouth.
This administration that would be looking to cut Medicaid. So, Mr. Kennedy, these statements that you've made linking antidepressants to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma that people who experience mental health every day face every single day. And I'm very concerned.
This bitch is fucking highly stupid. I must say, no disrespect. I didn't mean to say this lady, this honorable lady, clearly ain't in the hood. I know people sell their medication. Here, get that dude. I saw you, buddy. Thank you. Shit's wild. I have to keep taking pauses because motherfuckers be
This
saying
is
some
another
out of pocket
example of
shit.
Your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
And are you
Thank you, Mr.
mischaracterizing my statements?
I am only putting into the record what you have said, Mr.
You're
Kennedy.
mischaracterizing my statements, and I'm happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it. Others have
That would be an issue between them and their physicians, and not for the future
exactly.
head of HHS to be putting out misinformation
Exactly.
about the dangers of of SSRIs and other antidepressant medication spreading the stigma and the fear that we're actually trying to overcome.
Do you think physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do. And
Right,
I
that's
don't
all I
think that-
believe too. And you and I are in agreement, Senator.
And to your point that you made when you made these statements, it was not based on good science. I don't know what it was
I
based
was saying
on.
the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits. We're co-chairmans, and I named other things. I said video games. I said social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs have a black box warning of suicidal,
Mr.
homicidal
Chair,
behavior.
Mr. Chair, I will submit to the chair the information that I have about what Mr. Kennedy has said, linking antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
Senator Young.
This late, these mugs is trying hard to be
see
dumb.
Mr. Kennedy, to follow up on that spirited exchange, in talking with you and reading about your vision for the department, you said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, but hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication of studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data. We should make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick example. 20 years ago, NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's, which they said it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis. And we've lost 20 years in figuring out how to a cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end that. We need to end the old boy system. We need to have replicatable science and be completely transparent about raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic, there's been a lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in with objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it'll take some time in these important public health institutions.
Through radical transparency, I'm going to make these, the reason people don't trust the public health agencies is because they haven't been trustworthy. And you gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over a 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC, and that is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think I agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty? I think one of the things by observation and experience that I saw during the pandemic was we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain. And they even demonized people for not following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science. Would a measure of humility, and as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility, help rebuild trust over a period of years?
Absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published. And that doesn't happen.
Sir, think you are right about why healthcare costs are so high in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at innovative world-class companies. It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for all scheme. It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over. I know the mission accomplished banner was convenient for the last administration, but as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that significantly impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized the slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment. If confirmed, will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans.
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being
So drunk right now. My dude is so drunk.
In particular, criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. If confirmed, how will you create a balance between your personal priorities of chronic disease and healthy lifestyle and the ongoing critical work of the department in areas that are focused on incentivizing and advancing innovation in modern medicine and pharmaceutical discovery?
I think innovation is going to be the key to public health. And we have a unique opportunity now in history because of AI, because of telemedicine, and because of the quality of people that are now coming to HHS to actually save public health. It's all going to rely on innovation, and I don't want to do anything that inhibits or impairs the pace of innovation.
That's encouraging. From approving AI algorithms to determining Medicare coverage, we certainly need more innovation, and we need good people in the department to assist with that effort. So I'll follow up with a question about how you're going to attract and retain good people. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry to shut you down a little faster than I did the others, Senator. We are up against a vote deadline here, and we have one more senator who gets his full time. I hope you'll keep it as close to 5 minutes as you can, Senator Welch. And then I've promised Senator Wyden, 5 more minutes?
To be divided 1 minute with my colleagues getting 1 minute.
And then if we can do that, we can get over to vote before they call the vote on the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And as you know, I'm a big, great reverence for your family from Massachusetts. When I got out of college, I was in the first class of Robert Kennedy Fellows, the memorial created by your family to honor the service of your father. I do community organizing in the west side of Chicago. And I certainly admire your energy in your effort here and desire to serve. You know, there's a couple of things that are really important here. This is not just about a debate on vaccines. It's a debate about qualifications, experience, and priorities as to the person that will head
Health and Human Services. And it's not just about what your answers are today or what the questions are. It obviously has a lot to do with your whole record and your whole history. You know, your sister in her letter, or pardon me, your cousin in her letter said, you've always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of your personality, willingness to take risk and break rules. That's, I guess, an attribute, but it can be a danger. The question I fundamentally have is whether your willingness to disrupt and maybe break rules is going to be dangerous and destructive. The character questions we didn't go into here, but there's some sketchy things. You've acknowledged your history with heroin. You've gotten over that, but there's incidents that do, I think, concern the question of whether the stability is there to be in charge of this major organization. And that's compounded by my concern that you don't have any experience managing a large organization, that you don't have any experience in government. So those are things that have to be taken into account. But the issue for me is also priorities. A lot of your engagement in health has been on vaccines, big important issue. You actually disagreed, as I understand it, with President Trump about Operation Warp Speed. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for Operation Warp Speed. He knew we had to get a vaccine. And these other issues about a mask and whether you should wear it, whether when you got your groceries, the bag had to be left outside. Remember that in the very beginning? Those are incidental to the core question that the president believed we had to have a vaccine. And you contested that. That worries me. That really deeply worries me. The other questions, Senator Cassidy asked you some questions about our healthcare system. I happen to believe that our healthcare system is profoundly broken. And it's not just about the chronic illnesses. That's about our diet. That's about our exercise. But we are getting premium increases in Vermont of 20% a year, 25% a year. And it's busting the bank for taxpayers. It's busting the bank for our wonderful Vermont employers who care about having health insurance that they can provide to their employees. Senator Cassidy asked you a couple of questions about how you would reform Medicaid, and I didn't hear an answer. You mentioned that you thought Medicare Advantage was good. You have a good plan. No focus on what an incredible ripoff was reported in the Wall Street Journal by United Healthcare, which was marketing Medicare Advantage and then paying doctors and nurses where they had assignments essentially to diagnose illnesses that didn't exist. So they made billions and billions of dollars. And I've seen nothing coming out of the Trump administration, and I've seen nothing coming out of your advocacy that is going after what is a rampant abuse by the insurance companies and overcharging people and not doing the job. And by the way, the United Healthcare people, when they overdiagnosed, when the person really got...
Is this dude aware that they trying to reduce the costs and rearrange and fix shit? Like, they've been talking about doing this since Trump's first I'm gonna just hit play.
Sick, they dumped them. Go to the nursing home on your own. That's a broken healthcare system. We spend the most and get the least. And I think there should be collective anger about this on both sides, because all of our people are dependent on that healthcare system. And you're going to be working for a president who's on a lawless rampage right now. Okay. Something reckless with the pardons to these cop beaters.
Look, there we go. I knew it was. Every single Democrat has an agenda to talk about shit that has nothing to do with healthcare.
I'm appalled by that. But that's just reckless. That's not illegal. He's impounded money. So right now, the Medicaid website went down. He's impounded money. So the community health centers that Senator Warner was talking about are up in the air as to what they can do. Do you believe that a president can impound money that has been appropriated by Congress?
Senator, let me answer the question about Medicare first. I have never defended that program or the
rapacious behavior by insurance companies or the PBMs. I understand that's a huge problem. And
All right, I don't have time. We've got to get over to vote. So we can do this.
But you've asked me 5 questions. You got to give me a chance to answer one of them.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I brought in, if I get confirmed, I've already appointed a general counsel. The first time in history, he's a former prosecutor who prosecuted the biggest Medicare fraud in the case in the state of West Virginia. I brought in a prosecutor for that job instead of a bureaucrat, precisely to address the important issues that you raised here. The only reason I didn't talk about these before is because I wasn't asked about them.
What about-
I agree with you 100%.
What about impounding, the president impounding money that, among other things, goes to healthcare?
And you're saying that that's illegal?
That's correct.
Well, my job is to uphold the Constitution. I'm going to take an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I will administer the law and uphold the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, I believe under what we've discussed, I control 5 minutes. I'm going to take 1 and give 1 to each of my 4 colleagues that remain.
All right, and I would just say this vote, they're going to call it in about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have very little time.
Two hours ago, colleagues.
They're purposely
asked Mr.
trying
Kennedy
to
reconcile his many anti-vaccine statements with his handful of pro-vaccine statements. Instead, he gave us a word salad and ducked the issue.
Huh?
The same was true, Mr. Kennedy, with respect to measles, where you wrote.
He answered the fucking question. The measles. Oh my god, that shit had. Oh, here we go again with dumb ass. Has nothing to do. There's no new information that's about to come out. It's gonna be a bunch of motherfuckers sitting over here trying their hardest to do gotchas.
Wrote a book playing down the threat, of measles, even though American families are very concerned about it, and apparently families are still mourning in Samoa. And my last point would be that Mr. Kennedy said today really wasn't about him. And I just want to tell him it is all about you.
Then why are y'all talking about Trump? Y'all stupid.
To be both untrustworthy and unprepared, because my colleagues have been seeing back and forth between Medicare and Medicaid, and it's not clear which program you're using when. So I want colleagues to know there is a lot more information to learn about Mr. Kennedy before we vote. I'm going to urge that to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to not make decisions on the basis of this session. I thank you for the additional time. And I guess my next minute is Senator Whitehouse, Senator Warren, and Senator Smith.
And again,
Okay, so they're not even asking questions.
A lot of conversation about late-term abortions here, and I just want to make
They're
clear
not even asking
what
questions.
Island OBGYN
They're just making fucking statements. Come the fuck on. Quit filibustering, grandstanding, my guy. I'm so sick of hearing this dumb shit. I just want some realism with the stupidity. That's all I ask, Lord. Just give me some realism with this fucking stupidity. $12 hit, 17 spell purge. I lose 2 intellect. I gain 13 stamp, critical strike. Get mana per 5 on that versus that. I'm going with that. Thank you. What is this? One. Is this the Qualfane Reservoir shits? I gotta go speak to somebody. I have to keep pausing it for the level of stupid I'm hearing.
doctors describe as what is almost always happening when a late-term abortion is needed. It is a childbirth gone wrong. The family has painted the room. It has bought the crib, maybe even decided on the baby's name, and has gone to the hospital to welcome the new baby into their family in what is supposed to be a happy event. And then things went wrong. Then the alarms started pinging. The lights started flashing. The medical professionals started rushing in.
Ah, here
And
we
the
go.
question became, who lives and who dies?
This doesn't happen that often. It's really rare.
And she may have other children she needs to care for. The baby's life may be at risk, and one or both may die. In that environment, the doctors and the family own that decision. Government has no place in that room at that point. And I think we need to understand when this late-term abortion gets bandied about, what you're dealing with is a tragedy that is happening to a family who wanted that child and have suddenly been confronted with a moment in which they...
He sounds like he's experienced something of this nature. It sounds real fucking personal. He's pissed off about what he went through. That is a horrible standpoint he's talking on right now. I just can't keep hearing this dumb shit, but I got to.
Have to make what is probably going to be the worst decision of their lives. And to try to shove the state legislature into that room is really offensive, really morally wrong. And I just want to make very clear what Rhode Island OBGYNs tell me is the situation when these procedures have to be deployed.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to ask about your role in the 2019 measles outbreak in Samoa. In July 2018,
He wasn't fucking there. Stop going over this shit. He wasn't even fucking there when it happened. Why are y'all blaming? Y'all some fucking crackheads. I swear y'all embarrassing the fuck out of me.
died immediately after receiving a measles vaccine that nurses had mistakenly mixed with a muscle relaxant. The nurses get charged with manslaughter, but vaccination rates go down. I asked you about this in my office. You told me flatly that your visit to Samoa had nothing to do with vaccinations. We now know that's not true. I have the documentation. You met with the Prime Minister. You talked about vaccinations. You met with an...
Yeah, he did, but he did.
Described the meeting as, quote, profoundly monumental for this movement.
He can't.
Vaccinations go down. There's a measles outbreak and children start dying. But you...
Oh, here we go with this dumb
you
shit.
didn't give up. Just 4 days after the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, 16 people already dead. You sent a letter to him promoting the idea that the children had died not from measles, but from, quote, defective vaccine. You launched the idea that a measles vaccine caused these deaths. You are a very influential man. In fact, you are called the leader of the Disinformation Dozen. UNICEF and WHO, the World Health Organization, investigated this. They say the claims are false. It is not biologically possible what you claimed. And yet, ultimately, more than 70 people died because they didn't get vaccines. So my question is, do you accept even a scintilla, just even a sliver of responsibility?
Either you're stupid,
for the drop in
Either you-
vaccinations and the subsequent...
I wasn't there at that time. Either you're dumb as fuck.
No, absolutely not. After there were two incidents in which children died in 2015 and again in 2008. 2015, it was from the measles vaccine. That's what the New Zealand General Hospital found. The government of Samoa banned the measles vaccine after 2018. I arrived in July of the next year after the ban had been in place for a year.
Mr.
And the
Chairman,
measles,
understanding that you wanted to hold this to a minute and that I don't get to present all the facts and documentation I've got, how about if we just decide to make entries for the record on exactly what the record shows about Mr. Kennedy's participation And I think he's answered the yes or no question. He takes no responsibility.
Senator Warren, we will
to
do that. And Mr. Kennedy, and to all the senators, every senator knows that following this hearing, they will be able to ask you questions off the record, and you will be able to put answers back onto the record. So please give that answer. I apologize that we're shutting you off for giving a full response right now. Senator Smith, and
thank
we
you.
are way over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have said that you want to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. You spoke about this with Senator Cantwell. My question to you has to do with avian flu. Over 100 million birds called. The disease has spread to dairy cows, and there are now 67 confirmed human cases and 1 death. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you intend to give research on bird flu a break?
No, I intend to devote the appropriate resources to preventing pandemics. That's an essential part of my job.
What do you think is causing the avian influenza?
I think the H5N1 virus is.
So that's good to hear, because in a recent book, I will submit this for the record because we don't have that much time, Mr. Kennedy has questioned the scientific basis for germs causing disease and the power of vaccines and antibiotics.
I've never
cure
questioned
disease.
that, Senator.
Well, I will submit that for the record.
Thank you. Senator Warnock, 1 minute.
I like the way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Based on our conversations, it's my understanding that you support work requirements.
Never
Cure
questioned
disease.
that, Senator.
Well, I will submit that for the record.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
It's just a whole bunch of
The
nothing.
way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Based on our conversations, it's my understanding that you support work requirements in Medicaid. In 2020, President Trump approved a proposal from Georgia state leaders requiring Georgians to jump through a number of onerous bureaucratic hoops and fill out even more paperwork to verify work and get access to health care. I ask this as someone who represents a state that has not expanded Medicaid. Federal government, because of this waiver, spent $70 million on Georgia's Medicaid waiver. 82% of that went to administrative costs. The point that I'm making is that the folks that they're insisting need to work, 90% of those folks are working, they are caregivers, or they have a disability. Let me give you one example. A woman I think of all the time, her name is Heather. She's a traveling nurse from Dalton, Georgia, who falls into the Medicaid coverage gap.
Why did he bring up Dalton?
Series of small
The Dalton mayor.
are unable to work full time. She's dedicated her life to caring for patients, but now she can't afford her own medical care, out-of-pocket costs, because she doesn't make enough to qualify for tax credits to buy private insurance.
So what?
Does she need work requirements, or does she need access to health care so she can finally get healthy and get back to work?
The individual that you described would need health care and not a work requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are done with the questioning now, Mr. Kennedy. I apologize to you, to the audience, and to all of my colleagues to have to rush it here at the end, but we have a vote on the Senate floor that they're going to close in about 3 minutes. I want to thank you for appearing before this committee. You have been accessible to the members and staff on both sides of the aisle of the Finance Committee throughout a rigorous process, and I want the whole world to know that you spent hours in meetings answering questions outside of this hearing and providing documents and responses on issue after issue after issue. You've gone through the most thorough vetting process that any committee in this Congress puts anybody through. And I think that you have come through well and deserve to be confirmed. I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m. today, 5 p.m. today. And Mr. Kennedy, we ask that you respond to those questions as quickly as you possibly can. With that, I'm going to leave you in this room and run over to vote. This hearing will be adjourned. I still encourage the audience to be polite and respectful no matter what side of the issues you may be on. And Mr. Kennedy, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned.
All right, that looks like that's about it off of that. Let me go. Let me go this. Actually, I'm gonna go this. Let's go. Let's see what we got up here. Trump signed the Lake and Riley Act.
Every single day, we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every.
Okay, I'm only 6 minutes late, and it's live. Let's go. Let's go.
Before we begin, I want to provide a brief report on the unprecedented success our country has been witnessing in recent weeks. Since even before the election, we've been making extraordinary progress. The American people gave us a clear mandate to save our country, and we won all 7 swing states by large margins. Historic. Very importantly, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted toward the Republican Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one of them. In our first week in office, we set records, taking over 350 executive actions. That's not been done before. And it has reportedly been the single most effective opening week of any presidency in history. And we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it going. We want to keep it going. We've broken from decades of failed Washington policies and restored common sense and sanity to our government. We've unleashed American energy, and we've already achieved record low illegal immigration. As you see, it's nobody trying to get in. That's what we've been waiting for a long time. We've gotten woke ideologies out of our government and out of our military. The water has now begun flowing in California as we continue to increase the flow in coming days. Nobody's seen anything like that, and I've also taken strong action to regain control of the Washington bureaucracy. Just for clarification purposes, because it was incorrectly reported yesterday, we have informed the federal workforce, which they've looked to do for many years, that if they're working for the federal government, they must show up to the office on time and on schedule. We don't want them. We don't want them to work from home because, as everyone knows, most of the time they're not working, they're not very productive, and it's unfair to the millions of people in the United States who are in fact working hard from job sites and not from their home. As federal employees, they must meet a high standard. They're representing our government, they're representing our country. If they don't agree by February 6th to show up back to work in their office, they will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something that the last 10 presidents have tried very hard to do to fail. Most of the people we're talking about have not been going to their federal offices in many, many years, from even before COVID. But they have nevertheless been paid. Some have worked, some haven't worked. Most of the studies say that some have just gone through the motions. We may ask these people to prove that they didn't have another job during their so-called employment with the United States of America, because if they did, that would be unlawful. You understand? A lot of people are getting paychecks, but they're actually working other jobs, so they'll have to prove that to us that they weren't. In any event, we'll report.
Oh shit. My guy is about to bust so many people. I know, like, I didn't know that was illegal to hold down another. Well, yeah, it's illegal to be working on the clock time, and but working another. That is, yeah, and you doing that against the federal government, buddy.
We may ask these people to prove that they didn't have another job during their so-called employment with the United States of America, because if they did, that would be unlawful. You understand? A lot of people are getting paychecks, but they're actually working other jobs, so they'll have to prove that to us that they weren't. In any event, we're requiring them to show up to work or be terminated. think that a very substantial number of people will not show up to work, and therefore our government will get smaller and more efficient, and that's what we've been looking to do for many, many decades.
Some people is about to get jail time. Oh, buddy.
In addition, there was a short-term pause or funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments such as government grants, only for us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. As was explicitly stated, this in no way affected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or other entitlements that Americans depend on. I've made abundantly clear from the very first day that I ran from office, that was a long time ago now, that's 2015. If you think about it, I announced in 2015 and we won in 2016. We did very well in 2020, but we did really well just recently. And I'm restating right now to correct any confusion that the media is purposely, and somehow for whatever reason, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid have not been affected by any action we're taking in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that? We stopped an attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement. We canceled $181 million in DEI training contracts. This is just for the training of people in DEI, which has been terminated and completely terminated. And we paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping more than $40 million that was on its way out the door to the very corrupt World Health Organization, which has not done its job and not done it properly. We also blocked $45 million for diversity scholarships in Burma. 45, that's a lot of money for diversity scholarships in Burma. You can imagine where that money went. These were the types of payments and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you things that we found. We have to find them quickly because we want the money to flow to proper places. But these were the payments and types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers. Every single day, we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. We've gathered this afternoon to take another historic action. However, in a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 42nd president.
Man, if these the Democrats is taking so many fucking L's, stop.
Laken was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia. The best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Laken, how do you do this? What do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even the teachers. They respected her so much. From the time she was in first grade, Laken knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light of warmth and kindness in every single room. To her parents and family, she was everything in the world. They had a miserable period of time. Just after 9 a.m. last February 22nd, Laken went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia, but she was just never returned. She never came back, did she, man? Parents are here, sister, one of her relatives. While on her run, Laken was attacked, viciously assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration.
We are deeply honored to be joined today by Lincoln's parents, Allison and John, and their sister, Lauren. Thank you very much. So, we were together right after that happened, and it's a tremendous tribute to you during what's taking place today. That's all I can say. So sad we have to be doing it. Thank you very much for being here. To Lincoln's family, we will keep Lincoln's memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, it will also be forever in the laws of our country. And this is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Lincoln did it. Lincoln did it. America will never, ever forget Lincoln Hope Riley. The vicious criminal who murdered Precious Lincoln was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. He trespassed across our southern border in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration, instead of being deported as he should have been, he was released into the United States, as were millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing, we're getting them the hell out of here. He was soon arrested again in New York City on charges of endangering a child, but because of New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, as we have in California and many other places, which we're going to end in, he was released again to reoffend. The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien criminal with a free taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again, constantly, this time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother, who was a bad one. Only after being released the third time by the U.S. law enforcement did this cold-blooded criminal go out that fateful morning hunting for women on whom to prey. That's what he did. He hunted. It was like a hunting. We're going to show him where the hunting is. This horrific atrocity should never.
Yeah, that was cold. Stop. That was cold. I liked it. That he was like he was a hunter. We'll show him who the hunter is. That's my president.
This horrific atrocity should never have been allowed to happen. And as president, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. We don't want this. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death or serious injury. In addition, for the first time ever, this act gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government for immediate injunctive relief if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States, like happened for 4 long years.
Get him. That's what I'm talking about.
How could they allow criminals to pour into our country and then try and defend it? And they're still trying to defend it, but they can't. That's why I'm here instead of somebody else, actually. It's the biggest reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible. Many things were horrible during that administration. When you look at what took place in Afghanistan, the way they got out, not that they got out, but the way so many things were horrible. But to me, this was the worst of all. It's a landmark law that
Ooh.
it's going to save countless innocent American lives.
30. Oh my.
I want to thank every House Republican, every Senate Republican, as well as the 12 Senate Democrats and the 40.
So that spirit ain't doing. I thought that spirit was supposed to increase my spell power. Hold on.
Today, and I really do appreciate it. And I Democrats, really a big percentage of them came through, and plenty of them wanted to. They probably felt they couldn't, but they really wanted to. And they don't understand that would have made them a lot more popular, would have made them a lot better with their people. The ones that did they're going to be sorry because the people are not going to forget that they wouldn't sign. This is a perfect, incredible tribute to an unbelievable young lady. We're joined today by many great supporters of our new strong border policies, and they are indeed strong, including Vice President Vance, thank you, JD, Secretary Scott Bessent, who just got approved, by the way. Where's Scott? He just got approved. Scott, I'm very impressed. Got a lot of Democrat votes. Good thing or bad thing? I'll have to think about that. Secretary of Homeland Security, who's going to be fantastic. I know her so well, and I know it's probably not complimentary because she is a woman, but she is tough. Where is she? Where is Christy? Christy. Wait, stand up, please. You have such an important job to do. Thank you very much. And don't let that look fool you. That look is, she's tough, and she cannot stand that she's having to sit here and even listen to this today. Another one who's done a job like nobody that I've seen in a long time. Tom Holman is my friend, but he is something special. And Tom and Christy, the numbers are unbelievable. What's happened? It's like just shut down. Nobody thought that was even possible. It's just shut down. They showed an area that a year ago had thousands and thousands of people rushing into our country. And today there was nobody there. It was like a beautiful sight. And also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso. Great guy. Great guy. Thank you, John. I also want to thank the bill sponsors, Senator Katie Britt. Katie, thank you, Katie. And Congressman Mike Collins. And Mike, you were fantastic from Georgia. You took this. He loves his state, and he took this very personally. So it's thank you very much, Mike. As well as Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. Chuck is here somewhere. Chuck, thank you very much. That's great. And House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, who's a special guy, special man. Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. And we have many other congressmen and senators, but I'm not going to introduce because this is about your daughter. This is about something that's so important, and we're going to just go along. Thank you also. We have to say Burt Jones is in the room, and Burt is your lieutenant governor, and he was on this like you wouldn't believe. Thank you very much. I see you sitting here. Thank you very much. So we have state, local officials, we have law enforcement organizations, we have everybody. Most of them are in the room or represented in the room, and they're incredible people, and I've never seen them come together like they have for this. I've done many of these, not of this kind, but different bills, different passages having to do with many different things, from homeland security to inner security to taxes to 50 different items. I've never seen such support as you have today and as your great daughter has today. So I've never seen anything like it. And we have to thank your daughter for that, because she's going to save a lot of lives. She's going to be responsible for saving a lot of lives. So I'd like to just say to the Angel families, I've been with them and they've been with me from 2015 when I first got this crazy idea in my head to run for president because we could do better as a country. I want to thank so many of the people that are here that have been the angel moms, and we call them angel moms, but they're angel families, fathers, sons, daughters, but they've suffered tremendously like you have for no reason whatsoever. I want to thank Alexis Nungari, the mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari, murdered last summer by 2 illegal alien gang members released into the United States by Joe Biden's open border stupid policies. And thank you very much, Alexis. I want to thank you very much. We had an amazing trip, and it was really special to meet you and your family. Appreciate it.
No, I don't want that.
So sad we have to be here, frankly. And Jocelyn, as you know, is in our hearts as she was then. It was an amazing day we had, a great day. But it was a day of celebration of somebody that unfortunately won't be with us. But she is with us now, you know that. Here also is Patty Morin, the mother of Rachel Morin, killed 2 years ago by an illegal alien who was let into our country by the last administration's ridiculous, weak policies. Open border, can you imagine? When I heard open border, I said, oh, that's terrible. They're going to release their prisons all over the world. They're going to release their prisons into our country. That's exactly what happened. Patty is joined by Rachel's brother, Michael, Rachel's daughter, Clementine, and sister-in-law, Shannon. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. With us as well is the loving family of Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old girl murdered in July 2022 by the MS-13 illegal alien gang member who is violent, vicious, and they knew it, and they didn't do anything about it. And I want to thank you to Kayla's mother, Tammy, and her grandmother, Kathy, and her stepfather, Jeremiah, very much. And finally, I want to thank others who have also suffered this horrible scourge that goes on. Young people being killed, and other people too, but young people, largely young people being killed. Thank you to Scott Root, the father of Sarah Root, killed at 21 years of age. Think of that, 21 by an illegal alien, shouldn't have been in our country, would have never been in our country if we were here. What a sad thing. To each of these angel families, we love you and we stand in awe of your courage and your strength.
Okay, so that's all of them right there. But that skull is gonna stay on there.
Families here today were betrayed by the last administration with this heartless and foolish.
How does that look if I'm in all black though?
Very dumb policies. Policies that aren't even believable when you talk about common sense. I say we're the party of common sense, but the Democrats also, they have plenty of common sense. And that's why so many are here today and so many supported what we're doing. The very government that was supposed to protect their daughters instead opened our borders and transported the world's most dangerous criminals straight into their communities. They came from prisons and jails and insane asylums and mental institutions from all over the world, not just South America.
Okay, that actually looks kind of dope.
They come from all over the world. They come from every country.
All right. We are gonna do this. Find a group.
Through the border, and nobody even said a word to them. And in those buses and those cars and those trucks were some of the meanest criminals anywhere in the world. As of last September, 425,000 illegal alien criminals were roaming free, including 13,099 convicted illegal alien murderers, of which about almost 50% killed more than one person, and they were roaming all over the country in our farms, in our cities. Under the Trump administration, we're moving with urgency and speed to get these vicious and violent criminals the hell out of our country and to restore law and order to our cities and our towns. And we're going to do it with Tom, with Christie, and with all of the people that are working so hard on this. This week, compared to a comparable time a year ago, think of this, the number of illegal border crossers has already fallen by more than 100%. And because the election was coming, they started getting a little bit tougher on the border. They tried to follow our policies, and they did much better, but it still was horrible. The numbers were still horrible, so that's 100% over those. They only did it because of the election, so they knew what they were doing was wrong. And those who do cross the border, and you're seeing that every time, all you have to do is turn on your television set or pick up a newspaper, read any form of new media, because we have a lot of new media today, fortunately, that's letting the word get out. But they're watching these people be captured and removed from our country. ICE arrests have risen by 15 times in just a short period. And over the past 8 days, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, we can never forget Border Patrol. Those people, I've gotten to know so many of them. Our border czar, as you remember, never went to the border and never made a phone call. She was the border czar. She never made one phone call. They went to the heads of border. They went to the heads of ICE. Did you ever get a call? No. And she admitted she never made one call, but she was the border czar. And that's exactly what our border was all about. The heroes of ICE arrested thousands and thousands of illegal alien criminals, including hundreds of gang members, traffickers, child predators, terrorists, and murderers. For the first time in history, we're loading dangerous and illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came. You probably read about Colombia 2 days ago. They said, no, we're not taking them. They said, we're going to take them. You're going to take them. You're going to like it. You're going to take them. We talked about we're not going to take people that are in shackles. It's the problem. People that are in shackles are murderers, drug lords, rapists, very tough people. They make our criminals look like very nice people. That's about the only thing that comes out of this. And they say, could you imagine you're a pilot on the plane and you have your co-pilot, you're sitting there and you have 150 people, no shackles, and they like to murder people. This would not be a good thing. So actually, so Colombia apologized to us profusely within an hour based on something I said, meaning you're going to pay tariffs like nobody's ever paid tariffs before, but they actually wanted to terminate his position. They're essentially Congress men, and they were angry with them, but they actually said they were going to send the presidential plane to pick up these criminals and to bring them because they didn't want to inconvenience us. Or have us do a second flight, and that's what they did. And I appreciate it, and I do appreciate the people of Colombia are wonderful people, and the representatives really acted well. I appreciated they took back that talk. They're going to take it back, and they're going to like it. Today, I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Department of Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back. So we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And it's a tough place to get out of. Today's signing will bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once and for all. And it was just just an unforced error that we even have to be doing this. Now we need Congress to provide full funding for the complete and total restoration of our sovereign borders, as well as financial support to remove record numbers of illegal aliens. And these are illegal alien killers, criminals at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And you would have known that, and you were there when I said it. I said everybody that's bad is going to be thrown. If you look at Venezuela, Venezuela's crime is down 77% because they've taken their gang members, their prisoners, their drug dealers, their drug lords. They've shipped them all into the United States. Many other countries, their crime is way down, and our crime is not going well. So we're shipping all these people where they came from. And now, before I sign the Lincoln-Riley Act into law, I'd like to ask Lincoln's really incredible mother, who I've gotten to know. A very sad day, I got to know her. But this is an amazing tribute to an amazing young person. And if you could come up, Allison.
Why do I always feel like I'm going fucking moving slow?
We would like to thank Senator Katie Britt for her diligent bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Collins for his unwavering passion and for leading on the Lincoln-Riley Act.
from the start. Our family will forever be grateful for the prayers of the people across our nation and for helping to get this legislation into law. We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Lakin. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word. I trust that he will fight for the American people. Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without his sacrifices, Lakin's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Lakin. There's no other change that will ever bring back our precious Lakin. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives. We're so thankful that her passion for helping others and her legacy for doing good and will carry on. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. All right, we got up out of that. We're gonna roll off to something good. See if we can find something funny. And check my connection. Oh, I lost connection for a while. It's been 4 hours. Let's hit the refresh on that. What?
Listen to this, where this AP reporter, or better yet, Associated Propaganda fake news enthusiast, asks Trump's White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, how can we be assured you're not gonna lie? Press secretary Caroline Leavitt's response was savage and epic. Watch.
Miller. Thanks, Caroline. A question that we've asked your predecessors of both parties in this job. When you're up here in this briefing room speaking to the American public, do you view yourself and your role as speaking on, advocating on behalf of the president, or providing the unvarnished truth that is, not to lie, not to obfuscate to the American people?
I commit to telling the truth from this podium every single day. I commit to speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people. And that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years. Many of the lies have been told to your faces in this very briefing room.
Check that.
I will not do that. But since you brought up Truth to Speak, I would like to point out, while I vow to provide the truth from this podium, we ask that all of you in this room hold yourselves to that same standard. We know for a fact there have been lies that have been pushed by many legacy media outlets in this country about this president, about his family, and we will not accept that. We will call you out when we feel that your reporting is wrong or there is misinformation about this White House. So yes, I will hold myself to the truth.
Damn, I gotta go there.
In this room to do the same.
And Caroline,
But I want you all to remember, but it's not like we will ever forget. All they do is lie. Like how the World Health Organization Director General stands here at this podium in front of the crowd telling tall tales, claiming the WHO did not impose anything on anyone during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not lockdowns, not mask mandates, not vaccine mandates.
What?
We don't have the power to do that. We don't want it, and we are not trying to get it.
WHO did not impose anything on anyone during the COVID-19 pandemic.
That's a lie, buddy. I was here for that shit.
Not vaccine mandates.
What?
We don't have the power to do that. We don't want it, and we're not trying to get it.
I'm gonna pause that and go, that's a lie. I watched it. You remember this dude, Russian born, what was his name? Dr. fucking Fauci. Wow, they actually.
Our job is to support governments with evidence-based guidance, advice, and when needed, supplies to help them protect their people.
There we go.
Let everyone know down in the comments. Do you believe him?
During this pause, Doge and OMB have actually found that there was
Ain't nothing to believe. I already know the truth on it.
to go out the door to the World Health Organization, which is an organization, as you all know, that President Trump, with the swipe of his pen and that executive order, is no longer wants the United States to be a part of. So that wouldn't be in line with the president's agenda. Doge and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money. That's what this pause is focused on, being good stewards of
50 million on
And
condoms?
Look what we have here. Breaking. Italy and India are both considering leaving the World Health Organization following Donald Trump's decision to pull the United States out last week. Come on, guys. This is huge.
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization. Ooh, that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Ooh, that's a big one.
And by God, we are going to get it. I am so excited to see the White House press briefing room being opened up to independent journalists and podcasters like Benny Johnson and Squirrel Tribe.
Millions of Americans, especially young people, have turned from traditional television outlets and newspapers to consume their news from
Yeah, Squirrel Tribe. Go. By the way,
and other independent outlets.
yeah. So Squirrel Tribe is the what's on right now. The Squirrel Tribe.
To our dream that we share President Trump's message everywhere and adapt this White House to the new media landscape in 2025. To do this, I am excited to announce the following changes will be made to this historic James S. Brady briefing room, where Mr. Brady's legacy will endure. This White House believes strongly in the First Amendment, so it's why our team will work diligently to restore the press passes of the 440 journalists whose passes were wrongly revoked by the previous administration. We're also opening up this briefing room to new media voices who produce news-related content and whose outlet is not already represented by one of the seats in this room. We welcome independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, and content creators to apply for credentials to cover this White House. And you can apply now on our new website, whitehouse.gov/new media.
We'll hit the.
Starting today, this seat in the front of the room, which is usually occupied by the press secretary's staff, will be called the new media seat. My team will review the applications and give credentials to new media applicants who meet our criteria and pass United States Secret Service required to enter the White House complex.
I don't think I can enter without the
So in
thing.
light of these announcements, our first question
I don't got the key to get in.
will go to these new media
I shouldn't have it. I haven't.
outlets, despite being some of the
What?
most viewed news websites in the country.
You said the coil fan key. You don't need it anymore?
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the president.
Oh, yo.
Watch the legendary Brian Glenn, who just asked a question none of the fake news wanted to ask because it makes President Trump look great. Isn't it beautiful to see patriotic voices getting to ask questions in the briefing room?
My question is, do you think this latest incident with the president of Colombia...
Okay, my rep ain't high enough.
The global, powerful respect they have for President Trump moving forward, not only to engage in economic diplomacy with these countries, but also world peace?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'll echo the answer that the president gave on Air Force One last night when he was asked a very similar question by one of your colleagues in the media. This signifies peace through strength is back. And this president will not tolerate illegal immigration into America's interior. And he expects every nation on this planet, again, to cooperate with the repatriation of their citizens who illegally entered into our country and broke America's laws. Won't be tolerated. And as you saw, the Colombian government quickly folded and agreed to all of President Trump's demands. Flights are underway once again.
And let us all know these freedoms protected by our First Amendment that allow these TikTok attorneys who evidently got their law degree from a crackerjack box to spew this erroneous bullshit and just plain blatantly wrong nonsense.
Undocumented immigrants are not criminals. There is a difference between criminal and civil law.
I'm done with you. Yeah. Check this. Let me make it simple. You're calling it civil. That's cool. It can be civil all they want. It's a federal law. The reason why it's civil is because these people are supposed to be returned back but it hasn't happened. I'm pretty sure this chick better know. Why is you dressed like? Why are you dressed like you about to go on a hot date? That's dope as shit though. What is this? Frosty balls. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you out of here. That motherfucker's. I'm done. Throw that up the storm. That's funny. So yeah, I'm gonna let this ignorant.
And when you are here,
What are you smoking?
To spew this erroneous bullshit and just plain blatantly wrong logic with these freedoms.
And Trump's demands, flights are underway once again.
And let us all know, how do you feel about these freedoms protected by our First Amendment that allow these TikTok attorneys who evidently got their law degree from a crackerjack box to spew this erroneous bullshit and just plain blatantly wrong nonsense?
Undocumented immigrants are not criminals. There is a difference between criminal and civil law, and when you are here without documentation, you are committing a civil violation, not a crime. The term illegal immigrant is inaccurate legally and factually because a person cannot be.
You're right, because it's not. Hold on. Here. Let me hit that one.
Without documentation, you are committing a civil violation, not a crime. The term illegal immigrant is inaccurate.
Yeah, it's not illegal immigrant. It's illegal alien. Because you're foreign to this country.
And factually, because a person
If you-
cannot be illegal. The term illegal.
You can't be in this country if you're undocumented, goofy. Like, what the fuck is wrong with folks? Are they clearly smoking the meths? The cracks? The heroines? Like, I don't know what to fucking tell people. Oh, because Valentine's Day is coming. The Gilded Rose. So fucking sick of hearing people talk bullshit. All right. Fucking weirdos. Anyways, let's go back to hit that play.
Is akin to an action that violates a criminal statute. And yes, entering the country illegally is a crime, but a good portion of undocumented immigrants entered legally.
No, they don't. She did all that. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. And then, yeah, they are illegal. Watch. Look, undocumented immigrants are not illegal. Now watch what she say.
The term illegal, inaccurate, or committing a civil violation, not a crime. The term illegal immigrant is inaccurate legally and factually because a person cannot
Illegal means you're not legal.
be illegal. The term illegal is akin to an action that violates a criminal statute. And yes, entering the country illegally is a crime, but a good portion of undocumented immigrants entered legally.
Look, I'm going to just point out, she argued, this is the definition of narcissism. You can't argue for and against in the same fucking breath. That's a fucking hypocrite.
Losing documentation does not make you a criminal, as I explained before. So when you hear me,
You don't. Where in the world do you lose your documentation? They wouldn't be able to be picked up if there's over 1 million people who already either missed their court date or didn't fucking go, or were told they don't fit the criteria for asylum that they tried to seek. They need to get the fuck out. And they was like, no, I'm not leaving. I got all these things going for me. Oh God. Get your feelings out your math.
using the term undocumented instead of illegal, it's because I have a brain and I know how to read.
I really hope you enjoyed this video, and if you got any value out of it, please subscribe to the channel.
I know not to listen to stupid bitches no more, bro. Like, that's wild. Motherfuckers should not be saying some of the most outlandish, unrealistic shit possible.
I learned that racism is passed down.
Oh, wow. Did I miss it? Scrolling through. Fucking A. I hate when they do that shit. They'll fucking... There we go. Here we go. There we go. Now let's see if it pulls it the fuck up.
President Trump looking for...
Look, hold on. See, I just want to know why the fuck it ain't up there now. Here we go. Oh, okay. This is... Yeah, this is tomorrow. Yeah, notify me too. Yeah, they Oh, Fox News said that they don't. They. We gonna let that pop. We gonna hit that. All right. Let me see what I got here. Hold on. What you got for dailies? Arcane Dust, Serpent Flesh, Heavy Never We Bad, Souvenir, Iron Cast, Ethereum Bar. Don't got nothing I want to fuck with right now. Let me see what we got here. People is wild. They're 25 apiece. Y'all are out of pocket, my guys. Don't worry, the imbue nether weave bag. Somebody put it up there for 44 jizzles. I mean, I could go buy it. It's still up there because it's not. You can't be so. Look. Where am I tailoring that again? It's 5 points short. I mean, I can just leave it up there. I'm not touching that. Let me see where Butte Netherweave bag is real quick. Is it in chat? Somebody teaches it, huh? Let me see. I got a couple points to go, huh? It can be taught, huh? Let's see. A stack, fucking 72. They charging 10, look, 10 G's for 3, right? Look, 57. Look at these motherfucking assholes. This the kind of fuck shit. And then it goes 20 for 72. Half of that would be 30 for 10. 5 for 15. I'm almost curious. Nether weave cloth. A 20 stack is what? So that makes 5. So that's about even there. So that's 72 on the bolts. Was about close to market price. Like, I don't know, like a couple jizzles higher than it needs to be. Let me go and I didn't even need that many. I could have just went and killed shit to get it. Alright. Let's go ahead and crack these off. While these is cranking off, I'll be right back, y'all. All right, I'm back. Had to go to the bathroom, shit like that.
He's got a brand new book out, by the way, next month entitled 7 Things You Can't Say About China. And Senator, we'll see if we get to any of those 7 in this conversation. We're definitely going to talk about China, but I want to ask you about the reporting there that Lucas had about the firing of these inspectors general. I've heard of from some of your GOP colleagues who were concerned about this, saying it didn't give the proper notification, even if ultimately it would be. The notice wasn't there, and is President Trump signaling he's just going to, observe which laws he wants to and not others?
Shannon, time and time again, the Supreme Court has said that Congress can't impose restrictions on the president's power to remove officers. In President Trump's first term, he removed the director of the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, despite limitations on the president's constitutional power to remove officers. That was litigated at the Supreme Court, and the president won. So ultimately, these inspectors general serve at the pleasure of the president. He wants new people in there. He wants people who focus on getting out waste and fraud and abuse and reforming these agencies. He has a right to get in there who he wants.
Do you think he will? That's the next question, because there have been times when those inspector general slots have been left open by various presidents. Are you confident, because they're your eyes and ears as lawmakers, that they will be filled?
I believe so, and he says he wants to fill those offices. Maybe he won't fill them immediately because there's an entire administration staff and he may have other priorities, but I think the president's inherent power to remove officers will be upheld if it's challenged in court, as it has been time and again for Democratic and Republican presidents alike.
I want to ask you about the Middle East, 4 more hostages home. You've been critical of this deal. You've had some concerns about it. It came together, seems like an approach from President Biden and President Trump. Are you confident in the deal moving forward? The fact
I press everything. That's one reason. I love Classic WoW because there is so many items and potions and skills, and well, you can press literally every button and still run out of them. And I love pressing buttons, and you can import your own. I think
that were almost destroyed after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We didn't negotiate with Imperial Japan. We said unconditional surrender and give us our 40,000 Americans back. Now that said, the deal is underway. We predicted at the time that Hamas might break the terms of the deal, and that's apparently exactly what happened yesterday by not sending home Israeli civilian women. That's one reason why the Israeli government has paused the relocation of Gazans to certain areas inside of Gaza. I would say if Hamas wants to continue this ceasefire, they need to respect every single term of that deal.
We're watching minute by minute as 2 other phases are still yet to be negotiated as well. I want to ask you about these hearings this week. Your Senate Intel Committee that you now chair will hear from Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI nominee. She's got plenty of critics out there from both sides of the aisle. Let me read from a former chairman of the U.S. National Intelligence Council, writing that she's got no background in intelligence whatsoever and has never managed much of anything. Even more worryingly, as someone meant to advise the president and protect our nation's secrets from our adversaries, Gabbard has cozied up to at least 2 vicious dictators who are America's enemies. There are concerns about her positions with Bashar al-Assad, Edward Snowden, her use of, FISA and those tools and how she feels about them. Are you confident that you've had your questions on those issues addressed?
Yeah, I've had many occasions to speak with Ms. Gabbard, as have the members of the committee and other senators. We got her background check back along with her financial papers last week. We promptly scheduled a hearing 7 days later as the rules of our committee allow. And I can promise you and all Americans,
it doesn't defy snuggler. I'm done.
It's going to be just like the hearing that we conducted for John Ratcliffe and the hearings that the committee has conducted for nominees, both Democratic and Republican presidents alike. No more, no less, no better, no worse. I understand that people have their differences of opinion with Ms. Gabbard. Probably some Republicans disagree with the vote she's cast as a Democratic Congresswoman. A lot of Democrats may be upset that she finally saw the light and left the Democratic Party. I do hope, though, that we won't see anyone questioning her patriotism. Hillary Clinton has basically called her a traitor in the past. This is a woman who served more than 20 years in our nation's army. She's passed 5 different background checks. I reviewed the latest one. It's clean as a whistle. It's fine for people to have policy differences and ask questions about those differences. I hope no one would impugn Ms. Gabbard's patriotism or her integrity.
There are reports in both Axios and National Review quoting...
Please don't let them fools do that, because Tulsi Gabbard gonna go the fuck in on folks. She don't play that.
...in regard to Assad or to Putin that raise any concern for you?
Well, I think there's a lot of people making predictions on background about the president's nominees that don't come true. If you recall, Pete Hegseth in early December was on the verge of withdrawing and being replaced by someone, and now he's Secretary Hegseth at the Department of Defense. They've been making a lot of the similar predictions about Donald Trump. over the last few years, and then he's now staged the greatest political comeback in American history. So again, we'll have a full and fair hearing for Ms. Gabbard on Thursday. She'll be able to explain her past statements and her votes. She'll explain, I'm sure, also that whatever her views on certain policies, programs, or laws, that she will faithfully execute the president's agenda. And if she's confirmed, she'll give an unbiased and unvarnished look at the intelligence that comes in every day about the nation's threats.
Well, one of those threats you've been long vocal about is China. Let's talk about TikTok, because President Trump seems to be willing to pause.
What did Brock say? Boy, you need not to talk. You got issues.
But he's indicated he may be willing to allow some level of Chinese ownership or connection to this. And he gives this explanation to our colleague, Sean Hannity, about why.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that?
Your response.
Well, the law that we passed last year is in effect, and the law is the law, and it imposes ruinous consequences on any company that continues to host or distribute TikTok. Not just, at this point, not just liability, but bankruptcy, because the penalties are so high that most medium-sized countries couldn't pay them. So I want to commend those companies like Apple and Google that are following the law and no longer hosting TikTok. But our point in passing that law was never to ban TikTok in the United States. It was to force ByteDance, its parent company that is controlled by the Chinese communists, to divest from TikTok, to have a TikTok that is not influenced by Chinese communists. It's not just a threat to our privacy and data, although it certainly is that. It's a threat because it spreads propaganda like anti-Semitic content and pro-Hamas content. It exposes children to extreme violence, obscenity, drug use, even encouraging suicide. And it can be used as an actual tool of statecraft, as you saw when Congress passed the law. TikTok sent push notices to its users' phones, urging them to contact Congress and lobby against the law. What might they do if Donald Trump imposes tariffs on China, or in a moment of heightened tension around Taiwan? That's why it's critical that there be a complete and total break with communist China, and that's exactly what the law insists. As for a deal, I'm not really concerned about whether this American company or that American group of investors buys it, or for that matter, if we work with partners in places like Europe or the Middle East or East Asia, if it's controlled by an ally that's very different than it's controlled by communist China.
Okay, I want to try to get to two quick things before you go. While we're on the subject of China, this was a headline from the New York Times yesterday. CIA now favors lab leak theory to explain COVID's origins. This was their headline in February of 2020. Senator Tom Cotton repeats fringe theory of coronavirus origins. Do you feel some level of vindication?
Well, I said from the very beginning, COVID probably came from that lab. I didn't have access to classified intelligence or special scientific knowledge. I just used a little common sense and looked at the facts and understood what Chinese communists do. I'm glad that in the final days of the Biden administration, the CIA reached the same conclusion, and I commend John Ratcliffe for making that conclusion public. The important thing now is that we have to make China pay for unleashing this plague on the world, just like we have to make them pay for stealing our jobs and harming American workers and businesses by doing things like imposing tariffs on strategically critical goods, or passing my legislation that would kill their permanent most favored nation status.
All right, very quickly before you go, President Trump has taken back the security detail for a number of people: Anthony Fauci, Mike Pompeo, Brian
Shit.
John Bolton too. The Wall Street Journal editorial board says, pray it won't happen, but what if one of them now gets attacked? If Iran commits violence against any of these Mr. Trump won't be able to escape some responsibility.
Yeah, I would encourage the president to revisit the decision for those people who are being targeted by Iran, as the president was targeted for assassination by Iran. As the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I've reviewed the intelligence in the last few days. The threat to anyone involved in President Trump's strike on Qasem Soleimani is persistent. It's real. Iran is committed to vengeance against all of these people. In fact, the chief of staff of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence agreed with me that if these threats were against him or his family, that he would want security, because the threats are real. There are gaps in our coverage. We don't know what we don't know, and it's better to be safe than sorry, because it's not just about these men who helped President Trump carry out his policy in his first term. It's about their family and friends, innocent bystanders every time they're in public. It's also about the president being able to get good people and get good advice. If people are saying going to work for the president now on Iran or China or North Korea or the Mexican drug cartels, they might hesitate to do so, or they might hesitate if they're in office.
I don't want to change that because that's the gadget stand. I don't have the scroll for it.
That he decides upon.
Senator, thank you for your time. We'll be watching Thursday for that hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any.
Shut up. Get Tulsi Cash in there. There you go. Get rid of that. I was wondering why the fuck everything looked it weird for a second. It was because I was looking up Tulsi. Yeah, he sends Batman back. You already know that. The fuck is that nonsense? Let's hear this, shall we?
This federal judge stops President Trump's birthright citizenship order, and he says, how could any licensed attorney sit here and say that the 14th Amendment doesn't mean birthright citizenship for everybody? Well, how about the attorney who helped write the 14th Amendment? Do you realize that the first draft of the 14th Amendment does just say all people born in the United States are citizens? And then Senator Jacob Howard, he introduces a second draft where it says all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. And former state attorney general, he doesn't seem to think that it covered literally everyone present in the United States under all circumstances. No, he says this means those people who are subject to the full and complete jurisdiction of the United States. That is to say, the same jurisdiction to which citizens are subject to. So how's that for a law? This federal judge stopped President Trump's birthright citizenship order, and he says, how could
in case no one knew, just don't throw that out there in case nobody understand that. So we're gonna just slide past. Yeah, my man gotta be bugging. How is he still, like, wasn't that dude, wasn't he still part of the wasn't my man still part of the fucking Chicago school board or some shit like that, or the school union? Yeah, that is wild. I'm still 50 million in funding for condoms for Gaza is wild. Oh, that's gonna go fucking well.
In a move that has raised eyebrows across the entire political spectrum, the European Union has demanded access to X's internal algorithms and documents, ostensibly to investigate potential violations of the Digital Services Act. Hi, I'm Emily Carver, and this is GBN Original. This development comes at a crucial juncture, with Germany's federal election looming on the horizon and political tensions reaching a fever pitch. Well, the European Commission, through its Vice President for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy, Henna Virkkunen, claims this investigation is necessary to create a fair, safe and democratic online environment for EU citizens. So on the surface, this might seem like a noble pursuit. After all, who wouldn't want a safer, more democratic internet? However, scratch a little beneath the surface and a more sinister picture emerges. The timing of this investigation, coupled with the specific focus on X's recommendation algorithms, raises serious questions about the EU's true motives.
Yep.
We need to protect elections right now. And there's a very easy solution to stop this manipulation. Stop the recommender systems. Let people choose the content they want without Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg imposing the content of their choice on people.
It's no coincidence that this probe comes as Germany gears up for a hotly contested election. The ruling coalition led by Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
They better quit that.
Significant challenge from the opposition.
I'm gonna put it out like this. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, and y'all have the audacity to tell him he gotta give you access to his shit because y'all playing wild. First, P model of the shows gains for right. Oh, okay, I see why.
Recent polls show the AfD in second place, trailing only the Christian Democratic Union. What's particularly telling is the suspicion among German politicians that Elon Musk's support for the AfD might translate into boosting the party's content. This fear seems to be the real driving force behind the EU's sudden interest in X's algorithms. Now, this isn't happening in isolation. The German election campaign has been marred by a series of controversial and repressive moves, particularly targeting the AfD and its supporters. Some branches of the party have even been labelled as extremist by Germany's domestic spy agency. It's a collapse of the establishment using state apparatus to suppress political opposition. Now, if the EU were genuinely concerned about online safety and democracy, why focus solely on X? Why now, when a crucial election is just around the corner? The answer becomes clear when we consider the broader context. The ruling coalition in Germany, facing the prospect of losing power, seems to be pulling at every lever possible at its disposal to maintain control. And the EU, far from being an impartial arbiter, appears to be actively taking sides in this internal.
I should go mining.
And deeply concerning. By demanding access to X's internal algorithms, the EU is essentially seeking the power to shape public discourse. This is not about combating hate speech or
log out.
information. Surely it's about controlling the flow of information and, by extension, influencing electoral outcomes. If X is found to be in breach of the DSA rules, it could face fines of up to 6% of its global turnover. This threat of financial punishment is a powerful tool to coerce platforms into compliance with the EU's vision of what constitutes acceptable speech. Now, this latest move by the EU is part of a worrying trend we've seen across the Western world.
But X and Twitter, X, or formerly Twitter, is a United States company. Y'all motherfuckers is bold, buddy. Let me see. Let me check out Stefania. Oh my God, people are special ed.
The guise of combating disinformation, governments and supranational bodies are increasingly seeking to control online discourse. EU Commissioner Hadja Labib recently compared online disinformation to a virus, promoting the controversial Democracy Shield initiative. This kind of rhetoric is dangerous. It frames dissenting opinions as a disease that needs to be eradicated. And what's the real threat to democracy? The irony here is palpable. In the name of protecting democracy, the EU is engaging in actions that fundamentally undermine democratic principles. Free speech, the cornerstone of any functioning democracy, is being sacrificed on the altar of online safety. By attempting to manipulate the digital public square, the EU is not safeguarding democracy, it's actively subverting it. The real threat to democracy isn't disinformation on social media platforms. It's the heavy-handed attempts by governments to control what citizens can see, say, and even think online. So what's the way forward? As we approach the German election, it's crucial we remain vigilant. We should question the motives behind these kinds of investigations and demand transparency from our institutions. The EU's demand for access to X's algorithms should be seen for what it is, a thinly veiled attempt at political interference. If we truly value democracy, we must resist these encroachments on our digital freedoms. We need robust public debate, not sanitized discourse approved by bureaucrats in Brussels. We need platforms that allow for the free exchange of ideas, not echo chambers curated by government algorithms. The battle for the future of free speech and democracy is being fought right now in the digital.
I gotta send that to my chick.
If we don't stand up to these kinds of overreaches now, we risk sleepwalking into a digital dystopia where our thoughts and opinions are no longer our own. So as the German election approaches, let's hope that voters see through these machinations and make their choice based on the merits of candidates and their policies, not based on curated online environments designed to sway their opinions. the EU's demand for X's algorithms.
Oh, I have that
Think
Crusader
democracy is
weapon,
about
Crusader,
control.
huh?
And in true democracy, that control should rest with the people, not with unelected bureaucrats or tech companies. Time we reclaim our digital public square, and with it, our right to think and speak freely.
One of the priorities during our 6-month presidency is to strengthen Europe's resilience against foreign interference and disinformation. We are certainly not starting from the scratch, and the Digital Service Act is one of the key legislative tools adopted during the last legislative cycle that plays a role in this process.
The EU has the most advanced and powerful legal framework for online platforms, balancing freedom and responsibility. The Digital Services Act. The DSA does not censor content. It creates an efficient mechanism for the removal of illegal content defined by other EU or national law, such as illegal hate speech. Because what is illegal offline is also illegal online. We have also seen it in the last month in Romania, where the Constitutional Court annulled presidential elections after declassified documents alleged the existence of coordinated manipulation campaign on TikTok. We opened formal proceedings on that against TikTok. Since the entry into application of the DSA, 25 very large platforms and search engines were designated, and no less than 10 proceedings were opened. 1 against X, 3 against TikTok, 1 against AliExpress, 2 each against Meta's Facebook and Instagram, and 1 against Temu. This week, we assessed and confirmed the suitability of the Code of Conduct on illegal hate speech online under the DSA. This will strengthen the response against all illegal online hate speech.
I can't even watch that craziness.
Of terror that are being promulgated from the federal government.
Did you hear that? He called Ice Ages terrorists. This happens all the time to American citizens that break the law, but when it's an illegal immigrant, it's an act of terror. When an illegal immigrant does something horrible to an American citizen, we should label them as they're committing acts of terror against citizens of the United States.
Yeah, there is.
Do you think you'll ever hear him saying that? No.
Exactly.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. I'm standing with the full force of government today.
Boy, you gonna accidentally put yourself in jail, my guy.
Yep. Regardless of who's in the White House, Chicago is a city that opens its arms to people from around the globe. We will continue to protect civil and human rights, and we welcome all individuals and families who want to work, live, and thrive here in our beloved city.
Not if you're illegal.
No one.
It's not a human right to live in a country where you don't have the documentation. You're not legal to be there.
Not in the whole
Yeah, that's
history
not
of
a human
the
right.
whole history.
Right. And it's not a violation of someone's civil rights if they're here illegally.
The Welcoming City Ordinance is a law, and it is the law of the
By the way, these two gentlemen are Marines.
We will uphold
What are you talking about? They have harboring illegal immigrants.
It's against the law.
Ordinance to that? Well, there's Chicago. These people are just dumb.
along with the complementary Illinois Trust Act to ensure that our immigrant communities are safe. Furthermore, we intend to continue to empower all of our communities throughout our city with crucial information and resources at this time.
You gonna get sued out your shoes. You keep playing.
Gov, we offer a Know Your Rights resource guide providing all information, tools, and context that our immigrant communities should know. The full force of government from my office, city departments, as well as all of our agencies are in direct communication with businesses, schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and community organizations across the city to ensure that we are responding to our community's needs.
Oh shit, I forgot to send
encourage everyone to review our Know Your Rights guide and familiarize yourself with the ways that you can protect yourself, your family. And
you gonna end up get boy, you already got a summons from fucking Congress. You and two other fucking states, y'all try your hardest to go to jail for fucking obstruction of justice. Y'all already gotta explain yourselves. Y'all gotta stop. Fucking please stop this shit before y'all go to jail. Chicago already an open air fucking gun range. We don't. I got friends and family that stay out there. Y'all gotta stop with the bullshit. Like, motherfuckers just gotta stop. It's just getting old. People just gotta stop. It's. They gotta quit, bro. Motherfuckers is trying to get jailed. That's what the fuck that is. They want to go to jail. Alright, let me boo this shit up. So, Hope, you need that. No, that I'll leave that over here to make Arcanite bars. Yeah, Arcanite bars. What the fuck am I talking about? Send that to Hope. Send. I can't send that to Hope. I can send that over though. Send that. Oh, that's part of my fishing outfit. Don't touch that, stupid. Nat's lucky fishing pole. Yeah. All right. Too bad I can't send that over to my person. All right, we're gonna do some flying and some mining. Because the rest of that shit's green items. Let's see.
And your neighbors. And the only way you can protect yourself is stay inside. Pretend COVID's back. Yeah, but if they have a warrant to come in your residence, you're done. Okay, not. I don't care how long the rights you list for these people. If they're illegally, it's not going to prevent them from being deported. It's just going to delay the inevitable. You're going to make it more painful. Yeah, you're giving them hope.
City, we are working together to share and spread the crucial information. City leadership and I remain close in our communications. We will continue to work closely with the Chicago Police Department to continue to monitor this situation.
The Chicago Police Department's going to prevent ICE from arresting fugitives in our country. Well, you have murders every day in that city, but they're going to be able to keep illegal immigrants safe from deportation. This is what you call a campaign. He just want to get reelected. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Less about America, Chicago. He just wants to get reelected. This dude, I mean, it's one thing to gaslight citizens of the United States. Now you're going out of your way to gaslight yourself. Yourself. Well, he knows he's BS, but you're gaslighting immigrants now.
We stand together firmly in our welcoming city status, as well as our commitment to protecting all residents of the city of Chicago, no matter where you come from or how long you've lived here. Thank you for that, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Here we go.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
You've been invited to speak before Congress. Will you go, and what do you expect to tell them?
I'm going to turn that over to my corporate counsel.
Wow. That boy look like he nervous.
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
You've been invited to speak before Congress. Will you go, and what do you expect to tell them?
I'm going to turn that over to my corporate counsel, Mayor Richardson Laura.
Good morning, Mary Richardson Laura, co-counsel. We did receive an invitation from the Oversight Committee, and it is under legal review, so we are...
You're like a DI, right?
Hey, my man.
Put his foot in his mouth, and he's not gonna answer the question. Yeah, he says, "Okay, I'm ready for questions." First question. I'll have my legal counsel come over and answer this for me. Complete claim. You wouldn't need legal counsel if you followed the law.
Man.
Not able to respond directly to your question in terms of whether he will go. It is a communication, and we'll be making legal determinations as to the substance of that communication.
You know, if we could follow up with you just on that, would you be inclined to go if your legal representation tells you that you should? Mayor, I'd love to hear from you if you would.
Mary Richardson Laura Corporation Counsel, I appreciate the question and the interest. It would be premature to talk about going until we properly digested all the legal issues as well as the other substantive aspects of the communication from the Oversight Committee.
So you're not even clear right now whether he could be compelled to go.
It's an invitation that we have received. It is not a document that compels.
A bunch of woke Democrats.
Alex Capriello with News Nation. We do know that the Trump administration has threatened legal action against sanctuary cities that hold similar to your welcoming city ordinance. So was a discussion, and since President Trump became the president again for a second term, knowing that this sort of invitation might be coming and how the city of Chicago might have been preparing for this moment.
Well, again, regardless of who's in the White House, we're going to project our values and what working people across the city have asked for. They have asked for investments and opportunities to make sure that they have the ability to afford to live in this beloved city, to make sure that their children can go to a school that
It's like the cost of living and taxes. That place is outrageous. I don't understand why anybody would live there. Yeah, and even charge like the highest tax rates in the country, like property tax and this and that. It's like y'all still in a budget deficit. Yeah, your city's broke. Yeah, but you welcome people into your city that it's not legal to be here. Who does that hurt? The poor people in your city.
Die, motherfucker.
Rich areas, they take away houses from other poor people. Yeah. And you know what? If Biden or Kamala was in office, there would be no question he would go speak before Congress. Right. Yeah. Because Trump in there, and the borders are here. Yeah. He's scared he going to jail. Yeah, this fool said it don't matter who's in the White House. Yeah. Oh, yes, it do. That's why you got people raiding your city. That's why you got an attorney speaking for you now. That's why you're thinking about going. Yeah.
in their neighborhood that's fully funded, to have reliable transportation, environmental justice, all the investments that we're making. That's what the people of Chicago are experiencing in my administration. So again, regardless of who's in the White House, it's not going to be a determinant of whether or not we're going to hold up to our values. We are a welcoming city. We're proud of that work, and we'll continue to make sure that we're protecting the interests of all working people in the city.
And a brief follow-up, Mayor, your reaction to Border Czar Tom Homan making his presence known here in your city over the weekend and the arrest that happened, and your overall thoughts on this first week of the Trump administration, particularly when it comes to our city?
Well, look, I think what's clear from this administration is that they do not have the full pulse or the breadth of what people in America are calling for.
What?
You know,
Did he say that for real?
How he won the popular vote. Yeah, and he made what he wanted to do known. It's not like he kept this a big secret. He said it's going to be the biggest mass deportation event in history. Yeah. And
This boy, he just want to go to jail.
in how many years? 15, 20
This
years?
ignorant Negro.
Won the popular vote.
I hate being black sometimes. That shit's embarrassing as fuck.
So where you getting your fact from? Oh, neither.
It is no secret that he wants to dismantle the education department. And he's made it very clear that he is not willing to, uphold the very sensibilities of our democracy to make sure that we're protecting the civil rights of individuals. Look, as a
You have no fucking rights when you're
everything that we won.
you have no rights when you're fucking illegal because you're not subject to our laws. That's what makes you illegal. Like,
and fought for during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted.
did he say this? What? Wow! I almost choked on my spit. He said what? Hold the fuck. I need a cigarette. He said, sip. Here we go with this race mongering. Oh, God, I hate being black. I hate being black. I hate being black sometimes. Not for nothing. Oh, God. Not for any other reason other than this ignorant shit. Stop trying to act smart. Like, oh, God. I gotta roll a cigarette. My man is trying to go to jail. Stop making black folks look bad. That's what I'm really wanting. Shit.
The fact that everything that we won and fought for during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for working people. That's what my mission is. The city of Chicago, we are the heartbeat. Continue to stand up for that.
This dude don't go to.
For the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted.
By the way, he's saying this while he got the white police officer behind his back. That shit is. All right, I'll point out what I find just ignorant as fuck. We going to camera mode. I'm gonna point out the shit he's saying sounds racist as fuck. Hold on, let me turn on my light. Let me turn this up a little bit. The shit that boy just said is racist as fuck. I'm gonna play it again. Just listen. I just want you to.
And for the first time in how many years? 15, 20 years, a Republican won the popular vote. Yeah, that's saying something. So I don't know where you getting your fact from. Oh, neither.
It is no secret that he wants to dismantle the education department. And he's made it very clear that he is not willing to, uphold the very sensibilities of our democracy to make sure that we're protecting the civil rights of individuals. Look, as a former public school teacher, the fact that everything that we won and fought for during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I said,
I didn't know what he meant by Reconstruction at first.
Disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for working people. That's what my mission is. The city of Chicago, we are the heartbeat of America. And we
bringing back the Confederacy. The Confederacy was Democrats. The North, who beat the Confederacy, became the Republican Party. Will you, man?
We'll continue to lead the way.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Are you?
So yeah, the Republicans freed the slaves, not the fucking Democrats. This shit is wild. I gotta rewind it back for this ignorance. I'm gonna play it.
Where you getting your facts from?
He's saying some. He just looked like he out on a limb. Somebody sent him out there to get embarrassed.
We're proud of that work, and we'll continue to make sure that we're protecting the interests of all working people in the city.
In a brief follow-up, Mayor, your reaction to Border Czar Tom Homan making his presence known here in your city over the weekend and the arrest that happened, and your overall thoughts on this first week of the Trump administration, particularly when it comes to our city.
Well, look, I think what's clear from this administration is that they do not have the full pulse or the breadth of what people in America are calling for. And, you know,
saying it to you blue in the face.
He won a popular vote. Yeah, and he made what he wanted to do known. It's not like he kept this a big secret. He said it's going to be the biggest mess.
The reason why it's not known to those who are claiming random shit is because they don't listen to Trump. They didn't even pay attention. They didn't watch an interview. They heard somebody say something quoted, and that was as much as they can tolerate. My ass will sit here as many times as I gotta keep pausing this motherfucker. It's gonna get paused, and I'm gonna get through it. Even if I don't want to tolerate, deal with, or hear ignorant shit, I'm about to accept whatever they're saying at face value and go with it and see what the fuck it sounds like. And then I'm gonna look it up. Like, how the fuck? And I'm not looking at it to disprove it. I'm looking to prove that what they're saying is exactly what the fuck they saying. Oh my God, buddy.
Deportation of it in history. Yeah. And the country voted, and for the first time in how many years? 15, 20 years, a Republican won the popular vote. Yeah, that's saying something. So I don't know where you getting your facts from. Oh, neat.
Cracker Jack box.
That he wants to dismantle the education.
Let me fucking save this shit.
He made it very clear that he is not willing to, uphold the very sensibilities of our democracy to make sure that we're protecting the civil rights of individuals. Like, as a former public school teacher, the fact that everything that we won and fought for during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I've said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country that have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for working people.
Racism, bro. The shit that mayor just said sounded racist as fuck. Like, I'm black and I'm telling you, what he just said sound racist as fuck. To even me. I don't know how people can be acceptable of this shit. Why would you wish the same level of ignorance on other people? Why would you come out your mouth and say some shit that sounds not sounds right? It is racist to say some shit like that. Oh, people in this, bro, you are biased as fuck. You should not be in government of any shape, form, or fucking size. You're not qualified, buddy.
Of America.
Bringing back the Confederacy.
The former public school teacher, the fact that everything that we won and fought for during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for working people. That's what our mission is. The city of Chicago, we are the heartbeat of America. And
bringing back the Confederacy. The Confederacy was Democrats. The North, who beat the Confederacy, became the Republican Party. What do you, man?
The continue to lead the way.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Are you angry, or were you angry or surprised at getting that letter? What was your initial reaction reading it?
Well, I don't get angry. You know, it's just not my temperament.
Bullshit.
Sometimes I might,
What you get crazy?
you know, get a little frustrated, but look, investing in people here. That's what the people of Chicago deserve. You see the full force of government on display, you know, here. We're not going to get sidetracked and allow anyone to push us to forfeit our humanity. We're not going to surrender that. So I'm focused on investing in people. We have a lot of work that we have to continue to do in Chicago, and I'm grateful that there are many people who understand the importance of that work.
And pivoting a little bit, the White
I gotta get a toothpick. All right, I'm back. I had to get that. I was eating. I ate an apple and I think I bit part of the core. There's something in my teeth. That's boy. Look at this dude. He look like he busted.
also put temporary funding, cut temporarily funding to projects across the country, nonprofits, agencies, governments. I'm wondering if you can talk about what could be affected or what you're worried about or watching. In particular, I'm wondering the red line, is that in jeopardy of being on hold or cut at all?
Well, look, it's, again, no secret that this administration has a great deal of disdain for working people. I'm going to pass it to my corporate counsel here.
Why does he say these things?
You know, I had a conversation earlier today with Senator Durbin as well as Senator Duckworth. These are unprecedented attempts, but to attempt to defund childcare or to defund, you know, infrastructure projects, this is something that is well outside the purview of the executive office. These appropriations have been mandated by the legislative branch. These are laws.
So the thing is, if the president and his new administration seemed it, if he deemed it something it's not worth the money, we're not going to continue to spend money. If you and another thing you said, that this is unprecedented. I mean, Barack Obama, he deported way more people than any other president. This is not unprecedented. It's okay to say no when you don't want to spend money on something. Like Detroit used to be a vibrant city like Chicago. Yeah. I think in about 10, 15, 20 years, Chicago is going to fall apart. Yeah, because everybody's fleeing that state. Yeah, your state, that city is going to fall apart. It's going to turn into Detroit. The only thing that's going to be like, you see a lot of white people in Detroit, they left. And that's diversity, and now look at it. It's unprecedented crime there.
Laws. And, you know, we as a country of laws and democracy, we prefer when we have leaders who actually are committed to.
These boys is so, the shit that Brandon Johnson says out his mouth is like, is he on, what is he smoking?
A lot of white people in Detroit, they left. And that's diversity, and now look at it.
I think Brandon Johnson, he got to be on something.
Laws. And, you know, we as a country of laws and democracy, We prefer when we have leaders who actually are committed to upholding.
We're a country of laws. Why would you say that? You make absolutely no sense. You're the textbook definition of circular reasoning. Yeah, nothing you say makes sense. Yeah, because you believe in country of laws. Yeah, but when the federal government enforces our immigration laws, yeah, it's terrorism.
That law, Mary. Anything else?
Mary Richardson, Oregon Corporation Counsel. Appreciate the question. All the EOs and directives are under legal review. We, like every other city, that it will be subject to what has been advanced as a path forward. We'll be analyzing it to see what its impact.
Who's the mayor? This woman or the?
Any existing.
I know she ain't the mayor, but.
So rest assured, we are continuing that review. It's again, I'm going to say I have to be careful about saying.
Yeah, because you potentially could be breaking the law. You know why they got that white guy back there? To make them look more credible. Yeah, they just black. Let's get a white guy. Y'all got so much diversity. Let's put a white guy up here and give us some credibility.
That's funny.
But we are analyzing it for impact.
Like the white dude, have a white dude drive.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Do you or any of your colleagues here know the exact number of Chicago residents who have been detained since ICE and Immigration Enforcement began their new operation here on Sunday?
I'm going to turn that to our Police Superintendent, Larry Snell.
Good morning, everybody.
Another diversity, huh? Well, the city is majority minority, right? People of color. That's why they get.
They're showing none but black people.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Where your white people at?
He looks sharp, though. Look at all them stars on that dude. Got 4 stars on his car. This dude is respectful. And he probably earned his position. All right.
Superintendent Larry Snelling, Chicago Police Department. What I can tell you right now is that we don't have an exact number of Chicago people who have been detained, but what I can tell you is that the number in the Chicagoland area exceeds 100.
That includes near suburbs as well.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So we're looking at the Chicagoland area, so not just Chicago itself, but all of our surrounding suburbs.
And one follow-up perhaps for you, Superintendent. What communication, if any, are you hearing? I know you are not allowed to communicate about people's immigration status with federal officials, but what are you hearing, if anything, from immigration enforcement officials, your officers, your department?
So here, our officers.
This dude is crazy.
Respond to these things if they're called to it. And as you can see, standing here is the leadership of all of our.
1 second, everybody. Be right back.
goes out to our officers and the leadership and who's to respond if officers are called to a location.
Sorry about that, Alpha.
Protecting the immigration.
I'm back, Alpha.
At this time,
Yeah, I was reviewing some stuff, and I'm here, but I'm not here, having a small conversation with the lady. She just walked in. She been at work all day. So like, yeah, I'm about to conversate with her for a hot minute, and then I'll be back with y'all. Okay, so hold tight. But more importantly, yeah, just hold on tight, and I'll be back. I'm just taking a small little break. You know what I'm saying? I've been here for 6 with y'all. Y'all can give me 50. Y'all can give me a 15-minute. Hug my woman, have a conversation, find my weed. So yeah, it is what it is. Your boy's gonna be back in a moment, so hold tight, all right? All right, y'all. Y'all got me back. Just getting my self situated so I can continue to hear this fucking shit from fucking Brandon Johnson. Jesus Christ, ignorant Negro. Oh, it makes me fucking so annoyed being black, seeing that. He said, I mean, aren't you blue? Yeah, I am blue, or was. Fucking, I think I'm completely done being anything Democrat at all. Like, this shit is embarrassing. I can't. Let's put like this. They didn't. Look, put like this. My girl was just telling me about how Notre Dame has predicted a political downfall of a political side. And right now, fucking Democrats are going through what I like to say is maybe I call it the death throes right now. They don't know how bad it is at all. I think there's a lot of people that have no clue, and the ones that do are trying desperately to save their fucking ass on their side. There's motherfuckers are burying their delegation, and it's crazy that they're allowing this stupid shit. I mean, I guess all the good Democrats went and joined fucking Trump. Like, that's how I feel at this point. All the good Democrats left and went and joined Trump, and it's crazy. Or, well, the ones that are gonna make a fucking difference at this point in time. Ooh wee! Oh my God! Oh shit! All right, I'm back. I just had to tighten it up. Let's hit this.
But we are analyzing it for impact. Thank you for the question.
Did she say it?
Good morning. Or when we have leaders who actually are committed to upholding.
Hold on, I want to go back to where that dude said that crazy shit.
A Republican won the popular vote. Yeah, that's saying something. So I don't know where you get your facts from.
Look. I gotta look. I'm about to laugh my ass off.
Question he would go speak before Congress. Right. Yeah. Because Trump and the borders are here. Yeah. He's scared. He going to jail. Yeah. This fool said it don't matter who's in the White House. Yeah. Oh yes, it do. That's why you got people raiding your city. That's why you got an attorney.
Hey.
That's why you're
Weirdo.
thinking about going. Yeah.
Come here.
In their neighborhood that's fully funded to have reliable transportation, environmental justice, all the investments that we're making. That's what the people of Chicago are experiencing in my administration. So again, regardless of who's in the White House, it's not going to be a determinant of whether or not we're going to hold up to our values. We are a welcoming city. We're proud of that work. And we'll continue to make sure that we're protecting the interests of all working people in the city.
Mayor, your reaction to Borders Are Tom Homan making his presence known here in your city over the weekend and the arrest that happened, and your overall thoughts on this first week of the Trump administration, particularly when it comes to our city.
Well, look, what's clear from this administration is that they do not have the full pulse or the breadth of what people in America are calling for. And, you know, he has made...
Won the popular vote. Yeah, and he made what he wanted to do known. It's not like he kept this a big secret. Yeah. He said it's going to be the biggest mass deportation event in history. Yeah. and the country voted, and for the first time in how many years? 15, 20 years, a Republican won the popular vote. Yeah, that's saying something. So I don't know where you get your fact from.
It is no secret that he wants to dismantle the education department. You know, he's made it very
you want to sit right there, buddy? You can sit right there.
The very sensibilities of our democracy to make sure that we're protecting the civil rights of individuals. Look, as a former public school teacher, the fact that everything that we won and fought for during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I've said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for what we...
My man said he made a bold claim. Look, this boy don't know how bad. When did he say this shit? He said this shit at about noon.
The education department. He's made it very clear that he is not willing to, uphold the very sensibilities of our democracy to make sure that we're protecting the civil rights of individuals. Like, as a former public school teacher, the fact that everything
that boy is smoking something
during Reconstruction, he is trying to roll back the hands of time. And as I said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for working people. That's what my mission is. The city of Chicago, we are the heartbeat of America. And
that boy said some outlandish shit.
Hands of time. And as I've said, that there's a clear disdain for the fact that the Civil War went in a direction that clearly there are people in this country have not accepted. So we're going to continue to stand up for working people. That's what my mission is. The city of Chicago, we are the heartbeat of America. And we
bringing back the Confederacy. The Confederacy was Democrats. The North, who beat the Confederacy, became the Republican Party. What do you, man?
We'll continue to lead the way.
Mayor,
good morning.
Are you angry, or were you angry or surprised at getting that letter? What was your initial reaction at reading it?
Well, I don't get angry. It's just not my temperament. Sometimes I might, get a little frustrated, but Look, my focus is investing in people. That's what the people of Chicago deserve. You see the full force of government on display, you know, here. We're not going to get sidetracked and allow anyone to push us to forfeit our humanity. We're not going to surrender that. So I'm focused on investing in people. We have a lot of work that we have.
This boy is wildin'.
And I'm grateful that there are many people.
Ooh, sorry, Kitty. I almost stepped on you.
And pivoting a little bit, the White House also put temporary funding, cut temporarily funding to projects across the country, nonprofits, agencies, governments. I'm wondering if you can talk about what could be affected or what you're worried about.
Boy, they is getting good shit out of this dude.
Is that in jeopardy of being on hold? Or
they know this Negro is getting fired, son. They're getting him to run at the mouth.
This administration has a great deal of disdain for working people. I'm going to pass it to my corporate counsel here.
Why does he say these things?
You know, I had a conversation earlier today with Senator Durbin as well as Senator Duckworth. These are unprecedented attempts, but to attempt to defund childcare or to defund, you know, infrastructure projects, this is something that is well outside the purview of the executive office. These appropriations have been mandated by the legislative branch. These are laws.
Stop. The thing is, if the president and his new administration seem that if he deemed that something is not worth the money, we're not going to continue to spend money. If you and another thing you said that this is unprecedented. I mean, Barack Obama, he deported way more people than any other president. It's not unprecedented. And it's okay to say no when you want to spend money on something. Like, Detroit used to be a vibrant city like Chicago. Yeah. I think in about 10, 15, 20 years, Chicago is going to fall apart. Yeah, because everybody's fleeing the city. Yeah, just that city is going to fall apart. It's going to turn into Detroit. The only thing that's going to be like, you still a lot of white people in Detroit, they left. And that's diversity, and now look at it. It's unprecedented crime.
And you know, we as a country of laws and democracy, we have leaders who actually
Why would you say that? You make absolutely no sense. You're the textbook definition of circular reasoning. Yeah, nothing you say makes sense. Yeah, because we live in a country of laws. Yeah, but when the federal government enforces our immigration laws, yeah, it's terrorism.
It's the most tremendous
that law.
musical experience you can have. And now,
hold on. There you go.
All the EOs and directives are under legal review. We, like every other city, that it will be subject to what has been advanced as a path forward. We'll be analyzing it to see what its impact is on the city, both in terms of our budget, any existing projects and initiatives. So rest assured.
Why is my camera?
Again, I'm going to say I have to be careful about saying.
That what you potentially could be breaking the law. You know why they got that white guy back there? To make them look more credible.
Is that why?
Yeah, they're black. Let's get a white guy. Y'all got so much diversity. Let's put a white guy up here and give us some credibility.
It's the most tremendous
more at this time, but we are analyzing it for impact. Thank you for everyone.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Do you or any of your colleagues here know the exact number of Chicago residents who have been detained since ICE and immigration enforcement began their new operation here on Sunday?
I'm going to turn that to our police superintendent, Larry Snell.
Good morning.
No, he can't answer no goddamn questions.
Where the city is minority, right?
It,
now it's available for everyone.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, okay, I take that back. He looks respectful. Yeah, he looks soft. Though. Look at all them stars on that dude. Got 4 stars on him. This dude is respectful. And he probably earned his position.
Superintendent Superintendent Larry Snelling, Chicago Police Department. What I can tell you right now is that we don't have an exact number of Chicago people who have been detained. But what I can tell you is that the number in the Chicagoland area exceeds 100.
That includes near suburbs as well.
Yes, so we're looking at the Chicagoland area, so not just Chicago itself, but all of our surrounding suburbs.
And one follow-up perhaps for you, Superintendent. What communication, if any, are you hearing? I know you are not allowed to communicate about people's immigration status with federal officials, but what are you hearing, if anything, from immigration enforcement officials? Your office.
So our officers have direct information on how to respond to these things if they're called to it. And as you can see, standing here is the leadership of all of our bureaus. That communication goes out to our officers and the leadership and who's to respond if officers are called to a location that pertains to immigration. As you know, based on the Welcoming City Ordinance, that we're prohibited from engaging with federal agencies when it comes to immigration. So we follow the laws around that. However, there is direct communication. It would be irresponsible of me as the leader of the police department in the city of Chicago not to have some.
Look how he looking at the back of his head like he gonna punch him.
To know when they're coming to our city, and with that communication, we do get information as to when they're going to show up. And now we don't get that information way ahead of time because obviously they're not going to jeopardize their operation.
Because y'all probably y'all probably have a megaphone go up there saying, La Vega coming.
At the same time, and rightfully so, I understand that as an agent of law enforcement. So the communication is there, and my focus is to stay in direct contact with them so that we know what's going on at all times in our city.
Mayor, Chris Ty with CBS News Chicago. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you give us a little insight into your thinking for the folks who are here illegally with violent criminal pasts, taking them sort of off the radar, off the cost of getting them off the streets? Is there some value? Can you give us some sense? There's some value for those who meet that criteria. How are you thinking about those people right now?
Well, there's a federal law that clearly states if you are undocumented and you are convicted of a crime, you are subject to deportation. That's the law. I fully expect the federal government to uphold that law. Being a welcoming city, it simply states that our local police department will not behave as federal agents. There's a clear separation of powers there. You know, look, every administration, by the way, has deported individuals from our country. Every administration. We know those numbers, right? You know, this documentary that apparently is being worked on right now is just, it's tiresome, quite frankly. Because look, there's a real goal here to stoke fear.
He said deportations, I mean, what's going on is unprecedented. Then he comes back about 15, 10 minutes.
That boy is smoking.
All presidents have deported people. Like, this whole interview's just been contradiction after contradiction.
That boy is on something. He is on something.
American people, right? He's threatening funding for childcare. Threatening funding and whether or not we're going to have fully funded education in our country. There are schools that are being closed in Dallas, Texas. I mean, there are schools that are being subject to this terror all over the country.
Wait a minute. What school? Wait a minute. What school is being closed?
Mayors across this country who know
Ain't no fucking way a school getting closed right now. That's wild. That's
a bunch of black schools in Chicago, but they reopened them. Said they didn't have the money, the funding to open those schools for black people, to keep them open. But they reopened these schools and turned them into shelters for illegal immigrants.
yeah. So that happened.
Man, this interview is an hour and 12 minutes.
I'm thinking about every day because that's what the people of America are thinking about. How are they going to put food on their table? No answer from this administration.
No answer.
How are we going to ensure, that our communities have affordable homes? No answer from this administration.
You go to find affordable homes in the area where there's a lack of housing, and you letting illegal immigrants come to the country. It's already a housing shortage for citizens. And you talking about how the current administration has done nothing for affordable housing.
It's been 7 days.
Y'all been giving people money, flying them out here, give them debit cards. You don't give the American people that.
They trying everything.
No answer from this administration. And so, yes, that's tiresome because there's a whole host of elements in which this administration has threatened. And this idea that somehow, because you put your name on a piece of paper, you deserve an A+, that's not how leadership works. That's why the city of Chicago, we're leading the way to make sure that we are standing up for working people, and we will continue to do that.
Follow-up question. The vast majority of the...
Hey, they had so many Walmarts, so many businesses flee this country because they can't even turn a profit. I mean, flee the state of Illinois, Chicago, because they can't.
I forgot.
The food desert in Chicago, especially in the black community. Well, it's too many woke policies and it's destroying the city. I'm telling you, Chicago is going to turn into Detroit. Yes, NBC Chicago. Let's get the feel. Let's get the sentiment. Let's do what like the typical citizen is thinking and saying right now. Yeah. Look at this. Worst mayor in the history of Chicago. Hey, go ahead and give it another thumbs up. There you go. He's fighting for the...
What does it say on the name of this one? Mayor NBC. Yeah, NBC Chicago. Ain't that what I was watching it from? No, that's what I was watching earlier. Let's see. I gotta go and watch the rest of this. This shit is good.
Insane right now. Yeah. Look at this. Worst mayor in the history of Chicago. Hey, go ahead.
What did it all say?
We literally have acts of terror that are...
Chicago will respond to keep our city.
That we are making are ultimately designed to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago. You know, the particular letter.
We are confident. We are secure.
With the full force of government.
City safe. So
This,
we just want to make
look,
that distinction.
that boy is acting.
Clear
Acting. That boy is acting like he's.
And the federal agencies who are.
I'm not giving you no thumbs, son. I'm saving that shit though.
Operations Officer John Robertson, I'll let him speak to this too, is because this is not just about the coordination with the Chicago Police Department. This is with coordination with the full force of government.
This is send him to the house.
Thank you, Mayor. John Robertson, Chief Operating Officer.
There's a lot of American citizens regret that they ever voted for the mayor of Chicago. They just can't not wait to vote him out. You have money for everything except helping the homeless in Chicago. Y'all gotta be getting some kickbacks for protecting them criminals. Worry about solving the crimes in Chicago, sir.
Why our legal department is postured and in the position.
Hold on, I gotta read some of this. This shit's wild. Someone has some serious dirt on this guy. Chicago, I saw horrific things with my own eyes, and I'm from the Midwest. Chicago ain't nothing but a hop, skip, and a jump away. All right, my hometown is only like 4 or 5 hours away. It's like I can get up at like 8 in the morning. By the afternoon, I'm there at my mom's house. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I agree with that one. Oh, I gotta put it. What are we gonna say? Let's see. He is acting like he owns something. He can't. Let's see. His story can't keep his story straight. Just explaining himself. Yeah. I'm gonna comment. Now I'm gonna follow that comment up with this one. You can't argue for and against. Same subject. Hold on. Let's cut that out. You can't argue for the same subject in which you argue against. In which you can't argue for the same subject in which you argue against in the same sentence. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's more fitting, cause I'm an ass. You can't argue for the same subject in which you argue against in the same sentence. What are you on? Yeah, that felt better. That felt better. Yeah, that felt better. I swear I've said that before. And you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna push this to full screen for a second, because I gotta put this whole thing on the full screen. This is wild business, bro. Okay, yeah. It's because there you go. There you go. It's supposed to be auto fucking matic, but here, let's do Windows 10. Because it wants to play fucking funny. Save that shit. Alright, I'm gonna make this full screen here. Just move this over. All right, let's can I blow this up some more? What is this? Lock that window. Okay. That should be good enough. Fuck it. All right. So what I put up there was, let's see, probably make sure it's up there. There we go. Yep, that seems better. You can't argue for the same subject in which you argue against in the same sentence. What are you on? He is acting like he's on something. Brandon Johnson can't keep his story straight just explaining himself. Maybe I'm getting used to to President Trump or something, but he got a problem keeping his story straight. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this one. There we go. Ta-da. There. That second one looks better. We're gonna leave it like that. How about that? Alright. Yeah. We're gonna. Yeah. Yeah. Close enough. There. How many cameras do I have? If I have camera there, I can remove this one. Yeah, remove that. I have real camera right here. Yeah, that's the smoke and be right back overlay, whatever. I don't need that shit right now. Yeah. So let me go back to hearing this. This shit's funny.
Executive orders. That's been
This,
with the full force
like, homeboy look like a full-blown milk dud.
Mayor John Robertson, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Chicago.
Get it.
So from the time that we knew the results of the election, the mayor directed us to begin preparations for this transition of power. And so across the entire city enterprise, we have pulled together all the departments, all the various city agencies to prepare for this moment. That's why our legal department is postured and in the position to be able to respond to our executive orders. That's why the police department is ready to do their part in terms of constitutional policing. That's why our various departments are ready
in the fuck?
To serve and protect the residents of the city of Chicago, because that is the directive that Mayor Johnson gave us. And so in this moment, we are not fearful, we are confident, we are secure, and we're going to be decisive in doing the things that we need to do to protect and serve the residents of our city.
One quick follow-up, Mayor. When you see a memo come out about pausing federal funding, do you see that perhaps as a way to encourage sanctuary cities, welcoming cities to change policies because cities like Chicago rely on federal funding to keep its operation going?
Well, look, I'm not going to speculate, the impetus behind, that letter. What I can say is, as Mary Richardson Laurie has articulated, there will be a full review of the executive orders, including this particular letter that was sent to me. Here's what I do know. The federal government has a responsibility to ensure that every single resident across this country receives ample amount of investments to ensure vibrancy as well as
legal residents,
the ability to pursue happiness.
Oh my God, you're so cooked.
I wish, maybe I shouldn't wish this, but I wish I had a better sense of why this administration has shown so much disdain towards working people. You know, child care and elderly care. These are things that the people of Chicago require from their federal government, because those are the tax dollars that we expect to be delivered back to us in those services. Same thing with transportation, our environment. All of the investments that we are making are ultimately designed to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago. So whatever the motives are of this administration, I can't speak to. All I can say is that there are people across the city of Chicago and this country that
boy, you
federal government that doesn't show.
You're wild, my guy.
Now more than ever, we have to do everything in our power to ensure that working people will have the ability again to pursue a life of happiness in this beloved country, and we deserve to have a democracy that reflects our values, and that's why we're going to continue to lead the way in the city of Chicago to demonstrate that regardless of who's in the White House, we're going to continue to fight to ensure that a better, stronger, safer Chicago becomes a reality.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Do you all have an estimate, maybe a dollar figure, for how much grant funding could be subject to that federal freeze if it is upheld?
Annette, do we have a sense? I'll turn it to my budget director. Thank you.
Good morning, Annette Guzman. Thank you, Budget Director. We do. We did an analysis of all of our grant funding that we received last year, as well as what is anticipated to be received based on appropriations that have been enacted by Congress. You know, we have about $4 billion worth of grants in the city of Chicago, and a portion of that is federal direct grant dollars that we receive. And so we do know what is I guess, subject to the letter that just came out. We are analyzing our analysis again based on what OMB put out 8 p.m. last night. So we are going to be doing some further digging to better understand what's at present risk.
And would you know sort of which departments or which programs maybe could face the most holdup via that letter?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we do have that analysis, and we are working directly with those departments to better understand the impact of you know, funds if they were 100% no longer available. But again, this letter that just came out last night. We don't know the full implications of what OMB's actions will mean, and we don't know, you know, what potentially Congress will do based on you know, the letter that came out from OMB. So we're, again, that letter came out last night. We are analyzing it, and we'll be speaking directly with our departments.
Well, Annette, if you could stay right there.
I want to say one other quick thing to that, and I don't go too far ago. I spoke with Senators Durbin and Duckworth.
People can't make eye contact.
Other members of our congressional delegation. We are very blessed to have the congressional delegation that we have.
You about to go to jail.
We're going to continue to fight.
Are you technically threatening the U.S. government? There's no way he's that fucking stupid.
Is that the total grant funding that the city receives, and you expect some portion of that to be affected by the letter?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we do know is, you know, we have large grants in infrastructure. We have grants in almost, you know, from a lot of departments on the federal level. And so
somebody money is getting held up, and they is feeling some kind of way.
pronouncements from the Trump administration, both before coming into office as well as since they've taken office. And we are, again, analyzing all of our options. You know, we need some time to analyze the letter that came out from OMB last night, what does exactly mean to pause federal funding. But we're doing that work right now, and we'll have more to say later.
And I know there's a lot of uncertainty on this. Do you have an idea of how long that uncertainty has to last before, you know, you make decisions based on it, like not hiring for a grant from a position, not letting out a contract, those kind of real impacts that would translate? When do you start considering taking those actions?
That's a great question. I think that, you know, as our legal counsel had noted before, you know, we are reviewing those things right now. We have to talk directly with our departments to understand exactly what programming is at risk if we don't continue certain activities based on the pronouncements that have come out from OMB and from those POs. But, you know, we are hopefully going to be making those determinations sooner rather than later.
And again, I just want to underscore, as I've spoken with our senators, we're not entirely sure if he's working within the framework of his authority, right? So it's a legitimate question in terms of what this so-called pause means, but
yo, you wanna
determine whether or not the executive branch has the ability to uphold, or rescind a law that has been specified in terms of appropriations. Hey, I'm sorry, yo.
Very funny. Mayor, you didn't make a comment when other politicians did on Hamline. I don't think you publicly appeared in the areas affected by ICE efforts, but you're also clear today in your sanctuary city stances. What balance are you trying to strike when it comes to showing support for communities facing deportations and challenging Trump?
Calm leadership. It's calm leadership. This is what executive leadership looks like. Look, I have an incredible team. There's a lot of people who serve this city, whether you're in the police department, public health department, budget, streets and sanitation, our public schools, city colleges. As I've expressed, our chief operations officer has a responsibility.
Somebody needs to contact him before he fuck it up.
Protocols that maintain. I know that there is duress and stress. Talking to my deputy mayor for migrant and refugee rights, Beatrice Ponce de Leon, and she is doing an absolute fabulous job of coordinating with our alders, with our community-based organizations, partners, and there's real anxiety in the air. And
you gotta stop this madness, bro, and act right. This is crazy.
This administration is,
bro, you're stoking this fear and you're gaslighting the shit out of it.
We're going to continue to challenge the federal government to make critical investments in the lives of people who want a better, stronger, safer Chicago. And so just like we dealt with the crisis at the border when the Republican Party attacked our city, sending buses without notice, we got through that. We're going to get through this moment.
What?
We'll do it together.
And another question for you and Superintendent Snelling. Do you know
when the Republican
individuals taken into custody in Chicago and whether they were indeed convicted of violent offenses, as Trump officials have said?
So what I will tell you about that is that we don't have that information right now. We leave that to the federal agencies who take those people into custody. But again, and I'll say it again, what has been communicated to us, and this was communicated to us directly from the federal agency, that they're looking for people with criminal convictions. So we're staying focused on what we do as a police department for the city of Chicago and keeping people safe. But we also
just
want to
snitched him out
to people.
So y'all know what it's about. Y'all are just hooping and hollering because y'all hate Trump. Great. Y'all got y'all whole people pissed off and terrified because y'all want to be bad stewards.
You know that you are a law-abiding citizen here in or just a law-abiding individual here in the city of Chicago who, wants to work and provide for your family, show up to work.
Did you catch that? He slipped up again. He just dry snitched him out, and then watch this.
To show up to work. There's no need to be afraid to go to school. If you know that you are a law-abiding citizen here in or just a law-abiding individual here in the city of Chicago who, wants to work and provide for your family, show up to work. If the kids need to be educated, and let's take the fear out of it.
No matter how you say it, if you're not subject to our laws, you can't be in our country, stupid. Like, I don't know, like, why is there always arguments about this? You're like, oh, it's a law. It's federal. You broke a law of the highest magnitude of our land at any level. If it's federal and you broke it. Brandon Johnson's about to get everybody down there arrested, kicked out, fired. That's jail time, buddy. Y'all talking reckless. Like y'all are in charge of the government. Yo, I can't even make this shit up. This is...
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
What communications did CPS officials make to your office on Friday before they told the press that there was an ICE raid at Hamlin Elementary?
Period.
He
cannot answer no questions.
Good morning.
Keep calling folks.
The lines of communication will be stronger. This is why we waited to make sure we verified information before information was out. The lines of communication with CPS and all of our agencies will be stronger. As the mayor mentioned, this is some of the...
Why is Child Protective Services involved?
Can you be more specific on how the protocol will be improved? Because it did seem like from our end that the sister agency is not in lockstep with City Hall.
Yeah, the protocol will be improved because our COO is leading that effort to make sure people understand their roles and responsibilities and making sure those protocols are followed going forward.
Cool. Mayor Johnson, there are over 400,000 illegal aliens, migrants in the state of Illinois, city of Chicago. Many of them have criminal and deportation orders. There are, at best, because of Chicago's sanctuary city policy, a revolving door policy towards illegal aliens who have committed the most heinous of crimes. Chicagoans are asking me, what would it take for you to perhaps take their safety and their security seriously? If something were to happen, if an illegal were to rape, rob, murder, commit a hit and run against you or Stacy, your wife, would that be enough for you to take this public safety crisis seriously?
Well, safety is our top priority, and
it's gonna have to hit home. Oh, why? Oh, you're an asshole, buddy. You're a whole asshole. I can't believe you said that. I mean, it had to be said, but I gotta hear this question again.
At best, the protocol will be improved because our COO is leading that effort to make sure people understand their roles and responsibilities and making sure those protocols are followed going forward.
Mayor Johnson, there are over 400,000 illegal aliens, migrants in the state of Illinois, city of Chicago. Many of them have criminal and deportation orders. There are, at best, because of Chicago's sanctuary city policy, a revolving door policy towards illegal aliens who have committed the most heinous of crimes.
This is why y'all ratings suck. I only watch because it's pure torture.
Perhaps take their safety and their security seriously. What if something were to happen, if an illegal were to
rape, rob, murder, commit a, I don't know, a hit and run against you or Stacy, your wife, would that be enough for you to take this public safety crisis seriously?
Well,
That's a yes or a no. That's a yes or a no, buddy. That you just said your kids and your wife. He asked the question about your kids and your wife. Your answer better be fucking concise. I know when you get home, your woman's about to get at you, buddy.
Their safety and their security seriously. What if something were to happen, if an illegal were to rape, rob, murder, commit a, I don't know, a hit and run against you or Stacy, your wife, would that be enough for you to take this public safety crisis seriously?
Well, safety is our top priority. And we've already made critical investments in the city of Chicago to continue to build safer communities. That's why in every major category, violent crime continues to go down because of...
No, it doesn't.
And so the federal government has a responsibility.
Why is he lying?
That if there are individuals that are undocumented that have been convicted of a crime, that is their responsibility to apprehend those individuals and deport them. That's nothing new. Every administration has done that. Some administrations have been aggressively working to deport individuals. I believe between 2006 and 2016, I believe it was about 2 million individuals were deported. So this is not unprecedented in that regard.
2 million?
Federal agents that have the responsibility.
Who is getting deported?
And deport undocumented individuals that have been charged or convicted of a crime. That is their responsibility, and I fully expect them to uphold the law.
The people of Chicago tell me that your answers are nothing more than double talk, word salad, pre-scripted PR statements. Tom Holman showed up in Chicago and within 24 hours found a convicted sex offender who has been living in our city since 2009, flouting the sex offender registry. If he can do this, why can't you?
Because that's their job. That is their job.
Oh!
As a responsibility to make sure that individuals who are undocumented, who have been charged with, convicted of a crime, it is the federal government's responsibility to do their part and uphold the law. Our local police department, along with our public health department, along with our...
Oh, your buddy, they got to keep you from talking. You got to stop talking.
And as
I'm telling you, I'm not...
Those critical investments, you continue to see the results of those investments.
Buddy, you got to stop talking. Somebody got to get him down.
Good morning, man.
Good morning.
Oh, he's staying up there. Oh, use a...
The city do to assure people who are now afraid that they can go to work, they can go to church when the authorities are allegedly operating under the permission to go to churches and schools. How can you make people feel more secure when they're hearing from Washington that those places that they feel should be secure are not?
Well, those places are secure and they are safe. And, you know, as the superintendent indicated, he's in communication with you know, key members within the federal government that provide detail of where they will seek.
This is wild business.
In this category.
Buddy, you're not doing your job.
Led by our Deputy Mayor of Community Safety and our Deputy Mayor of Immigrant, Migrant, and Refugee Rights. Beatrice, would you like to speak to some of that work that we are doing to ensure the people of Chicago that they are safe?
Thank you. Good morning, Beatriz Ponce Leon, Deputy Mayor for Immigrant, Migrant, and Refugee Rights. I just...
Oh! Did you just say Deputy Mayor? Maybe that's why he wasn't talking. He's like, the enemy's right here. I'm gonna just say a bunch of conflicting shit. Maybe y'all figure out. That's why he looked like that, maybe. He was blinking hard, trying to let us know, help, they gonna kill me. Let me find out the cartels is there.
Right. But there is ongoing work that's being done and led by our Deputy Mayor of Community Safety and our Deputy Mayor of Immigrant, Migrant, and Refugee Rights. Beatrice, would you like to speak to some of that work that we are doing to ensure the people of Chicago that they are safe?
Good morning, Beatriz Ponce Leon, Deputy Mayor for Immigrant, Migrant, and Refugee Rights. I just want to reiterate that our campaign to share information that is people's rights in this country and partnering with community groups to do that is making a difference in giving people information that they need to make decisions for themselves and their families. There is certainly fear in communities that have been torn apart before. People here who've been living in the U.S., working, paying taxes, sending their children to school, we are seeing that there is heightened fear of what might be happening with this immigration enforcement. And they will make the decisions they need for themselves and their families. Our role is to give them some information that they can use to work with our community partners to get that information out. I also encourage folks who are concerned to connect to those community organizations that are supporting immigrants and refugees. Chicago is a place that has a robust network of social services organizations and legal services organizations, not just for immigrants and refugees, but for all Chicagoans. And this is a moment to connect with those groups, to be in community as people make those determinations for themselves about how to feel safe in Chicago. We have heard multiple times today that the city will continue to follow the Welcoming City Ordinance and do our part to make sure that our city departments and sister agencies know how to respond to add a layer of confidence and safety in our communities as well.
Thank you. And just one other question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
How do you feel about the presence of Dr. Phil accompanying the federal agents?
Yeah, my communications team, they're not going to be happy with me right now. I know that.
He got a communications team too? You're a mayor. How much money are you?
Fear is unconscionable and abhorrent. There's no other way to describe it. We're talking about people's lives. Look, we're all committed to making sure that we have safe communities, all of us. I have not met anyone, regardless of your political ideology, that you don't want safe communities. I mean, I think we can fundamentally agree as Americans, as global residents, that we want safe communities.
Global residents? Why does this dude sound like he's like on the other side?
That's fair. That's what democracy should lend itself.
What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with democracy, what you talking about. I can't even speak. I'm so flabbergasted.
And we fully reject the level of intimidation that this administration is trying to uphold. We're Chicago. We're built different. We're not going to be afraid of anybody that is threatening the livelihood and our economic structure in this city. Look, we fought hard to get $432 million from the federal government to assist the west side and south sides of the city of Chicago who experienced flooding. We fought hard to make sure that red line extension, $1.97 billion to finalize the extension.
But it don't cost. Yeah, but that's
this city. And with all the work that we have to do to build and to strengthen our economy, the last thing that anybody would have ever expected from someone with that level of power is to threaten, to popularize people's fear, and then work to intimidate, to withhold federal dollars to ensure that we can have better, stronger, safer cities. So, I don't. This was not the ideal way in which I wanted to end up on Dr. Phil, on his show, but for whatever it's worth, just know that we are not entertained, but we are very much determined to continue to ensure that working people are protected in this city.
Hi, Mandy.
Hi.
Earlier we heard Superintendent Snelling say, we don't interfere with ICE. In the letter sent from Rep. Comer, it refers to the city's policies as misguided and obstructionist. What's your response to that language?
Mary?
Mary Richardson, Laurie Corporation Counsel. I respectfully disagree. We have set forth a series of guidelines within the framework of the law. We understand what the law requires of us. We understand if there's possibly issues.
Why is she speaking for the mayor is what concerns me.
Search warrant, that is federal. We are obligated to honor it, and we will. I will not lean into rhetoric, but we will lean into what is required of us legally in terms of responding to the moment. So,
the EOs, and you're reviewing the letter and making a decision on whether or not the mayor would potentially testify. Do you have any sense of when that review would be complete?
I do not.
Wait a minute, whose shoes was that?
Potentially testify. Do you have on whether or not the EO? One follow-up for you.
Oh, my man's.
You said you're reviewing the EOs and you're reviewing the letter and making a decision on whether or not the mayor would potentially testify. Do you have any sense of when that review would be complete?
I do not. I don't want to proffer a timeline. As you are probably aware, there are new EOs being issued on this date. So we are continuing to review all of those documents, as well as any directives, any letters of communication. All of this ties it together. And just for a level setting, each of those things affects a city and its citizenry. So we take it really serious, and we have to be thorough in our analysis. We will not genuflect.
Y'all haven't even been affected yet. He's doing an audit of all things being spent.
I don't mean to be rude, but my questions are for Superintendent Snelling.
You're not rude.
Superintendent, there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect, and I'm hoping you can help me with this. You're saying that you don't have clear information from the federal officials about whether the people detained by ICE have been convicted of serious crimes, but you're saying that people should not live in fear and that they should go and work, they should go to work and to school, when folks like Tom Homan have said that if they encounter somebody who is here undocumented, regardless of whether they've been convicted or even accused of a criminal offense, they will be detained. How do you square that?
First of all, I don't necessarily understand the disconnect. I think what I was clear about was the information that's provided to us about their focus. Right now, I know that there are other things that are being said, and when you look at the information around all of this, there's a lot of misinformation out there, bad information that's been put out there, and there are a lot of people that use this information to stoke fears. The communication that we have directly from the federal agency is that their focus is would be people who are undocumented, who have committed violent crimes and have been convicted of crimes. So that's the communication that's coming to us. What we have not seen is that we have not seen federal agents running through Chicago looking for children, going to work locations and grabbing people. So that's our communication with them. So I can't tell you the focus of everyone involved and the statements that they make. I can't define that for you. But what I can tell you is that the communication that we have directly with the federal agencies who are here right now is that their focus has been streamlined to people who have been convicted of criminal activity.
And shifting gears a little bit, one of the 1,500 or so people pardoned by President Trump for engaging in the January 6th Capitol riot was a former Chicago police officer who now says with this pardon he would like his job back with the Chicago Police Department. Is he somebody who should be a Chicago police officer?
Well, listen, let me just say this.
Wow.
When it comes to the Chicago Police Department, we look for people of the greatest character. This is the greatest police department in the world, I believe, and we have great people here. So what I'm not going to do is talk about one particular case, but we're going to make sure that we have the people who are the best of character working for this department.
Hi, thank you so much for.
Are you going to be rude and ask somebody else a question like Heather? No, go ahead.
So sorry, I was actually going to. Superintendent, apologies.
He feeling himself right now. I hope that fucking meth work.
Curious, and I know, Superintendent, you mentioned that these federal agents are not running around and just nabbing people. But I was curious if in these operations there have been any
DI initiatives.
Public safety has been an issue overall for Chicagoans, where your officers have had to respond to something, whether it's people feeling unsafe or any sort of public safety issue around these enforcement actions by the federal government.
That has not happened at this time. There was a dust-up Friday where people had fears about agents going to a school, which we found out was not true. And that's information that I dig into. So when the administration, when the mayor's office needs that information, it's my job to make sure that I provide it to the mayor's office. They were very responsive to the information that we pushed forward to make sure that we tackled that in a way that would bring down the fears of people. But what I will say is this: when it comes to criminal activity, we're the Chicago Police Department. We're going to show up for our city. We're going to make sure that our citizens here and our people here, everyone who is a resident here of Chicago, we're going to make sure that they're safe. No one should be afraid to report a crime. Regardless of your status, if you are the victim of a crime, domestic violence, things of that nature, come forward. We as the Chicago Police Department, we're just going to address that crime.
Buddy, you're so bad.
To keep everyone safe. That being said, if around this particular situation, if there's some violent activity, if there's criminal activity that arises out of this, we as the Chicago Police Department, we are going to respond. This is our city. We want to make sure it's safe. We need to know what's going on in this city. I have a great team. We're absolutely prepared to show up and do the right thing, police constitutionally, and we're ready to do whatever is necessary to keep this city safe. Look, when it comes,
why are you trying to protect? Why are you protecting yourself from the federal government?
I don't care.
Do you are
in this city
keeping who safe? If they're there to get illegal criminals out our country, and citizens aren't illegals, who the fuck are you defending? Sounds like people that is not supposed to be here. Buddy, you can't, y'all can't be this stupid. Y'all can't be this stupid. And Lori Lightfoot over there. Oh, Lori Lightfoot's out here. I ain't heard from her in forever. Findings into Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard. So they throwing one nigga under the bus. All right. Can't throw two underneath the bus at the same time. It's suspicious. Lori Lightfoot get pulled up. I'm just playing. I don't even know nothing like that. I would just be guessing about it because some of the way they acting is wild.
We're going to go after you. And it doesn't matter if you're a born citizen here or if you're an immigrant. If you come to our city to commit acts of violence and violent crime, we're going to show up and we're going to go after you. And once apprehended, we're going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. That's what
y'all haven't done it yet.
And then I had one quick follow, because we've been hearing from a lot of people in the community that children are not going to school because they're afraid. And I'm wondering if there has been a dip in attendance at CPS, or if there has been a dip in individuals reporting crimes because they're too afraid to come forward. Have any of these things, have you seen any of these things happen since the enforcement action started in Chicago?
I'll address the latter question there when it comes to the reporting. I can't provide that information for you right now because I'm really not sure. We'd have to do some type of analysis on that. But with this level of fear, I'm pretty sure that there are some people who have not stepped up and reported a crime that may have been committed against them out of fear. And this is why I'm saying clearly here right now, as the Chicago Police Department, if you should not be afraid to report a crime that has been committed against you because of your status. We are the Chicago Police Department. We're going to show up and we're going to respond to a crime that has been committed against someone. Okay, I'll turn it over to the mayor for the other.
For our schools and our businesses, of course, there's real fear to the extent to which, people have decided to stay home.
I wonder if they know the sanctuary laws is supposed to include, it only includes those.
We're here to reassure them.
I hope they know that sanctuary laws that they passed, the definition when they filed them for the federal government is those who are allowed to be here. I wonder how long they gonna. That's the reason why Tom Holman and them is not worried about them right now. Trump and them, or the fucking Congress already called them up, talking about, hey, what's good? like, buddy, you don't know that you in trouble, and you's in big trouble. Otherwise, you acting real shifty as hell. All that laughing. Homeboy didn't even wear a pair of dress shoes. He wore a pair of Nikes and a suit. What do you think, he was going to jail today? And when they hear about this cocky ass shit you did, bro, you was in trouble.
It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone. It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have. And now it's available for everyone.
Alright, about to go turn this mine in soon. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Shit. Had to do some stuff real quick, like put food in the microwave or something.
It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have.
Okay.
And now it's available for everyone.
I should probably just beeline it back to Honor Hold. Probably get a few. I can only get. I'm only allowed to hit 6. Yeah, I can only hit like 6. Oh shit, like 6 more nodes on the way. Otherwise, my bag's full again. I gotta throw away more shit.
And now it's available for everyone.
How about less? I just got 3 on that one. There's no way they're dropping one at a time on that. I need Denstone right now. The fuck now? Buzzard. Don't need that. Give me this. There. I was waiting to get fire. I got plenty of earth right now, cool. And what? 14? That was 2 nodes. Alright. Alright, let me go back to hearing this craziness over here. This boy is wilding.
They can go and send their children to school. They should go to work. Again, what this administration is attempting to do, he is attempting to get us to surrender our humanity. We're not going to do that in Chicago. Our deputy mayor for immigrant, migrant, and refugee rights, deputy mayor for community safety, working with the full force of government to ensure all residents of this city will be protected.
Good morning, Mayor. My question is for Superintendent Snelling. Superintendent, you kind of touched on this, but do you happen to have a number of how many people that have been detained by ICE are actually collateral damage, and how many do actually have a criminal background?
Here's what I don't have those numbers, right? So that's information that you would actually have to get from the federal agency themselves. So we don't track that. We just make sure that we know what's going on in the city so that we can keep as much peace as we can and bring down whatever fears and provide whatever information we can for the public.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
There's been a lot of discussion about fears within certain communities over the ICE operation, and then there's some at least discussion or concern about what impact the freeze, if it's temporary on federal grants, could have on the city. Knowing both of those things, have you considered seeking a meeting or at least a phone conversation with President Trump?
Well, you know, look, the federal government withholding dollars that have been appropriated by law, again, this is unprecedented. I've spoken with both of our United States senators, many people in our congressional delegation who have been on Capitol Hill for years. I mean, Senator Durbin has been there, you know, I'm sure he'll blush when I say this, but about as long as I've been alive. I mean, and even he has said that this is unprecedented. There is no script and model for this. It's dangerous. I've also said repeatedly.
What level of panic DEFCON 5 are they at?
Meet with anyone around how we can build a better, stronger, safer Chicago, regardless of who's in the White House.
He is terrified.
Frederick Douglass probably bit down hard on his teeth when he had to sit across from people who did not see him as a human. You know, if Fannie Lou Hamer can sit with individuals.
This has nothing to do with you.
For the sake of my ancestors and for the sake of this democracy, we are prepared to meet with anyone. I mean, at some point, Jefferson Davis had to.
You confused? Are you, bro? Are you equating? Are you equating slavery? Are you treating the immigrants like slaves? Like, what do you mean? Get to the point.
Lincoln.
Everything you're saying sounds real. This is what you call reverse racism. It makes no fucking sense. And this is coming from a minority person. Hey, me. The fuck is wrong with this? Clearly he's got some fucking issues. Clearly. Fucking issues. Okay. Okay, so that's my damage. Tanking. I have that shit on. I don't even need that for tanking. Fuck it. I'll just run around with my fucking beat you in the face gear on. Well, it worked just fine with it, didn't it? This dude is full blown banana cakes. I don't even clearly know what to say about this. Buddy is gone. And I don't know what the
point. Our democracy requires us to show up for people. I'm always going to show up on behalf of the people of this city and for the sake of our democracy.
So it sounds like you're open to it, but have you directly sought out a meeting?
I am open to having a conversation with anyone. My number hasn't changed. In fact, my number goes back so far, there are individuals that I didn't even know that still have my phone number that call me and text me. Again, I've had conversations repeatedly with our congressional delegation. If the President of the United States of America wants to meet with me, I'm a phone call away.
But, okay.
All right,
That's
thank you
fine.
very much.
So I just want to clarify, you haven't reached out, but you're open to it.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
I want to ask you a little bit about the potential economic impact of this situation. Last week, we were down in the Little Village neighborhood, the 26th Street corridor, second busiest in the city of Chicago, was virtually empty. And the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce said even before the ice raids last week, they were seeing an economic impact. So many of these businesses are mom and pop businesses. What are your concerns about the economic impact of what's going on right now, especially in these communities? And what can the city do, if anything, to try to help them get through this?
Well, the first thing that we're doing is we're making sure, and our deputy mayor, Beatrice Ponce de Leon, already spoke to this, making sure that businesses and the community, that they know their rights. Our chief operations officer working with our city agencies and all of our departments to make sure that that is blasted out. Our CTA has worked to make
Buddy
sure
gonna
that
get people in big ass troubles.
Commissioner acting commissioner.
You wildin', buddy.
Our commissioner for Department of Planning and Development. We just released $30 million into the community to continue to grow and encourage small businesses. My $1.25 billion investment bond, the largest in the history of Chicago, those dollars that we have made available to grow businesses and to support those businesses. So that work will continue. As far as the entire economic impact, our budget director has spoken to that. I'm happy to bring her back. Please, Annette, if you want to speak.
That goes to
that.
big
But
to transmute, I think.
The whole point of that level of intimidation is to have that type of impact. That's what terror does. It works to disrupt the way of life. We literally have acts of terror that are being promulgated from the federal government. Look, I know many of you in here enjoyed your social studies classes. As a proud social studies teacher, I can't emphasize enough not just how unprecedented this is, but what it is reminiscent of. As Mark Twain said, that history doesn't repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. Annette?
My guy.
Budget director. And so I think there was comments made earlier about the immigration detentions having and stoking fear within communities. The letter that went out and the EOs that have come out around federal funding have also had the same impact on agencies and small businesses that receive dollars from the city of Chicago through federal funds. And that's also
What happened is people went ahead
very real and deep,
and at some point forgot the federal government is in charge of everything. The reason why they're in charge is to help us, because we have local people who are willing to screw us. We finally get somebody in there that's going to be getting some shit done, and y'all are terrified. Y'all are terrified, buddy. You're terrified. It's wild. There ain't no need. Now with the way people acting nowadays, I need to, protect myself.
concern from those who receive federal funding as to how this will impact their operations, how this will impact the communities that depend on those operations. And we are working with them right now. We're working with our departments who give out those dollars to better understand, the direct impact. But it all comes under the framework of understanding the legality of the orders to begin with and the letters that have come out from OMB, which is what we're doing right now.
But for those restaurants and stores that are seeing their customer base just dry up right now, is there anything in the immediate short term that can be done for them?
So for us, when it comes to dollars that we give out, we follow the same process as Congress.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. Biden and them let all these immigrants in, or not immigrants. Yeah, they let a bunch of immigrants in. Correction. They let a bunch of people in on on probation without stipulating any stipulations to it underneath the same laws that govern immigration. Somebody came in and said, "Oh, ICE hasn't been working in a while. Let me go ahead and make sure they're able to do their job." And this is what y'all is seeing. I'm a little terrified that the common sense factor hasn't wore down. I'm almost an hour in, and I promise you I'm not even done yet. And this is terrifying what y'all are doing. Y'all gonna make it so black folks don't never get votes. Y'all making people look ugly right now.
We have appropriations. And so for my office, when it comes to the dollars that they've appropriated out of the city's funding, those are continuing. When it comes to the federal funds, that's what we are working through right now with our legal department to understand those executive orders and to understand the orders or the rules and the letters that came out from OMB.
So
our appropriations in the same way that
y'all gonna find out. Don't worry, you'll find out.
The appropriations that City Council has appropriated, it's the same kind of concept that we're looking into as to whether or not these EOs have the authority over congressional spending.
They do.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Back to the situation that happened at Hamline Elementary School last week. Alderman Jeanette Taylor is calling on you and CPS to kind of come up with a coordinated plan when ICE actually does show up. Have you been in direct contact with Pedro Martinez about the future and what would happen if ICE actually did show up at a school?
So all of those coordinated procedures have been laid out, Deputy Mayor Gatewood?
And if you can be specific on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already issued public external guidance through the Department of Law for each of our agencies to follow. CPS actually did follow it up to a point, obviously not to a point of having a press conference without having confirmed information, but making sure they reach out to their...
Oh, he's mad. Yo, he's mad. He just realized that somebody just wrote everybody in on some fucking craziness. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that's what the fuck just happened. Welcome. Fucking welcome to the party, pal. This is... Buddy. This is so bad right now. So bad. This is so bad right now. So... There's 125 in big bags. Hold on. Let me grab that. Oh, buddy, you don't know how bad this is.
General Counsel, making sure that General Counsel reaches out to the...
He said, ain't nobody... Look at this dude's face. He look like he going to jail. He about to get his shoe suit off. He know he done.
Last week. Alderman Jeanette Taylor is calling on you and CPS to kind of come up with a coordinated plan when ICE actually does show up. Have you been in direct contact with Pedro Martinez about the future and what would happen if ICE actually did show up at a school?
So all of those coordinated procedures have been laid out, Deputy Mayor Gatewood?
And if you can be specific on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already issued public external guidance through the Department of Law for each of our agencies to follow. CPS actually did follow it up to a point, obviously not to a point of having a press conference without having confirmed information, but making sure they reach out to their...
You see how you look at the back of Buddy's head like he about to punch him? He felt that. He felt that. It was real. Buddy was feeling that. That was real right there. He wanted to fight. Buddy gonna want to fight. Okay. Buddy feels some kind of way about this situation they got him stuck in. I can guarantee it. The shit he just said. Hold on. Play that shit. Listen.
And if you can be specific on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already issued public external guidance through the Department of Law for each of our agencies to follow. CPS actually did follow it up to a point, obviously not to a point of having a press conference without having confirmed information, but making sure they reach out to their General Counsel and making sure that General Counsel reaches out to the Department of Law. Those issues will follow. Now, obviously, we'll continue to work with CPS and all of our agencies so they can understand their roles and the procedures when federal agents, not just ICE, come into their schools or into their place of business. This is not the first time this has happened. It won't be the last time, but we'll make sure folks are prepared.
And Mayor, just to follow up on CPS, the Chicago Teachers Union is talking about a possibility of a strike vote. Since you still have control over Chicago Public Schools, what will you do to make sure there is not a strike on your watch?
Well, the entire city of Chicago is clear about what our schools need to look like. There's no debate there, right? Clear investments to ensure that a high quality education exists in all of our neighborhoods. That is my vision. The Board of Education has the responsibility, and now that we have a partially elected school board, they have a responsibility to carry out the vision that the people of Chicago want. I'm going to continue to direct the Board of Education to lean in, to push for the full vision and scope of our public education system to be reflective of our hopes and aspirations. As all of you know, as someone who is a former employee of the Chicago Public Schools, and let me just repeat, a former employee of the Chicago Public Schools.
By the way, he keeps saying that because he know he fucked up. I have to go back to that shit. Is funny right
you
there.
and CPS to kind of come up with a coordinated plan when ICE actually does show up. Have you been in direct contact with Pedro Martinez about the future and what would happen if ICE actually did show up?
Giant eggs I can
So
get
all of
here.
those coordinated procedures have been laid out, Deputy Mayor Gatewood?
And if you can be specific on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already issued public external guidance through the Department of Law for each of our agencies to follow. CPS actually did follow it up to a point, obviously not to a point of having a press conference without having confirmed information, but making sure they reach out to their general counsel, making sure that general counsel reaches out.
He just threw them under the bus.
Will follow. Now, obviously, we'll continue to work with CPS and all of our agencies so they can understand their roles and the procedures when federal agents, not just ICE, come into their schools or into their place of business. This is not the first time this has happened. It won't be the last time, but we'll make sure folks are prepared.
And Mayor, just to follow up on CPS, the Chicago Teachers Union is talking about a possibility of a strike vote. But since you still have control over Chicago Public Schools, what will you do to make sure there is not a strike on your watch?
Well, the entire city of Chicago is clear about what our schools need to look like. There's no debate there, right? Clear investments to ensure that a high quality education exists in all of our neighborhoods. That is my vision. The Board of Education has the responsibility, and now that we have a partially elected school board, they have a responsibility to carry out the vision that the people of Chicago want. I'm going to continue to direct the Board of Education
come on.
to push for the full vision and scope of our public education system to be reflective of our hopes and aspirations. As all of you know, as someone who is a former employee of the Chicago Public Schools, and let me just repeat, a former employee of the Chicago Public Schools. I'm the first mayor in the history of Chicago to actually have taught. I send my children to the public schools here in Chicago because I believe in them. As a parent and as a former educator, it is my hope and wish that the people of Chicago finally are able to realize what we have desired for decades. So I'm going to continue to lean into that vision: sustainable community schools, small class sizes, social workers and counselors, therapists, a full rich curriculum that includes art and physical education. I talked to a principal the other day ago. There's no gym in their building. They have to walk a couple of blocks just so that children can have access to physical education. These are many of the demands.
Bro, you ain't been talking about this mess at all, buddy. You're in deep shit. You just finally realized you need this shit? Oh, Mike, buddy. You're in trouble. Somebody forgot to do that damn job. You don't know how deep a shit you just walked into. And then did a hop, skip, and a jump, which is crazy. You played in it. Played yourself. Arthur's Tears. Lesser. I need this fucking Philosopher's Stone. I only got, okay, so I got one there. Okay, so I need 2 fire bloom, 4 iron.
That have gone unmet for decades, and we're going to do everything in our power to ensure that those investments are there. The last thing that I'll say is, look, I've turned over our TIF dollars, the largest investment in TIFs, and with the help of our finance team, Jill Jarowski and Annette Guzman, who helped put that together, the full availability of our TIFs was turned over to our public schools because it's important to me that we have those investments. I'm going to continue to lean in on our Board of Education to ensure that that vision becomes a reality.
I think following up though on that question is more so, would you support a strike? Would you be walking with them?
So I won't be, first of all, I won't be leaning into any hypotheticals. What I can say is there's a clear vision that I have for our public schools. But look, the last thing that I'll say is that we haven't had this type of alignment, I don't know if ever, where our labor partners, board members, and the mayor's office, we're all in agreement that we have to fully fund our schools. You know, I know that there has been efforts to capture more resources from the state of Illinois. We appreciate the work that our legislators have done, the governor has done to increase funding, but everybody knows that across the state that we need more. And there's no harm in saying that, right? I don't think anybody should pat themselves on the back when we—
You about to get sued out your shoes.
Continue our work to ensure that our public schools are fully funded, especially at a time when you have a president who has said he doesn't believe in education. He wants to dismantle the entire Department of Education. That is a threat to our existence and to our democracy. And that's why in this moment, you know, there's alignment with the board, with the mayor's office, with people in Springfield, with our labor partners to ensure that every single child has access to a quality education.
Could I go back to that invitation from Congress? If you are, if you believe, as you said at the beginning, that we are very proud of our welcoming city status, why do you need a legal read on that invitation? It appears at first blush that you're looking for a way out of not testifying. Why would you not be proud to go and say, this is what a sanctuary city is, and here's why we're going to be there?
Well, first of all, I'm proud that we are a strong working class city. If I did specify that we are proud to be a welcoming city, I still mean that. But what I really was hoping to come across, that we're proud of our rich history in the city of Chicago. With that, I would turn that other part over to Mary.
Mary Richardson, Lawyer again, Corporation Counsel. I appreciate the question, but I find it misguided. That issue isn't whether or not we are proud or not proud. That's not even the question being posed in the letter. It is a legal inquiry, and we have to respond within that framework. We have to analyze it as any sitting leader and its corporation counsel would do, and then decide impact and how we respond. That's normal course, and we will treat this in that vein. But this is of not being proud of our claim of status of a welcoming city ordinance, nor is it a question of not being proud of our status as a sanctuary city. We're simply needing to take the communication that we've received from them. And
why isn't she the mayor?
Before this mayor or anyone associated with the city responds. That kind of analysis is going on across all the cities that are recipient of said letter. We are no different.
Can I just follow up? Would if they asked me to come, would they have to subpoena me? I mean, are you trying to force that?
The objective isn't to force anything. The objective is to take the letter that we received, do the analysis, and then make any determinations as to how, when, where, and whom responds.
Can I ask Superintendent Snelling a question?
Sorry. Of course you can. No,
I'm sorry. Don't want to hurt your feelings. Superintendent, I was wondering if I could ask you about the Illinois Trust Act. We've heard from some other law enforcement officers around the state that they feel it ties their hands. So I guess, do you share that sentiment? Do you wish that your officers could have more of a role in these operations?
Well, here's what I will tell you, and I'll answer it like this, because it's very nuanced. It's not as simple as saying that we wish that we could engage. But our officers have seen things in this city, violent crimes, and we have to be aware that when we have people who are committing violent crimes, again, whether you were born here or you're an immigrant, we don't want to see those crimes committed by anyone. I think it's problematic when people come here to, for a better life. And there are people who are here who are working really hard and they want a better life for their children and they're providing for them. For someone to come in and commit heinous crimes in our city against other people, we know for a fact that migrants have been victims of these crimes themselves. So as a police agency, what we want to do is make sure that we're protecting our people from violent criminals. And anytime there's some type of violent action, we're not looking to just engage in immigration deportation. We're looking for those who are committing crimes in our city. Look, we have people here, our citizens, who we want to prosecute and not see amongst our community members because they're terrorizing our community members. So we don't want anybody doing that. So sometimes it's hard for law enforcement to feel like they're not a part of engaging with our most criminal, our most violent criminal faction out there. So I think
that's how it looks. Y'all looking weak.
A protectionist mentality where we want to protect the citizens of our city. We want to protect all residents of our city. And sometimes it's hard to sit by if we think that there's someone out there who's violent that we want to help remove from the street.
And just as a follow-up, I know you're limited by the information that you're getting from the federal government, but can you tell us of those people, the 100, exceeding 100 people that you talked about that were arrested, do you know where they're being held? Is it the 5 facilities that are connected to the Chicago ICE field office?
Once again, I do not know. I don't have that information because it would be irresponsible for me to give you that information without any concrete proof of where people are being held. But again, even if that were the case, that's not some information that I would disseminate right now because I don't want to jeopardize anything or any operation that they may be proceeding with.
Y'all look weak as shit.
You've said you're leaving it up to the federal government agencies and federal enforcement agencies to determine how many detainees have been convicted of crimes. But is that information you will be seeking so you can say with greater confidence that people without criminal backgrounds don't have to live in fear? Is that information you're going to want to obtain?
So here's what I'll tell you. It's not that that's what we allowed them to do. That's actually their operation. It's not ours, right? So as the federal government operates, what they provide to us, yeah, we would like information. We would like more information if we could get it. But again, as an agent of law enforcement, we understand why some information can't be shared. So I'm going to respect that. However, what I can tell you is what we're seeing right now at the time and the information that we're getting from the agency. And right now, the information that we're getting is that the focus is on people who have criminal convictions. Any other information beyond that, you would have to seek from the agency themselves. So again, I'm not going to say too much about what's going on. And sometimes I may have more information that I just can't necessarily share to the public because, again, we don't want people using that to stoke fears in people. But I do believe, and I don't want to tell parents what to do. I don't want to act like I know what they're going through or what they feel, but we do know fear is real and feelings are never wrong. But sometimes the information around why you feel that way may be. So we want to do whatever we can to keep people as calm as we can in this city and just to let them know that as the leading law enforcement agency in this city, that we're going to do everything that we can to protect the people in this city.
Can you share any more about the type of communication you're having with federal enforcement agencies? Do you know what locations they're targeting ahead of time, or what information are you getting before these arrests happen?
So we don't get exact locations of where they're going and what they're doing, but we do have a general area of where they're going to be working. That information is important to us because as they work, we want to make sure that if we have to respond, that we know where we're going to respond. This helps us to decide how many people we're going to have working and how they're going to work in that location. So it's about availability of our officers to
He working real hard to try to say I'm not helping.
just in case something goes wrong.
Are you guys actually helping it somehow?
Chicago, we're the Chicago Police Department, and we're going to respond
Look,
to make sure that we.
that boy over there sweat. He's motherfucker's literally sweating. Hold on, it's Instagram going hard.
Getting ahead of time, or
He is sweating.
Are you getting before these arrests happen?
So we don't get exact locations of where they're going and what they're doing, but we do have a general.
That boy need a hit.
That information is
Look, it's probably not true.
They work. We want to make sure that if we have to respond,
But still,
we know
he acting like he's legit.
This helps us to decide how many people we're going to have working and how they're going to work in that location. So
Buddy,
availability.
You gotta
officers to respond to situations.
Look, he's sweating.
Just in case something goes wrong. Again, just in so it's about to have
The sweat is coming down his forehead.
They work in how many this help if we have to respond that we know where we're going to respond. This helps us to decide how many people we're going.
Let's not do that again, shall we?
How they're going to work in that location. So it's about availability of our officers to respond to situations, just in case something gets volatile, just in case something goes wrong. Again, this is still the city of Chicago. We're the Chicago Police Department, and we're going to respond to make sure that we keep the calm as much as we can.
Superintendent Saline, just to go back to those numbers, of those over 100 people detained in the Chicagoland area, do you know how many of those people had criminal arrest warrants? For example, Bloomberg News was reporting 260 people were targeted in Chicago on Sunday, but just 7 had criminal arrest warrants. Can you confirm?
He's still sweating.
That I cannot confirm because we don't have that information, and a lot of times, information is put out there. We know sometimes things are printed. We don't necessarily know if those things are true. So I can't back up any of that information right now because again, we deal with what they share with us at this time. Our concern again right now is to make sure that the city is safe and that people feel a level.
I think the city's safe. I don't think y'all is safe.
That when people hear those types of reports.
Look, the city is fine, buddy. Y'all is fucking up. Oh God, this is wild.
It just adds to the fear.
Hopefully no one foreign sees this fucking shit.
We want to make sure, and I want to make sure that we give you the most accurate information that we possibly can, but I can't stand here and give you information that I have not confirmed with my own eyes. So it's not even just word of mouth. I actually need to see documentation and paperwork. To just stand here and say, well, I heard this, or this is what someone.
Law enforcement just doing good, fine work out there, and y'all ain't able to be a part of it. You gotta be embarrassed. Boy, the dude's doing an interview with the press, and he's sweating. He pulled out his little handkerchief out of his top pocket of his coat, started dabbing his forehead. He had he just got caught getting some.
act like he just got caught getting some pussy.
Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. Telling my chick, the dude over here acting like he got caught getting some pussy on the side. So, yeah.
Told me I'm not going to convey that information until I've proven that myself.
And Mayor Johnson, will the Chicago be taking any legal action, against the immigration raids, such as joining the federal lawsuit that immigration advocacy orgs have already filed?
Thank you, Mary.
Mary Richardson Lurie Corporation Counsel, we continue to analyze our legal options across all EOs, directives, and communications. We won't forecast them in advance, but if we do take said action, you will likely read about it and write about it.
Thank you all very much.
This shit gonna be bad for Buddy and them.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, wow.
Thank you all for coming out.
Yep, here we go with some more Native American and black folks. Look, I'm black too. This shit's embarrassing. They all want to fight the man. He ain't the one you're supposed to be fighting, stupid. We're all in the same fucking country. This shit's weird. Why y'all act like this, like still Jim Crow? Try blue, right? How about green? That'll work. All right. All right, all my shit socketed. Won't matter. I'm gonna end up leveling. Only a couple levels out.
On a cold night, and hello to those folks who are watching on the live stream. My name is Lori Lightfoot, and with my colleague Amanda Kite, we're from the Charles River Associates, and we are here to provide to the members of the Board of Trustees and the public our final report regarding our investigation of the allegations of financial mismanagement and other matters concerning the Village of Dalton. A couple of quick housekeeping matters. You should and should be circulating index cards if you want to ask us questions. We're going to go through the entire presentation first. I'm not promising you that we're going to be able to answer everyone's questions, but we'll try to get you as many as possible. We will set up, for those that we aren't able to answer, we will set up a microsite and have answers to the different questions there. Also, that's circulating is a document that if you want a hard copy or an electronic copy of this PowerPoint presentation, give us your name and your email address, and we'll make sure that you get it within the next 24 hours. All right. Well, make sure you fill out the paperwork. There's sheets going around that you should be able to put your name and your email address, and then we'll be able to provide you with a copy of the deck. The deck is long, and given the number of people that were here, we felt like it made more sense to provide electronic copies and try to anticipate how many people would want a copy. Let's go.
Now I do want to point out there's a mess with the hell's that chick? In my state, Senator, Congresswoman, whatever, Ilion. Apparently it came out that she married her brother. And I guess it was to get him immigration or get him immigrated to his country. Which if that happened, wow. The oven's ready. No clue. I was just letting you know. Man, this shit's taking forever.
So let me start by saying that, as you know, we began this investigation in earnest back in the spring of 2024 after the trustees overrode a veto of the resolution hiring us through the Legislative Council. We were tasked with looking into irregularities, allegations of irregularities regarding financial mismanagement by Mayor Tiffany Henyard and others in her administration.
Guns go bang. I need.
Clear, we are not conducting a criminal investigation. This is an investigation that depended upon witness testimony, that depended upon getting access to certain documents.
So what you saying is you got people just saying shit, no cooperation as far as legal ramifications for punishment for lying to the law, huh?
And to be clear, we did not receive total cooperation in this investigation. In fact, we encountered many challenges getting access to relevant documents and information from the very beginning of the engagement. We do not have subpoena power as an independent investigative team, which would have allowed us to obtain materials and cooperation from individuals.
What is going on where y'all trying to do this farce?
Require cooperation with internal investigation. That proved to be a challenge in this circumstance. And the lack of cooperation by some individuals led to delays, limited our abilities in the scope of the work, and ultimately limited the information that we were able to address in the course of this investigation. Despite these obstacles, we made progress in providing information to the trustees and to the public on the true financial condition of the Village of Dalton, along with some other issues. And as a result of that, we're able to make some concrete recommendations, many of which the trustees have already adopted, on how to right the ship, to make sure that there are financial guardrails in the operation of city government, and to provide some other supports that would all be in favor of transparency and good governance.
Why do y'all need to hear this shit now? Is my
No one's ever stolen anything out of here. Not in the whole history of
background about the Village of Dalton. The village was incorporated in 1892. And according to the most recent census data, the population is approximately 21,426. The median household income is 58,706. And the village
No one's ever stolen anything out of here. Not in the whole history of the whole history.
The village has a trustee form of government, which matters under the Organization of Illinois Municipal Code, and we'll talk about that briefly in a moment. The key city employees for the village assigned from the trustees are the mayor, the village administrator, the director of administration, director of finance, and a staff accountant. Now, I'm not going to read everything on this slide. This is excerpts from the Illinois Municipal Code, but suffice it to say that the code really is a set of specific mandates on how a trustee form of government and other forms of government are supposed to conduct themselves. It provides things like there should be an annual appropriation, and ideally that is done in the first quarter of the village's fiscal year. No official can incur debt over and above what the budget is unless there is a 2/3 majority vote by the board trustees. There can't be entering into contracts without a corresponding appropriation. The municipality must have an audit of its financial records annually. As you know, this became an issue, and we'll talk more about that as well. And that audit and other financial information must be filed annually with the comptroller's office, or, as has happened now, to Dalton, the comptroller has the ability to force an audit of the financial records. Now, on that point, if you go to the comptroller's office and you look under on their website under the municipal division, there are literally hundreds of municipalities across the state of Illinois who have not filed the necessary financial documents, whether it's the financial report, whether it's the audit, and some of these delinquencies go back years. But soon after we had our report in early August of last year, the comptroller's office suddenly paid attention to the village of Dalton and took notice, while other municipalities across the state have been delinquent in their responsibilities. Report in early August, report, whether it's the audit, and some of these delinquencies go back years. But soon after we had our report in early August of last year, the comptroller's office suddenly paid attention to the village of Dalton and took notice, while other municipalities across the state have been delinquent.
Are you just blaming? Ain't it your job to make sure that?
Next slide. One of the challenges, and we recommend, this is one of our recommendations, is the village doesn't have a codified municipal code. And what this means is the resolutions, the ordinances that are the backbone of governance for the village are not assembled in one location, filed with the state, so that all of you look up, what's the code say on this, that, or the other thing? This became something that we learned early on, which a little bit of a surprise, but became another challenge to overcome in making sure that we had a true picture of what the rules and laws were that had been passed that govern the village of Dalton. As a result, these are the absence of archived ordinances and resolutions not being readily public led to a gap in our understanding about the laws, making governance unnecessarily difficult. Next slide. One thing, given what you've heard and seen over the course of the last couple of years, the village actually does have a purchasing policy and manual. And it's very straightforward, as you might expect. The challenge has been it hasn't been followed, and we'll get into details about that. But let me give you a little specifics. The policy essentially provides directions for the acquisition of all goods and services. And when used with good judgment and common sense, as it reads, the quote, the policies and procedures conveyed within will allow the village to obtain required supplies and services efficiently and economically. The policy also provides, in general, all supplies, materials, equipment, contractual and professional services required for operational efficiency will have been included in the annual budget. Next slide. There is in this purchasing policy set controls on who can authorize what at what dollar levels. As you can see from this slide, and department heads can authorize spending up to $1,000. Between $1,001 and $5,000, the village administrator can approve. And over $5,000, any expenses for goods or services over that amount must be brought to the village board for approval as set forth in the purchasing policy.
And she was the head of the board.
Department is supposed to have a position called the staff accountant. that person is responsible for centralizing and overseeing the purchase of goods and services for the village, and to determine whether or not an item proposed to be spent, that there are adequate funds.
It's just
and
funny.
Purchasing procedures have been followed before any monies of the village are incurred. That person is supposed to be reviewing and initiating all purchase orders, payment requests after they are submitted to the finance department for payment. There's supposed to be centralized purchasing. That makes sense because in best practices, you want to make sure that there's not what we call rogue spending going on, and that the village is getting the benefit of its bargain by maximizing its buying power. The purchasing policy specifically says that those items are supposed to be uniformly purchased by the purchasing agent. And the purchasing policy also requires the use of purchase orders. Those are essentially requisitions for goods and services, and it's detailed there. Similarly,
So she got off on y'all. Don't say that.
When the purchase order is issued, it has the same authorization requirements as other matters. 1,000 by department heads, 5,000 by up to 5,000 by the village administrator. Anything over 5,000 has to come before the board for approval. Now, just to give you a little bit of context, we're going to be using this term as we go forward in this presentation. There's something called a warrant that is used that also dictates how municipal funds are spent. The warrant is typically created based upon invoices that are created by a vendor and submitted to the department head for approval. As we told you in August, there is no electronic process for the submission of invoices from vendors. Paper copies typically sent either in by hand or by email.
Are you trying to say they set her up for failure?
List them in a electronic payment system called My Viewpoint, and then that generates the items that appear on the warrant list. Based upon our investigation, there are essentially two kinds of warrant lists. There's an accounts payable warrant list, which includes most of the village's expenses. And then there's a second warrant list that's called the electronic list, which includes payments made by wire, ACH, credit card, or any other electronic or online method. Next slide. The village expenditures, as reflected on the warrant list, are then reviewed and approved by the board at each board meeting. And after an expense is approved by the board, Janice Johnson, who's the Director of Administrative Services.
So there's a bunch of people in trouble.
For signature and payment. However, if Ms. Johnson is directed by Mayor Henyard or someone else, or there are insufficient funds to pay the item on the warrant list, then those checks are held. And apart from payroll, the accounts payable warrant list reflects invoices that have been submitted for approval and payment but not yet paid. And we understand from the John Kasparek accounting firm, which is essentially the outside firm for the Village of Dalton, that there are many items that appear on the electronic warrant list that have already been approved before they are presented to the board. Now, next slide. As it relates to credit card expenditures, we also understand from John Kasparek.
She was out there living her best fucking life, spending up all y'all money.
It's paid before it reaches the board for approval. In general, credit card expenses are only added to the warrant list when there's a receipt submitted. What we found is that many credit card expenditures never make it onto the warrant list for approval, in part because there is not a system for ensuring that there are receipts for the various credit card purchases. And what this means, unfortunately, is that the Board of Trustees in many instances was not able to even track or see credit card purchases that were being done over the last few years. Let's go on. let's give a little background on
How long has she been?
tenured. As many of you know, she's a lifelong resident of the village. She served as a village trustee from 2013 to 2021.
She knew.
Her bio cites that she graduated from Robert Morris College, although we were unable to verify that. A little background on Mayor Tiffany Henyard. As many of you know, she's a lifelong resident of the village. She served as a village trustee from 2013 to 2021. Her bio cites that she graduated from Robert Morris College, although we were unable to verify that. And she became mayor as of May 2021. Now, keep in mind, folks, there were two elections. There was an election at the end of February that went to a runoff, and then there was a final election later that spring. At the time of
That girl got y'all for some bread.
provided to us by the county clerk's board of elections, only 9.5% of registered voters in Dalton came out to vote.
What?
At the end of February, that went to a runoff, and then there was a final election later that spring. At the time of that second election, according to records provided to us by the county clerk's board of elections, only 9.5% of registered voters in Dalton came out to vote. Let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, she got y'all.
Further, we wanted to make sure you understood who were the people in charge of making various decisions under Mayor Henyard's administration. Aside from Mayor Henyard was a village administrator. You may recall that that was initially Dorothy Brown. And then in late 2021, Keith Freeman began his duties as the village administrator. The director of finance, you would think this is a very key position. Unfortunately, what we found over the course of our investigation is there are many periods of time during Mayor Henyard's tenure where that position was vacant. At one point, Tanjanique Miller fulfilled the role sometime in 2022 on a full-time basis, and then she went to a part-time basis by December of 2023 and worked only remotely. The position has been vacant again since early 2024.
Ooh, somebody was.
Is Janice Johnson, and you remember from my discussion about the purchasing policy, where there's supposed to be somebody who's a staff accountant that is responsible for monitoring and overseeing the purchase of goods and services on behalf of the village. There's no such position that exists in the village of Dalton. As a result of the small staff managing the city finances, the John Kasparic firm has essentially become the in-house, although they're outside, but the in-house financial department for the village of Dalton. Because there are a limited number of personnel, they became the de facto finance department. This remains true to this day. Kasparic firm has a junior staffer who is embedded in the village, and that person is here multiple times a week. There's a senior person that oversees that junior staffer, and the John Kasparic firm is involved in virtually every aspect of the finances of the village. Reconciling bank records, assisting in the preparation of payroll, creating those monthly warrant lists, village accounting.
Yo, they was getting money.
And as you might imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that kind
They-
of work, day in and day out, month after month, is not cheap. So the village is paying an extraordinary amount for outside services because it doesn't have the staff internally to do that. And in the absence of the director of finance, without the board of trustees being directly involved, there's very little oversight on your behalf. Now, I want to also now shift gears and talk about some key events that have led to some of the financial crises that the village is experiencing. And what we found in our investigation, and that's based on a review of contemporaneous documents and witness.
So 16 bars.
At least as early as late 2021, there was a concerted, systematic effort on behalf of Mayor Henyard and others in her administration to hide the true financial condition of the village of Dalton from the trustees and from members of the public. To step back, let's talk about what the state of play was before Mayor Henyard became mayor.
Wow.
At that time, the Kasperick firm would provide 3 different and important categories of information to the entire Board of Trustees, key city personnel, to make sure that folks were up to speed on a real-time basis as to what the circumstances were, both of expenses and revenue, and whether or not the expenses and revenue were on track with budget projections. They created a weekly report reflecting what work they did on behalf of the village, monthly financial statements with a detailed notes memorized in an accompanying memo, warrant list, which detailed the expenditures to be presented at board meetings, and for a time, Kasperick firm also prepared and shared a payroll list. Now, initially, in 2021, at the beginning of Mayor Henyard's term,
Look at that tenured.
of the Kasperick firm caused these to be sent to a wide array of people on an email. Again, the trustees, key city employees, and Mayor Henyard herself. But this practice began to change in the fall of 2021. What we see in the
What'd she do?
fall of 2021 is the start of the effort to make sure that the trustees did not have full access to information about the true financial condition of the village's finances. And I want to walk you through step-by-step evidence that we were able to review that was memorialized contemporaneously, primarily in emails. In September 2020, September 28, 2021, I sent an email to John Kasperick. Chris Mirabali, remember this guy who was responsible for supervising the work here at Dalton, noted, quote, "The mayor has requested that the warrant list for both electronic and regular billing be sent to her first for review and approval prior to it being released to the board." On October 4th, 2021, Trustee House emailed Mirabali seeking missing payroll reports that he had not received since the August 27th, 2021 payroll. That same day, Mirabali forwarded that email to Trustee House to Mayor Henyard and sought advice on how to respond. On October 21st, 2021, Chris Mirabali reported to John Kasperick via email that Mayor Henyard was very upset with him because he disclosed in a board meeting that she had directed him not to send trustees payroll records. There's a board meeting that precedes this October 21st date, where you can see on the YouTube video that she's asking him, "Did I tell you not to send this information?" He answered in the affirmative, and that was the source of her anger with him. He was later called into a meeting with the mayor in the presence of Janice Johnson and Dorothy Brown, and the mayor in effect told him that he should never contradict her in public and that he should shade the truth. November of 2021,
Boy, all the tea.
between Henyard and certain trustees was in full bloom and played out in the trustees' shrinking access to village financial information.
Oh shit.
And on January 22nd, 2022,
Yo, Mayor
Henyard
was out there getting a bag off them
and a corresponding
Look,
memo to the
girl.
focus including the
Dalton,
trustees.
Illinois.
But
Oh,
on
she was
February
getting it.
9th,
Township.
Trustee Steve sent an
For
email
almost
to
like
Mayor
2
Bali
years, she
and
out
others
here and
objecting
nobody
to
has
not
got
having
access to knowing
received
what the
payroll
payment
reports
except
for
for her and the
approval,
trustee.
and saying that he would not provide his consent for approval by the board if he did not receive those payroll records ahead of time. Trustee House concurred in that same email chain. On February 24th, and this is an important date, Mirabali transmitted the January financials and the accompanying Miller only to Tanjanique Miller. At that point, the trustees were cut out. On March 9th, 2022, Mirabali sent his weekly report to the mayor, trustees, and others. The next day, Freeman admonished Mirabali and said, quote, "Chris, please stop sending these emails to everyone. It is a direct violation of the Open Meetings Act. Send this information to Miss Miller and Janice," meaning Janice Johnson, end quote. I can tell you that the mere transmittal of information where there's no actual action being taken is not a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So in sum, by March 2022, the trustees were effectively cut off from receiving regular financial reports generated by the Kasperic firm, which would have provided them with information on the true financial condition of the village, and they would have been able to see at that point that there was a significant increase in expenses, as we reported previously, while at the same time there was not revenue to match those expenses. Now I want to shift gear and talk to you a little bit about FOIA. Now, this is not a FOIA class, so I'm not going to go in chapter and verse, but the bottom line, as many of you know, is that under Illinois law, municipalities are required to keep and produce the records of governance to anybody who asks for them, with a narrow set of exceptions. And that means that the municipality has to set up a process by which people who want certain kinds of information can get that information, and that they have a certain timeline in which they have to provide that information. They can ask for an extension of time, but what they cannot do is simply ignore requests coming in through the Freedom of Information Act.
I got 5 points to get. Come on.
Now, from May 21st, from May of 2021 through September of 2023, based on our review of relevant FOIA records and witness testimony, there were a significant number of FOIA requests that came into the village. Most of these requests were ordinary type. People asking about particular addresses within the village, people seeking other information.
Damn it, I gotta switch.
But what we started to see in 21, and then it increased steadily over time, is people asking very specific information about the governance of the village. And in particular,
She dodging it, boy. Ha!
Money is
Ha!
being spent. At the beginning of Mayor Henyard's tenure, Clerk Allison Key was responsible for FOIA requests. According to Clerk Key, when a FOIA request would come in, she and her team would review it, then they would send it to the relevant department. There were FOIA liaisons in each department, and it was their responsibility to look for responsive documents and then provide them to Clerk Key so then she could respond to the FOIA. The increased number of FOIAs over time posed a challenge given the limited resources that were devoted to FOIA. So what we saw is a very small staff, very few resources, and an expanding number of FOIAs that came in. There were not sufficient resources to be able to meet that rising interest in the governance of the village of Dalton. Now, there were many allegations that we received that Mayor Henyard ordered village personnel to simply stop responding to FOIA. We were not able to verify those allegations, in part because village employees who reported directly to Mayor Henyard did not cooperate in our investigation. However, in April of 2023, trustees passed an ordinance intended to get the FOIA process back on track. And that ordinance read in part, quote, Whereas the Board of Trustees finds that the village has experienced an insurmountable backlog of FOIA requests due to failures of village staff to respond to requests for information from the FOIA officer at the instruction of the mayor and her village administrator. The trustees obviously believe that that's precisely what had happened, which is that the mayor had instructed people within the departments not to respond to FOIAs. Now, despite the passage of this ordinance, the FOIA process didn't improve. And in fact, it continued to break down the non-cooperation of village staff, and many of whom simply, according to Clerk Key, simply stopped responding to her when she would send them FOIAs. And as a result, you know what's happened. Some of you, I'm sure, experienced it directly when you filed FOIAs. There were appeals made to the Attorney General, and in some instances, people simply filed suit. Now, one key milestone that I want to bring to your attention is when Clerk Key was stripped of her jurisdiction over FOIA. As you can see from the screen, she received an email from Keith Freeman on September 7th, 2023. And in this email, I'll read the body of it. Dear Clerk Key, I am writing to inform you that you are hereby removed from your duty as a FOIA officer effective immediately. Your inability to process FOIA requests in a complete and timely manner has left us no choice but to restructure our process going forward. The village has redirected FOIA officer duties to another party, and as such, your services are no longer needed. I have advised all department heads of the change. Now, I want to be clear that Clerk Key denies the various allegations in Freeman's email.
Did somebody send it?
Things that I think are notable about this email in particular. When you see the language, the village has redirected FOIA officer duty to another party. Note in this email, he doesn't say who that other party is. And what we know from our investigation is that we were never able to determine who the person was that's actually handling FOIA and whether or not that person received the proper training. FOIA is not easy. There's a lot of nuances that are involved in the statute to make sure proper compliance. We have no idea to this day whether or not the person or person who was handling FOIA actually received proper training. There was no effort to take over the files of pending FOIA requests.
Where's the fucking mailbox that was back here?
In place for transitioning of the responsibilities from Clerk Key and her team to the unknown new FOIA office.
I have one of a kind.
There's plenty of evidence, and again, I think you all have experienced it firsthand, that after Clerk Key was removed of her responsibilities over FOIA, the FOIA process didn't get better. If anything, it got
worse.
And these issues continue to this day. Now, let's shift gears, and we're going to talk about financial management concerns. There was to a appropriation of the was never taken advantage of. Meaning those monies never came into the village of Dalton. So $5 million that could have significantly helped the financial fortunes of this village got recycled, and went elsewhere, but never came to the village of Dalton.
Yo, they feeling heavy right now. I know it.
American Rescue Plan dollars and funding that came to the village of Dalton. As many of you know, the American Rescue Plan was put in to place by the Biden-Harris administration to help municipalities, cities, counties, states recover from the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the village received an allocation through the state, which is appropriated in 2 tranches from the Illinois Comptroller's Office. And you can see in this chart, the first tranche came in September of 2021, and the next big tranche came again in September of 22 for a total of just over $3 million.
Oh, she's going to jail.
Had very strict reporting requirements on how municipal governments use those ARPA dollars. Somebody was supposed to be designated as the ARPA reporting person responsible for making sure that they were complying with U.S. Treasury regulations.
But they dropped the ball.
Have seen and confirmed in recent communications is that no one from the village actually took the responsibility to complete the reporting information. The access to the reporting portal was set up.
This is
Miller, the former
Democrat-led shit.
She actually made the required reporting of how ARPA dollars were used here in the village. And based on the records that we have seen, there's approximately $1.7 million left of the ARPA funds, and it's held in a specific capital projects account.
She spent up all their money.
What we've seen in the financial documents, the ARPA funds were used in a variety of ways, as you can see from this chart. You noted there's a big category of
This is wild.
$79 called other expenses. This was used for a variety of different things, from construction materials and supplies, lawn care, pest control, utilities, sprinkler installation, but none of these things were specifically approved by the board. Now, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Amanda Kite, who's going to walk you through some more detailed information on the financial status as of October 31st, 2024. Take it away.
So now we're going to walk through and largely provide an update to the financial information that was presented back in August.
Trim them sideburns.
Records that cover the first 6 months of the village's fiscal year 2025. As of October 2024,
Hairy Beast
fund, which is the fund that's used to account for the majority of the village's operations, remains in a net deficit position. However, the deficit position has decreased or improved from the information that was presented in August. And as of October 2024, the general fund's net deficit position is currently $2.4 million. Additionally, during the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, the average monthly expenditures of the village have also decreased. Through fiscal year 2024, the village was spending on average $2.5 million per month. During the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, that number is down to $2.1 million per month on average.
She know how to spend money.
Following along with that,
I think it's also important to note that when we provided an update back in August of last year, which laid out many of these numbers and showed the village in really dire financial condition, the trustees immediately took action to address particularly the spending side of the ledger, significantly reducing the number of credit card access, working with banks, restructuring some of the expenses. So that accounts in part for the reduction in expenses. And as Amanda will explain, there were other factors that contributed to this, but I wanted to note that the trustees heeded the concerns that we raised back in August and took specific action, many times in opposition from Mayor Henyard to make sure that they were starting a process of putting the village back on better financial footing.
So following along with that, the decrease in expenditures through the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, the village's expenditures have matched the revenues that came in during that time period. This is in comparison with the same time period in fiscal year 2024, where the gap in revenue to expenditures was almost $5 million. So the expenditure and revenue gap has improved. This gap decrease is for two primary reasons.
She's good. Oh yeah, she's going to jail.
Fiscal 2025 revenues are approximately $3 million more than compared to the same time period in fiscal year 2024, which is largely due to the timing of when the property taxes were released to the village. In 2023 and 2024, property taxes weren't released until November or December, where in fiscal 2025, they were released much earlier. But additionally, expenditures have gone down, most notably general administration, police department expenditures, and public works. A couple of categories that we found significant decreases is in general administration, telephone, and miscellaneous expenditures, as well as in police department overtime and medical insurance. The village's cash balance has remained generally the same since the information that was presented in August. As you can see from the chart, as of May 2024,
She spent up all them fucking people money.
cash deficit of almost 5.7 million. As of October 24, that amount is a deficit of around 5.5 million. And this deficit includes the amount of held checks that the mayor discussed previously. Those are reflected in these deficit balances. Regarding those held checks, as we presented in August, since March of 2023, and nearly every month since then, a portion of the checks that were approved and printed have had to be held. As of June 18th, 2024, this was 589 checks that totaled over $6 million, which were approved but had not yet been sent to vendors. Since the August presentation, we've requested but had not been provided an updated listing of the current status of the village's held checks. However, we've been told, though not able to verify, that the current amount is still in excess of $5 million. Turning now to discuss the village's use of credit cards. As we discussed in the August presentation, we're aware of 6 different credit cards that have been in use by the village at various points in time from January 2021 through at least June of 2020.
Jesus, turning up, shorty.
We did request updated credit card statements that would cover July 2024 through December 2024, but we did not receive any updated credit card records. As you can see from the chart, the use of credit cards steadily increased from calendar year 2021 through 2023. In 2023, the village spent over $775,000 on credit cards. As the mayor earlier discussed, oftentimes credit card expenditures have no accompanying receipts. And the credit card statements alone,
They didn't even know she was tricking.
purposes. Given this overall lack of available documentation, it is not possible for us to ascertain important information about the village's credit card use, such as who made the purchase, was it an approved purchase, and what was the government purpose. This type of additional information is necessary to investigation of the credit card use and to draw any conclusion about any individual purchase. That being said, through our investigation, we did identify certain categories of expenses that stand out, which the village may wish to pursue additional information to further understand the nature of the charges. For example, from 2021 through June of 2024, village credit cards were used for over $171,000 in travel-related costs, things such as airfare, excess baggage fees, hotels, meals, rental cars. $51,000 spent at local area restaurants.
Yo!
Expenditures at retailers such as Dick's Sporting Goods, Best Buy, Wayfair, Walgreens, Apple, and Walmart. Now, not all, some of these expenditures, but not all, are reflected on the electronic warrant lists that we were provided and reviewed. However, the level of detail in the description of what the purchase is for varies by purchase. Some purchases have very limited information, and the description is simply the name of the merchant, or a more vague description such as meals or donuts. Others provide more information, such as training accommodations or code enforcement lunch.
Yo, she was tricking off on y'all bread.
In our investigation, where we were able to obtain detailed purchase information relates to Amazon purchases. The vast majority of purchases made by the village on Amazon were paid for with village credit cards.
Oh, yo.
From January 2020,
Yo, shorty bugging.
spent approximately $218,000 on purchase from Amazon using village credit cards, the largest spending of which occurred in 2023.
She spent $100 grand.
Purchases on Amazon do appear to be for routine items such as office supplies, office furniture, and supplies for the police department. And the Amazon order details show that these orders were delivered either to Village Hall or to the police department. Additionally, many of the largest purchases on Amazon, 3 of which we identified in the August presentation, were related to materials or supplies for the skating rink. This includes $5,099 for artificial ice tiles, $33,000 for artificial ice tiles, $5,600 artificial ice tiles, $4,700 artificial ice tiles, and then $3,700 for ice skates. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just pick up and conclude on the Amazon purchases. The various routine office supply and office furniture purchases simply do not appear to be in compliance with the village's purchasing policy as we described. There appears to be no centralized purchasing or inventory control as required in the purchasing policy. So while we were able to see that these various purchases were delivered either to Village Hall or to the police department, there's no tracking system for what happened to them after they arrived here. And while Janice Johnson was listed as the originator for a number of these purchases, what we saw in the Amazon records is that there were 9 other purchasing sources identified in the Amazon records. So lots of people were billing, charging things and purchasing them from Amazon. And we similarly found no purchases related to the ice rink that were done in 5 separate purchases totaling approximately $48,000 that they were done consistent with the purchasing policy either. For example, we were unable to find evidence that these purchases were done as a result of a competitive bidding process, which an amount of that size would have been triggered by the purchasing policy, nor is there evidence that these particular purchases were presented to the board prior to approval.
Wowzers.
As you will see, one of the recommendations that we're making to the board is to institute a written policy for performing background checks of prospective village senior and key personnel. There are 3 personnel that we call out on this slide, and based on our investigation, these and other individuals either working for the village or proposed by Mayor Henyard to assume key roles have issues in their background that likely would be disqualifying if they had been properly vetted. Now, I want to go through some of the consequences, because of course there has been consequences.
Wow.
That we've already talked about. You can't have a situation where there are no financial controls, where the trustees are systematically excluded from finding out the true nature of the financial condition of the village, where there's a routine process
of
Yeah, Shorty is in trouble.
expenses, some of which may or may not be for a legitimate government purpose. The first of these cascading consequences is the audit. As I noted at the beginning of this presentation, under Illinois law, every municipality over a certain size is required to have a financial audit of its books and records every single year, and to produce that audit to the comptroller's office.
I have to use alchemy to split that.
That for the last several years, the village's auditor had been an accounting firm, an auditing firm known as Lauterbach and Amann. Draft audits for fiscal year 2022 were completed, but they were never finalized. And then Lauterbach and Amann resigned as auditor on October 27th, 2024, effective immediately, which is essentially less than 3 weeks after we had our first public disclosure of the true financial condition of the village. And on October 15th, 2020,
This shit bogus.
notified the village that it was going to force an audit on the village for not complying with the mandatory audit reporting requirement. Now, as I noted, there are literally hundreds of municipalities across this state that have long-standing delinquencies in filing their report. But for some reason, the comptroller decided that Dalton was going to be the example. Next slide. One of the other consequences that we've seen over the course of Mayor Henry's tenure is a significant uptick in litigation. According to court records maintained by the Legislative Council, 48 separate lawsuits have been filed against the village under Mayor Henry's tenure.
Thank you. 48 lawsuits have been filed under this girl?
And 8 pending.
Oh, shit. Shorty is done.
Decided that Dalton was going to be the example. Next slide. One of the other consequences that we've seen over the course of Mayor Henry's
Somebody
tenure
pissed
is
them off.
significant uptick in litigation. According to court records maintained by the Legislative Council, 48 separate lawsuits have been filed against the village under Mayor Henry's tenure. 12 pending matters relate to FOIA violations, and 8 pending matters by village vendors allege improper revocation or failure to renew business licenses. And you may have seen recent reporting that on Friday, Mayor Henry himself was held in criminal contempt for failing to sign a liquor license for an existing business owner here in the village, despite being ordered by the court to do so multiple times. Those have costs. Next, I want to walk you through the insurance issue, because insurance is a significant cost in the budget for the village of Dalton. The village's insurance needs are primarily handled by 2 entities: an insurance broker, which is Insured Source LLC, and something called a third-party administrator, which currently is Charles Taylor, TPA. In 2024, the village's insurance coverage became at risk due to late or non-payment of fees. The village's premium financing company sought to avoid its contract with the village, and let me explain what that means. There is a finance company that fronts the money for the village's various insurance costs, and then really pays it back on a monthly basis. But because of non-payment, that finance company walked away from its responsibilities and said, we're not going to we're not going to finance any future funds to the village to pay its insurance. That created a bit of a crisis. The village's longtime third-party administrator, that's the entity that then pays claims that are made by people that trigger the insurance policies. The third-party administrator also walked away and refused to renew its agreement with the village, again, as a result of problems
in payment. And then long-time insurance carriers. The village has, like most municipalities, has multiple insurance carriers that cover their insurance, particularly liability insurance. Many of those long-time carriers canceled in the spring of 2024 or declined to renew the village's policies. Next slide.
48 lawsuits.
The renewal period for village insurance is early August of every year. Typically 60 days before that time, the insurance broker will start negotiating renewing terms of coverage with the various insurers. You have the TPA walk away, which is known to the insurance companies covering the village. You have the finance company walk away, which is known to the village. And the fact that these other carriers decided not to renew, that also sent a ripple through the insurance market. As a result of the efforts of the insurance broker, he reached out to 36 different insurers, including 10 excess insurers, and then 26 non-excess carriers.
That time's when it flows up.
Five carriers chose not to renew their coverage for the village. 13 carriers declined to quote coverage for the village, meaning they weren't even interested in providing a quote. And one carrier simply didn't respond. And of the excess carriers who provided a quote,
First of all, you hear in the back, this is their town. These ignorant Negroes are sitting here laughing. Bruh, being black today sucks because this is embarrassing for me. The majority of the people in the crowd is black folks laughing about their city burning.
they set their threshold for coverage very, very high. 2 set it at 25 million, 4 set it at 10, and 2 at 5, and 1 declined, again, to quote any coverage. Now, the village was eventually able to obtain coverage for the 2024-25 period. However, there were 2 important concessions that the village was compelled to make in order to make sure that it had insurance coverage from August of 2024 to August of 2025. As you can see from this slide, the village was compelled to pay more for less coverage. We have here a kind of side-by-side comparison of what the coverage was under general liability, law enforcement, public official, and auto liability. In the preceding year, the coverages were almost equal at $11 million. But as you can see, in the current coverage period, there's a significant decrease in the amount of insurance coverage that the village now has to handle whatever liability issues may come up. The other significant concession was that the insurance carriers refused to cover Mayor Peña. As you can see in the third bullet, there's a quote directly from the insurance policy.
That's crazy.
All elected officials provides that.
That's just crazy.
Part of the coverage, but specifically in writing, excluded any claim made against any insured which is brought by, on behalf of, or against the following entities or individuals, and that is Tiffany Peña. And the emphasis here was in the original. This coverage exclusion regarding also applied not only to the general liability policy, but also the law enforcement policy. Now, There are implications for the village given the cancellation of coverage for Mayor Henyard during this coverage period. Mayor Henyard will have to pay for all defensive costs related to her out of pocket, or the village could decide on its own to pay for coverage, but it won't be covered by the insurance carrier.
That's wowzers.
Would then be responsible for any judgments, settlements, or attorney's fees rendered against her personally, separate from the village. And there's an open question as to whether or not Mayor Henyard will participate in litigation that she has to pay for herself, and what that would mean for the village if she simply defaults, meaning doesn't show up, doesn't participate in ongoing litigation. So the
Wow.
coverage has significant implications for the village and for the taxpayers of the village of Dalton. Other implications. The fire department. After 2 years with no resolution of a contract, finally in the fall of 2024, Legislative Council was able to reach a collective bargaining agreement with the fire department union, which the majority of the board approved over Mayor Henyard's objections. The village is currently in negotiations with the police department, but the challenge with that, negotiating that contract, is without audited financial statements. And you remember we said there's been no audit of the financial statements since fiscal year 2021. It's difficult for village negotiators to be able to project what revenues are going to be coming in so they know what a fair salary and compensation would be. Now, as we're winding down here, I want to cover quickly some.
This shit is wowzers.
Or interest to the public, and let's talk for a minute about.
There's still 20 minutes left of this shit.
Allegations against Trustee Holmes. There are actually two trips. One in 2022 and another in May 2023, where Mayor Henyard and a large delegation went to an economic development convention in Las Vegas. The convention was called Recon, and that was put on by the International Council of Shopping Centers. Financial records from the village and Thornton Township reflect that a number of people traveled to Las Vegas on both of these trips. And the expenses of their travel, their lodging, their meals, and entertainment were paid for on village and township credit cards. There is no evidence that any business development opportunities came to the village as a result of either of these two trips.
She just robbed them folks.
You are all aware of the fact that there are allegations against Trustee Holmes as a result of contacts between him and a former village employee on the May 2023 Las Vegas trip. We're not going to go into chapter and verse on this because we are not a criminal investigative authority, but suffice it to say, the allegations are that Holmes took advantage and assaulted a young woman while she was unconscious in his hotel room, that he contacted a village Dalton police officer who was also on the trip, FaceTimed him, showing the young woman unconscious on the hotel room, and some of you are aware that a recording of that FaceTime call has recently surfaced.
Oh, wow, my buddy. What the fuck?
Complaints in Las Vegas and suburban Cook County. Fall of last year, the Las Vegas Criminal Authority closed its case after its investigation. The young woman has also filed a complaint with the EEOC alleging that she was wrongfully terminated from her employment as a result of making an outcry to Mayor Henyard directly about the alleged assault. And the young woman has subsequently filed a lawsuit which makes sense that lawsuit remains pending. Importantly, neither the young woman, Trustee Holmes, or other witnesses cooperated with our investigation.
Yo, they is wildin', shorty.
Another thing that I think is important regarding this alleged incident between Trustee Holmes and this young woman. Delgado law firm, we learned.
Hold on. I was gonna just close it up, but this shit just got spicy. Oh, this shit got spicy. God damn, this guy's spicy as fuck. Yo, who the fuck? What the fuck is going on, y'all? Y'all is making me feel real tight. I feel tender right now about this. Y'all was out there bugging, son. Somebody come get her. She acting like a stripper. She out here wildin'. She might have well been doing butt naked dances on the table, son. Yo, Mayor Hinger was out here busting it, acting a fool, running around having conventions, letting they people do illicit lock his ass. Matter of fact, put your head down, put your hands behind your back, stupid, and deport that fool too, right along with them other idiots. Yo, this shit is wild. This shit is wild. The shit the people's getting into. Like, I don't even know how to breeze past this. Hold on, we gonna put a little bit of tune in the background. God. That shit made my motherfucking chest hurt hearing this. This just fucking, bro, she was like, oh, she fucked up. She's going under the bus 17 times fucked up. Yeah, you gotta demonstrate on her because Tiffany Hinger was a Democrat. Oh my God. She's out of here, buddy. She's gonna be doing time. That's criminal. She spent good bread, son. Woo! Living her best life for 3 years, cause oh man. I'm so tired of hearing about Democrats and the dumb shit they done did. This should be some shit that's supposed to be like not televised. But this is too hot for television. How dare you? How dare you? You gotta say it like was it some Uma Thunberg or Thunberg, whatever that British chick or EU chick, Greta Thunberg, whatever, you know her name. How dare you? Like, so how you gonna be that goddamn offended? You ain't had enough periods yet. Greta Thunberg, I can't even. Every time I think of the name, I can't say it right. I'm gonna just keep fucking it up. Just fucking it up. Shit, just fucking it up. Shit, fucking it up. Anyways, yeah, this.
That lawsuit remains pending. Certainly, neither the young woman, trustee Holmes, or other witnesses cooperated with our investigation. Another thing that I think is important regarding this alleged incident.
We're gonna go back to the beginning of this.
Lodging, their meals, and entertainment.
Okay.
For Mayor Hanger, what quickly some other remaining items that I know are of interest to the public. And let's talk for a minute about the Las Vegas trips and the allegations against Trustee Holmes. There are actually two trips. One in May 22 and another in May 2023, where Mayor Hanger and a large delegation went to an economic development convention in Las Vegas. The convention was called Recon, and that was put on by the International Council of Shopping Centers. Financial records from the village and Thornton Township reflect that a number of people traveled to Las Vegas on both of these trips, and the expenses of their travel, their lodging, their meals, and entertainment were paid for on village and township credit cards. There is no evidence that any business development opportunities came to the village as a result of either of these two trips. Next slide. You are all aware of the fact that there are allegations against Trustee Holmes as a result of as a result of contacts between him and a former village employee on the May 2023 Las Vegas trip. We're not going to go into chapter and verse on this because we are not a criminal investigative authority, but suffice it to say, the allegations are that Holmes took advantage and assaulted a young woman while she was unconscious in his hotel room, that he contacted a village Dalton police officer who was also on the trip, FaceTimed him, showing the young woman unconscious on the hotel room, and some of you are aware that a recording of that FaceTime call has recently surfaced. The young woman eventually filed complaints in Las Vegas and suburban Cook County. Fall of last year, the Las Vegas criminal authorities closed its case after its investigation. The young woman has also filed a complaint with the EEOC, alleging that she was wrongfully terminated from her employment as a result of making an outcry to Mayor Henyard directly about the alleged assault. And the young woman has subsequently filed a lawsuit which makes similar allegations, and that lawsuit remains pending. Importantly, neither the young woman, Trustee Holmes, or other witnesses cooperated with our investigation. Another thing that I think is important regarding this alleged incident between Trustee Holmes and this young woman. Working through the Delgado law firm, we learned that Mayor Henyard authorized an investigation to be conducted by a firm called R.E. Walsh and Associates out of Oak Brook, Illinois. This investigation was not authorized by the board, and the results have not been shared with the board. It is unknown to this day what the scope of the investigation was, who was interviewed, if anyone, what documents were reviewed as part of this investigation or its findings. The R.E. Walsh firm has refused to provide its report or otherwise answer any questions about its investigation because it has not been paid for its services. We therefore are not suggesting, we do not have a complete picture of a variety of the allegations against Mayor Henyard and others in connection with the operation of the township. Nonetheless, we received some information to determine that a similar pattern of financial operations existed at the township during Mayor Henyard's tenure. For example, credit card use. We were able to review records from May of 22 through October of 22, June of 23 through, January of 23 through June of 23, and January of 24 through June of 24. Obviously, not a complete set, but detailed records. Some of these records, excuse me, were heavily redacted. They look like the CIA put the documents through their censors. So it made analysis somewhat difficult. But
that's one I actually needed. Oh, and I got red aura?
In Thornton Township. In the names of township employees specifically, such as Tony Sherman, Keith Freeman, Shelley Miles, Robert Hunt, Marsha Walker Brown, Tanika Hughes, William Moore, and others. In 2024, for example, based on those 6 months of records, monthly charges range from $88,000 a month to over $100,000 in many of those months. And there
Yo, that shit's hot. That girl was out here spending $100,000 a month on just tricking off on nothing.
Answer any questions about its investigation because it has not been paid for its services. We therefore investigate. The young woman has subsequently filed a neither the young with Trustee Holmes or other witnesses cooperated with our investigation. Another thing that I think is important regarding this alleged incident between Trustee Holmes and this young woman. Working through the Delgado law firm, we learned that Mayor Henyard authorized an investigation to be conducted by a firm called R.E. Walsh and Associates out of Oak Brook, Illinois. This investigation was not authorized by the board, and the results have not been shared with the board. It is unknown to this day what the scope of the investigation was, who was interviewed, if anyone, what documents were reviewed as part of this investigation or its findings. The R.E. Walsh firm has refused to provide its report or otherwise answer any questions about its investigation because it's not been paid for its services. We therefore are not suggesting we do not have a complete picture, a variety of the allegations against Mayor Henyard and others in connection with the operation of the township. Nonetheless, we received some information to determine that a similar pattern of financial operations existed at the township during Mayor Henyard's tenure. For example, credit card use. We were able to review records from May of 22 through October of 22, June of 23 through, January of 23 through June of 23, and January of 24 through June of 24. Obviously, not a complete set, but detailed records. Some of these records, excuse me, were heavily redacted. They look like the CIA put the documents through their censors. So it made analysis somewhat difficult, but we were able to decipher some of the records. There were multiple credit cards in use in Thornton Township, in the names of township employees specifically, such as Tony Sherman, Keith Freeman, Shelley Miles, Robert Hunt, Marsha Walker Brown, Tanika Hughes, William Moore, and others. In 2024, for example, based on those 6 months of records, monthly charges range from $88,000 a month to over $100,000 in many of those months. And there were a significant number of food purchases and other expenditures that frankly warrant further investigation as to whether or not there was a legitimate government purpose for those expenses. There was overlapping hiring and firing of township personnel. A number of witnesses that we interviewed indicated that within months of Tiffany Henyard becoming supervisor on March 3rd, 2022, a number of longstanding employees lost their jobs. We heard many allegations about political retaliation, cronyism, and that people were let go because they questioned the seeming elimination of hiring and purchasing norms. Efforts to verify these allegations, principally through FOIA requests, did not bear fruit, as the township often claimed no responsive document or failed to address specific FOIAs. We know that Henyard hired her boyfriend, Kamal Woods, to run a township youth program. His personnel file, such as it is, contained very little information to justify this hire. Tamika Henyard also became an employee of the township. And Henyard installed her former administrative assistant, Carmen Carlisle, to fill a vacancy left by the death of a long-standing trustee.
How are you? It's the most tremendous.
We received information of various allegations of political retaliation. You are all, by this point, well aware of Henyard's treatment of Township Assessor Cassandra Elston that included locking Elston out of the township offices and then later accusing Elston of abandoning her job. All of those things is well documented. We won't go into details. We were able to verify that longtime township employee Dwayne Thrash has alleged in a lawsuit that he was fired from his job, not because of competence or insubordination issues, as were later put into his personnel file, but because of refused efforts by Henyard and Freeman to agree to a plan to effectively let Henyard take control of a local suburban school district on which Thrash was one of 3 members. The alleged plan included creating a paid employee role for Henyard, firing other employees, and terminating the relationship with an existing law firm and instead installing Henyard's chosen law firm. Can you guess? The Delgado firm. Thrash alleges that he would not agree to the plan and subsequently lost his Thornton Township employment in retaliation. Now, we have a number of recommendations that we are making to the trustees. I'm not going to spend time tonight going through those. The trustees have them.
Hey,
Despite there are obvious things related to finance. There are obvious things related to personnel. And some of these things, as I indicated, the trustees have already started to embrace and implement, particularly with respect to
Shadow Moon Valley.
the finances.
I forget where you make Nether. Oh, you gotta go to Nether Storm.
And with that, we will close. Thank you for your time and attention. Now, as I said at the outset, we passed out index cards. If you have questions written on them, pass them forward, and we will entertain some questions. Can members of the Park District staff perhaps help us collect some of these cards and bring them forward? If you have a card, hold it up in the air, and somebody will come by. All right, we have a couple
There you go.
questions. One is, why didn't the $5 million come to Dalton? The answer is we don't know. What happens is monies get appropriated and become part of a budget. It will go to the relevant state department for allocation, but then the municipality has to fill out certain paperwork in order for it to claim.
This is wild business right here, though.
We have not found any evidence that happened with the village of Dalton. The person also asked, is there anything to hold Tiffany personally liable? Well, as you know, there are a number of different lawsuits that have been filed, and obviously you have your vote. Next question is, if supervisor is uninsurable, how can she hold a position? Now, the insurance issue is with respect to her role as the mayor of the village of Dalton. We have no visibility into whether or not the insurance issue also applies to the township, but
That would be wild.
Still hold her position, but as I indicated, with a lack of insurance coverage,
She can't
it
keep
puts
that position.
The village and the taxpayers potentially at risk, and certainly she would have to pay for her own lawyer, her own defense, if she is sued in the course of her duties. There's a question of who pays the services that are rendered by my colleague and I.
Yeah, she gonna have to step down.
The trustees voted to approve the hiring of us, and that comes from the village of Dalton. Are you bringing me one more question? Come on up.
Wildin', shorty.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Shit, wild.
There's a question that whether the village will be able to get federal or state funding to bail us out of this mess. And the answer is, I think that's a matter that the trustees are actively pursuing. There's a question, have all of your findings been given to the FBI and any agency concerned? Maybe we all turn and wave to our friends in the federal government who are surely watching this live stream. What I will say is we have been in contact with members of the U.S. Attorney's Office who are investigating this matter. I know that the FBI has also been in contact with various people who have information about the allegations in here, what they intend to do and the timing of that. No one really knows except for us. Just sort through and see if there are any other questions. Someone asked, the $5 million grant, was it mismanagement or theft that we did not get it? As I mentioned before, there's a process by which a municipality that gets an appropriation has to claim it. There's no evidence that that process was followed. There's a question of when can vendors expect past due payments to be handled? I'm aware that the trustees are working diligently to try to work through the number of vendors who are owed goods and resources, but recognizing that village resources are tight. There's a question of how much money is owed to credit cards. I think we covered some of that in our report. The trustees have substantially cut down access to credit cards, so we expect credit card spending to go down. Most of the payments were made and the balances paid in total at the time that they were incurred. And there's a second question: is Tiffany going to be held responsible to repay the money spent on the ice rink? That's a very good question to which we don't have the answer. Okay. All right. We've got final 3 questions. All right. Actually, final question. The others were request to get a copy of the PowerPoint deck. How many
This shit wild.
Good question, but impossible to quantify. Thank you all. Thank you all for your time and attention. Thank you.
Okay, we want to thank everybody for coming out, and on behalf of the Dalton residents, board of trustees, we want to ask everybody to give a round of applause to Mayor Lightfoot for her hard work. Yeah, we were working diligently. This has been very critical for us to start to get a picture of what's going on, so we can begin working on that. So Mayor Lightfoot's influence has really been tremendous on us getting on the right path.
You know, one thing that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned, there were a significant number of folks that didn't cooperate in this investigation, either because they were scared or they chose not to. And there were some people who didn't cooperate initially, but then I'll say saw the light and did. And I want to call out one of those people was Keith Freeman, the administrator. He was definitely Team Henyard early on and wasn't particularly cooperative, but sometime late last summer, clearly had a change of heart, and it's been very instrumental in making sure that we got access to the financial records that were critical for us to be able to provide this information to you. So I just want you to keep that in mind, and thank Mr. Freeman for what he has done to work with the trustees and legislative council to make sure that there was more transparency, particularly around financial matters for the village. Thank you all, and good night.
So yeah, that was wild shit. That is wild. I'm claim rewards. What I got? I did get something. What did I get? Where's it at? Here it is. Bruce Lair collect. All right. There's some fucked up wild shit that's popping off. This shit's super crazy. Yeah, hit the refresh on that one more time. Now we got blood. The fuck are you want? I swear, mugs be doing. Why do I feel like my damn cat's underneath my desk? What did you do to your lips? Oh, you put your makeup on the outside of your lips. Okay. Wait a minute. He ran to Jokovic. Hold on.
Yeah. Every day hustle like William, I'm charging the chicken just for the first. Yeah. I get in that kitchen, I can go to work. I go berserk.
Oh, really? What the cat? He had Kyrie with it.
This paper coming to me 24 hours. I can't go sleep.
Oh my God! That. Ooh, that's a. Somebody got straight up embarrassed. Hold on. I'm gonna pause that because that's got music playing. I keep forgetting how to turn that shit off on this one. But yo, that went hard. I'm gonna throw that. Oof. I'm gonna throw it under, but. Let's do that just for shits and giggles. We throw that. Yeah, that went that. That hearing is over with. Oh, Megan Kelly, we gonna do you, girl. Do you?
Feeds unvaxxed and Bernie's and unafraid. Watch this.
Now you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
He couldn't help but laugh in his face.
I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We spent actual time on a baby onesie in today's HHS confirmation hearing. Are you supportive of these onesies? America wants the truth. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I prefer the little footy onesies. Keeps their little tootsies warm when you put them in it. What? This is ridiculous. Meanwhile, guarantee you, those onesies are selling out like
Hotcakes.
right now on the Children's Health Defense website. By the way, what does it even mean? Unvaxxed, and unafraid. It could be about the COVID vaccine, which actually they were telling us should be given to babies and young people. And it's basically just the parents' way of saying, you know what? I refuse your mandates and I will make my own decisions for my children. Or maybe it is about the full vaccine schedule that they push on us to give our little kids, because there are a lot of parents out there, millions of them in fact, that think it's too much too soon. Why are we giving the Hep C vaccine to babies, which prevents STDs? Not a lot of babies in need of that. So whatever. He tried to make this into like some federal case against the evil Bobby Kennedy, and you heard Kennedy's response there. Another big moment came when Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, she's a Dem, and I got news for you, madam, okay? Your state is getting redder by the second, so I would tread carefully if I were you. And you know what else? It tends to be that the further west the state is, the more Maha is popular. My California friends who've been voting Democrat, some of them their whole lives, love Maha. And I guarantee you, Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto has a lot of them in her state too. You know, the libs who thought that the right was crazy and was neocon-y and wanted to spy on them, and they weren't much akin to that. They weren't friendly toward it. They like Maha. And this is the face of Maha, so she better watch it. She decided it'd be super fun to frame RFKJ as just a loser stooge for this Trump administration.
You keep citing the
Yeah,
Trump administration, and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a
Oh, now I get faces with this stupid shit I watched for like an hour.
The chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy.
So is that the only reason why you're at HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS, to address that one issue?
President Trump has asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that. And that is what I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying, and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. This is an existential threat economically to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Now, there were some who believed that Cortez Masto could potentially be a yes vote for RFKJ because of the reasons I just stated. I didn't see that today in the room. Doesn't mean she won't eventually do it, but the general wisdom in there was that none of these Dems who might be open to the idea of RFKJ, who was a Democrat 2 minutes ago that they loved, probably none will want to be the deciding vote. So if he loses 4 Republican votes, then he's going to need 1 Dem. And the wisdom is that not Cortez Masto, Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island is like a lifelong friend of RFKJ's. Some thought maybe he could potentially that vote. They went to law school together. I'm pretty sure they were both in each other's weddings. You wouldn't have known that from today. So he's potentially at least another. He didn't beat up on RFKJ the way the others did. He just used his 5 minutes to go off on the issues in Rhode Island. And I got to be honest, a lot of what he said I actually agreed with. He was going on and on about the nonsense rules that constrict states when it comes to, for example, elder care, and how, you want, if Granny, kept calling her Granny, like Granny gets sick and you want to take, and like the caregivers of the family who need a break, instead of like providing coverage for a caregiver to come in for a day or 2 so the family can have a break, they insist that Granny go in an ambulance to the hospital. That insurance will pay for, but not the former, which is stupid, as he kept saying. So I gotta say, White House was making some good points. He's a possible on RFKJ, but we don't know. And the two absolute worst in the room were Ron Wyden of Oregon. He's the ranking member, meaning the top Democrat on the committee, and Mark Warner of Virginia, who it's tough to say. I'm gonna let you guys be the judge. First, I'll get Michael Knowles' vote. In a bit, we're gonna be joined by Lauren.
Michael Knowles is gonna love this shit.
Thoughts on all of that. But first, Michael Knowles is here. He's hosted the Michael Knowles Show on the Daily Wire. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow. With our growing national debt and the rising cost of living, and we could have a very big problem on our hands. So what are you doing right now?
She's selling gold or silver. Everybody is. I'm good. Yeah, I forgot only engineer can make that. Yeah, she's selling Birch Gold Group shit. Is there anybody else over here doing any sales? Battle Master.
Just like the last time you and I did this after Hegseth, I was in the room. I was seated right behind Cheryl Hines, the wife of RFKJ, who it must have blown Hollywood's mind, for those who didn't know she was married to him, to see her, the star of Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David show, right there. And I was totally struck by the amount of enthusiasm in the crowd for him. He's a rock star. That's like, as much as people love Pete, they were military guys. They follow the rules. You know, they were told not to clap and not to make sound, and they didn't. The RFKJ Maha crew was like, bring it. They were booing people like Elizabeth Warren. Whenever the hecklers got loud, they were yelling, "We love you, Bobby!" And the woman who was seated couple down from me was awesome. She just kept like, when Bobby got on a roll, she was like, "Tell it!" I'm like, I think this is so much better with her here. So it was kind of fun. It was kind of fun. Probably not for Bobby Kennedy, but it was fun for people like me too, just to see once again, these Democrats have nothing. They just want to inflame, throw arrows. All of it was about conspiracy theorist and anti-vaccine freak. That's really where they went with it. What were your thoughts?
Well, this is the advantage of having a guy who was a Democrat for his whole life be your nominee, is that his supporters were Democrats for their whole lives, and Democrats are a little bit unruly. And so in this case, that actually redounded to our benefit because they were applauding. I feel really good about Sheldon Whitehouse, and I could be proven wrong on this, but they say that jazz is not the notes that they play, but it's the notes that they don't play. And that's how I felt about Sheldon Whitehouse's line of questioning, so-called.
Sunfire, not Sunfury.
One thing he didn't say. He didn't ask RFK a single question. So on the one hand, he was really playing up how people are concerned, Mr. Kennedy, and people are afraid of some things you've said. But then Sheldon Whitehouse filibustered himself. Why? Because he didn't want to make RFK answer any questions. He didn't want to put him in a bad spot. I think Senator Whitehouse was sending a clear message to them, to the Democrats, and to some of the fence-sitting Republicans, that he would be a pro-Kennedy vote if it comes down to it. The rest of the crew, I thought, didn't really land much of a punch. You had Ron Wyden, who, to me, sounded a little more like Ron Wyden today. Am I right? He was just complaining the whole time. He didn't really land a blow on him. Elizabeth Warren was funny because she first asked Kennedy, do you promise, once you leave HHS, not to work for the pharmaceutical industry? And he said, yeah, I certainly promise that. They wouldn't hire me. I don't like them. And she said, great, next question. Do you promise not to work against them? And Kennedy basically laughed. He said, hold on, I can't work for them or against them? Can I do anything after I leave HHS? So I don't think that really landed at all. The silliest moment was Tina Smith, a Democrat that I didn't even really know about in the Senate.
I think we have this. This is the SSRI thing.
The SSRI gal.
Stand by. Let me play it, and then you take it on the back end. Here she is.
So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause school shootings? This should be a simple question.
I don't think anybody can answer that question, and I didn't answer that question. I said it
So
should be
your answer
studied.
is,
I said it should be studied along with other potential culprits
so
like
they may cause.
social media. But I don't know. I would never make, because there's no science on that.
Well,
Senator.
there is, Senator. There is, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the promotion.
The science shows that there is no link between school shootings and antidepressants. And in fact, most school shooters were not even treated with antidepressants. And of those that were, there was no evidence of association. You know,
I don't think you
my
can say
question
that, Senator, because HIPAA rules, nobody knows.
The science shows that there's no link between antidepressants and school shooting. Okay, does it? That's an impossibility that they could absolutely rule out that they played any role in any of these. But keep going.
I love Kennedy's answer, which is, well, what are you talking about? There are HIPAA rules. We can't actually go into the medical files of a lot of these shooters, and there has been an association shown with a number of these school shootings. So this woman went on, and she went on to talk about her own experience with SSRIs, and I thought it really undermined her argument because she was not particularly articulate. She was interrupting him. I thought she sounded downright unhinged. And if her argument was, listen, I've been on powerful psych drugs for a lot of my life, and see, I'm proof that they're all great, there's no question about them. Not the best argument, Senator. So I felt hers really fell flat. No one really landed a blow. The funniest part was at the end, when the senators were all itching to get out of the hearing to go vote on a separate matter. And the one senator asked like 5 questions in a row and then said, okay, I gotta go. I don't even want to stick around to hear the answer. I thought Kennedy was going to have a lot more trouble when he was first announced as the pick for HHS. But as we said last time on the show, Megan, Pete Hegseth was obviously the canary in the coal mine. He was one of the controversial nominees. The controversial nominees are Hegseth, Tulsi, Kash Patel, and Bobby Kennedy. They scheduled Pete Hegseth first, then they had a bunch of boring nominees that we all knew would get through, like Marco Rubio, and then they had the rest of the controversial ones scheduled for later. Hegseth sailed through. It was a little tricky, but there was never any real doubt that he was going to make it through. And so I think it's a lot easier for all the other controversial nominees, including Kennedy. If I were Bobby Kennedy, I'd be feeling very good this afternoon.
I would too, but I do have my eye over on Senator Cassidy on the Republican side, who is a question mark. He's a doctor. To hear him question RFKJ, you might think he was a Democrat. He seemed to be laying traps for him. It was all like, what is your plan to do this within Medicaid? What's your plan to do that within Medicaid? Explain the difference between this obscure program every layperson has never heard of and this other. And so it seemed to be like a little knowledge test for him. Meanwhile, it's like, that is not why Trump nominated him. Obviously, he will have the help of career bureaucrats over at HHS who can get him up to speed on all these things. He'll learn, but it almost seemed like he was trying to embarrass him or maybe create the case for Republicans that Bobby's not qualified for this job. That was my feeling. I don't know, but we need Cassidy to be a yes, or he needs to be hearing from Elon Musk's super PAC. You've already got Scott Pressler, who got all those Republicans registered.
When does? Oh, I know why he's post. I know why Brock's posting, because everybody keeps saying he's sleeping with Jennifer Aniston.
Who doesn't vote for him? And these people mean business. Don Jr.'s got a whole wrangling group of money people who know how to scare these Republican senators. They're not trying to scare the Dems. They're trying to scare the Republicans who are trying to stop Trump from getting his nominees. So if I were Cassidy, I would be careful.
This was Kennedy's one mistake during the series of Crafts and Gotcha questions, is he was asked, do you know how many kids are born on Medicaid in the country? And it's one of these, what's the capital of Uzbekistan kind of questions. And Kennedy didn't know the answer. He said, I don't know what the answer is. And he made the mistake that people sometimes make when they're in a negotiation. In a negotiation, whoever gives the first number loses. And I think it's true here in Senate confirmations. If you don't know the answer, don't give an answer. So he said, I don't know, 30 million. And the answer was 1.5 million or something like that. So, okay, they showed that he didn't know one statistic. I don't think that's really going to hurt him all that much in the end. I agree, some Republicans are a little on the fence. The reason that I would have been on the fence, and that conservative Republicans would be on the fence, is because Bobby Kennedy has been in favor of abortion for his whole career. That was what really worried me. And I know a lot of pro-lifers as well. And Kennedy was clear as day here. Kennedy said, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy. and I support President Trump's agenda. To me, it was a little strange that these Democrats kept hammering Kennedy on...
I know.
They said, are you just here to enact Trump's agenda? And Kennedy was nuanced about his answer, but of course the correct answer is yes. I didn't win the election
and the
for
other
president.
thing was, a Republican senator asked him, Michael, are you, if we have another like pandemic type thing, are you going to go over and, interfere at the CDC and the NIH and with these doctors who are coming up with, meanwhile, I was like, I certainly hope he's going to. Yes, I hope his answer is yes. That's why we want him there, to make sure we don't have another drunk on his own wine Dr. Fauci sending out edicts. Now, if all goes well, we're not going to have that because we're going to have normal heads of these agencies. But I mean, he did say, no, I won't interfere. But like, they're not getting it. They're not understanding. Like some Republicans, Senator Ron Johnson was a star today. He was the star of the whole hearing. He asked all the right questions. In fact, I'll give
Fuck, I gotta go to Shadow Moon Valley, don't I?
him after just so
I don't want to go.
Here's what Ron Johnson did. Softball.
Here's somebody from the left, somebody I don't agree with on many issues politically, coming together with President Trump and focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people desperately want. Finding out the answers. What has caused autism? What is causing chronic illness? Ms. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you've paid for this decision. I want to say publicly, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here. Can't we come together as a nation and do this?
That was amazing, Michael. And RFK took that mantle and ran with it repeatedly when given the opportunity to say what he plans to do, which only came from folks on the right. He was absolutely brilliant with it and really sold himself.
I think the American people were persuaded. Whether the Democrats were, certainly they were not. Whether the fence-sitting Republicans were, that remains to be seen. But I suspect they will get in line. But the way some of these senators were speaking about vaccines, about government organizations, about mandates...
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Have you not been around the last 5 years? Did you not pay attention to what happened in the election? We remember COVID. We remember when Bobby Kennedy was right about the COVID vaccine, and all you people, and Dr. Fauci, and the CDC, all of you just lied to us. In some cases, you knew that what you were saying was not true or was not based on reliable science, and you just said it anyway. So, sorry, excuse me if I'm willing to favor the views of the supposed conspiracy theorist Bobby Kennedy over the supposed geniuses like Dr. Fauci, because, as Kennedy made clear in this hearing, he was called a conspiracy theorist recently for his views on COVID. He was proven 100% right. So my thought to these squishy Republicans is, vote against Bobby Kennedy if you want, but you're going to have to answer the American people whose views on this matter are perfectly clear.
Okay, we have that soundbite. I'm just trying to look through where it is, where he defends himself on these, on the, here it is, 17, on whether he's a conspiracy theorist. Watch.
That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection, when the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I could go on for about a week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory, or are you in a position?
Not yet. Exactly right. I mean, I feel like that too, virtually all Americans can relate to that. on whether this was a lab leak, COVID, whether it was Russian disinformation.
Alter Shadows. I think it's down here
Something has become
by
so
Black Temple.
commonplace that it's a meme online, right? Like wait 10 minutes and all.
Is that the what's called shelf?
That's right.
Yeah, Netherwing Ledge. That's where you grind up rep to get the Netherwing mounts.
Very often these days, it's about 6 to 9 months. The fact you just alluded to, Megan, that the CIA now says, according to reporting from the New York Times, that they have come around to the idea that COVID might have come from a lab leak in China. Gee, really? That's amazing. You, the CIA, the preeminent intelligence agency in the entire world, you, the New York Times, the paper of record, you've just now figured out what everyone with 2 brain cells to rub together knew and said openly 5 years ago? That you all called us conspiracy theorists for saying 5 years ago? That's out. We saw the left overplay their hand on insults like racist and sexist for years and decades. And now those insults don't really stick. I think the same can be said of conspiracy theorist, which is why Bobby Kennedy took that invective and he ran with it today, and the Democrats were left sputtering.
He was on totally solid ground. Here he is describing what he's doing, right? I mean, you kind of forget because we cover him as a news item so often, but this is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. His wife is a very successful actress out in Hollywood. He's led a very big life. He's been an extremely successful attorney. And much like President Trump, frankly, much like Pete Hegseth, who is making, according to the disclosures, over $2 million a year at Fox News and is now making about $250,000. This is not for the money. They actually want to get into public service to do some good. So here he was speaking to that in Top 13.
I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I am because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interest. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it.
So well said, right? He doesn't have to. We should be grateful. They're not even grateful for Elon Musk, these leftists. It's like the most brilliant man on the face of the planet wants to work for us for free. The only correct answer is to say, yes, thank you.
Yes, I love the line he said there. When you litigate against these companies, you get a PhD in corporate capture. And that obviously has happened. I don't know anyone who has any familiarity with Washington who would disagree with Kennedy that major corporate interests have captured a lot of the agencies that are supposed to regulate them. And there's a real irony here for the former Democrats who are sitting there supporting Kennedy, many of whom voted for Donald Trump, is they believed for so many years that Republicans were the party of the establishment and corporate power, rich Uncle Pennybags, and Democrats were the ones speaking truth to power, independence from the outside, man. And in reality, all of those Democrats who were grilling Kennedy today were effectively working on behalf of some of the biggest corporate interests in the country. Even to zoom out a little bit, when President Trump just passed his executive order ordering the agencies to stop transing the kids, to cut out the so-called gender-affirming care for little kids, the people who are arguing against that on behalf of transing the kids are arguing on behalf of big pharma, getting little kids hooked on expensive medical treatments that they will have to pay a lot of money for the rest of their lives. So you're right, you did see a fight here just beyond Republican versus Democrat. You saw a fight beyond corporate power, I think very corrupt corporate power in this case, versus independent-minded people who want to make America healthy again. It just so happens that the Dems were on the side of the corporations, and it was the Republicans who were trying to bring some accountability to those corporations.
Yes, okay, and that brings me to Ron Wyden, who I mentioned at the top, Democrat from Oregon. How much has he taken from pharmaceuticals and healthcare companies? $1.2 million over the course of his career. Didn't happen just yesterday, but still, that's a lot of change in Washington. And here's a taste of how it went between him and RFKJ today, SOT 6.
In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective."
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this, he asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective. And I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right. So
he interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, Senator Wyden. So bringing this up right now is dishonest.
That was very good. And all it needed at the end was that cherry on the sundae about his 1.2 million from Big Pharma, which is why he's so concerned about what Bobby Kennedy has said on vaccines.
And you notice Ron Wyden didn't attempt to correct Kennedy's correction because Wyden did know. Of course he did know. And so to Kennedy's actual point, when he says no vaccine is totally safe and effective for everyone, that is just obviously true, okay? And most Americans agree with that now. To your point at the top of the show, Megan.
Name one drug that don't got a side effect.
That doctors in
Go.
hospitals try to give newborn babies hepatitis vaccines. I remember we asked when one of my children was born, we said, maybe I guess it was our first kid. We said, why are we giving the kid a hepatitis vaccine? He's probably not going to be sharing needles or going to brothels anytime soon. Why does he need the vaccine? And the insinuation was, all but stated explicitly, because, I don't know, maybe your husband cheated on you, or maybe he's going to cheat on you, or I don't know, and you think, well, that is so deeply offensive. This is obviously unnecessary. This precious little kid, I don't want to give this kid drugs that he doesn't need when he's 9 pounds or something 2 days after birth. That is the mainstream position now. I think that the Democrats and the squish Republicans have not caught up with the tectonic shift that has happened in politics. They're still considering politics from 10 or 15 years ago. But after this election, issues like mass deportations, that is now the mainstream position of most Americans. Issues like questioning the overprescription of vaccines, the regulatory capture by big pharmaceutical companies, that is now the mainstream position for most Americans. I think that these senators who haven't gotten the message, they're just so profoundly out of touch. And if they continue to remain out of touch, it will be at their own electoral peril.
He wasn't the only one who's been, I believe,
I watched that shit.
By the amount of money they've taken from Big Pharma. Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, is big on the Big Pharma money. She has, let me see, I want to get the number correct. She and Bernie Sanders are the two top senators who received the most pharmaceuticals or health product donations in the 2020 election cycle when they each ran for the Democratic presidential nomination. She received just under $1 million, $822,000. And what did she do when she got her chance to question RFKJ, who spent his whole life suing these big pharma companies for what they've done and suing environmental toxin producers for what they've done to our lakes and our rivers and so on? Here's how that went, SOT 16.
So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill.
I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies.
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
No, kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
That was actually, I thought, a very effective exchange on his part, right? Because there is a difference. I understand what she was trying to do. And it's very clear he can't be suing vaccine companies or drug companies while HHS director. That's a no-brainer. She wanted him to say that he wouldn't sue vaccine or drug companies for 4 years after. Why? What is the incentive? Like, that it doesn't make sense to me to put that prohibition on somebody after they've left the office. It's not going on the payroll of any individual plaintiff.
So I have to
who
come
might
to
be
the fucking
suing
moon. Well, okay.
Big Pharma over a vaccine injury. Like, that's, she's saying, yes, he was receiving some payments if he pushed people to this law firm that has a lawsuit now over Gardasil, the HPV vaccine, and showed that he is getting some sort of a kickback or some sort of a payment for that referral. And he's done an ad trying to tell people, if you've been injured, you can go to this law firm. There's nothing inappropriate about that whatsoever. He's been very outspoken about that vaccine and does not believe in it. And there are some people, many people actually, who say their child has been hurt by that vaccine. But she tried to turn it into the same thing as like an HHS secretary leaving and taking a job with Pfizer, which would create an incentive while in the job to just give Pfizer a pass for 4 years. It didn't work the other way around.
Certainly not. And Kennedy had her number, and you could tell that Senator Warren's fingers were just itching for the tomahawk when he called her out. She raised her voice. She got a little red in the face. But Kennedy was absolutely right. He seemed almost perplexed when he said, "Hold on, you're asking if I promise not to work for the drug companies. Okay, I won't. But now you're asking, will I work against the drug companies as the HHS secretary? I'm just going to follow the science and hold on. Now you're asking if after I leave, you, Senator Warren, are clearly just shilling for the big pharmaceutical companies. And so this is the real dynamic. Every nominee is going to be different. Every agency is going to be different. But in this case, it's not Democrats versus Republicans. In this case, it's not even leftists versus conservatives. It's not over some ideological issue. The sole pushback that Kennedy is getting, but it's from a powerful force, is from the pharmaceutical companies operating through the politicians that they have bought off and that they control. That's it. So the question that remains to be seen is, can Bobby Kennedy, with the backing of Donald Trump, who just won a landslide election with the popular vote for the first time for a Republican in 20 years, can he overcome one single lobby in the country, and that is the pharmaceutical lobby? We're about to get a measure of their relative power in the U.S. Senate.
You can see why they're scared. All right, going back now to my other least favorite senator out there today, and that is Democrat Mark Warner of Virginia. He was the governor. Now he is a senator, and he was dripping with disdain for Bobby. I mean, it was, you could feel the negative vibration all the way across the room where I was seated. He clearly
Wait a minute, hold on.
stand him. And by the end of his cross-examination, you really kind of wanted to punch him in the face. Don't punch him in the face, not calling for violence. I'm just saying, like a surge built inside of you of like, this guy is a total asshole. Just felt really disrespectful. You could sense his hatred. He was shaking, by the way. I don't understand these senators who like shake when they cross-examine. It's kind of what they do for a living now. But here's a flavor of Mark Warner.
You are in this position. Will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to preventing things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that, I take that as that's a simple yes, and I'm going to take that as a no.
I will commit to not firing anybody who's doing their job.
Based on your opinion, based upon your opinion, or your political agenda, or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
I guess that means a lot of the folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work.
What? Like, it's just all these snide comments. I don't even really understand. There was no evidence for that. All these people with vaccines are going to be out of work. It's just I understand you're trying to score points, but get something substantive and write it on the substance. What they kept doing was just these little snide, snarky comments at the end of RFKJ, if they ever even let him answer, Michael.
And I think ineffective snide comments, because what was he really getting at? The question was, will you fire any of the 91,000 employees, these bureaucrats, many, if not most of whom, don't even come into the office anymore since COVID at HHS? And Kennedy said, no, I'll fire people who are bad at their jobs. What did these Democrat senators not pay attention to the election? Donald Trump ran on firing bureaucrats. The American people voted to fire bureaucrats. That is one of the main reasons that we want Bobby Kennedy in this role, that we want all of these agency heads, because these bureaucrats are ineffective. They're costing the government a lot of money. They're working against President Trump, as they did in the first term, and they're undermining what the American people want. So when Kennedy comes out and he says, yeah, I'm going to fire people who are bad at their jobs, and then the response, well, is that going to be based on your opinion or your political agenda? Hold on, what's the difference between those are synonymous? Or Trump's agenda? Well, Trump picked me for the job, so I don't, he's three ways of saying the same thing. Will you exercise your judgment, Mr. Kennedy, as the Secretary of HHS to lead the department?
Don't expect people most people to be that intelligent, bro.
I think I will, yeah, I don't know.
Will you work with the president to help enact his agenda? Aha! It really was so ineffective. It was kind of painful to have to sit there through it. He, in particular, was quite painful. I want to ask you a little bit about, Link Lauren's going to come on. We're going to continue the discussion about what happened here, but there is some news of the day that I would love to get to with you. And in particular, I want to ask you about...
If I want life, I'm going to have to kill those things or herbalism.
Surgeries and procedures for minors.
Nagrand.
Another executive order, another thing of beauty, and this is what he did yesterday in part. Across the country today, medical professionals are maiming and sterilizing a group of impressionable children under the radical and false claim that adults can change a child's sex through a series of irreversible medical interventions. This dangerous trend will be a stain on our nation's history, and it must end. Accordingly, it is the policy of the United States that it will not fund, sponsor, promote, assist, or support the so-called transition, in quotes, of a child from one sex to another, and it will rigorously enforce all laws that prohibit or limit these destructive and life-altering procedures. It calls for a reversal to the absolutely disgusting reliance on and acceptance of guidance from this group WPATH, which is really, PATH should stand for pathology, given the way this group tries to run the trans medical community. It calls for defunding of agencies that provide grants
God damn it.
to medical schools and hospitals who are providing these treatments, so it's a threat of federal funding.
Thank you for the follow there, Dick Brain Time. Appreciate you.
Calls for the Secretary of HHS to ensure treatments are not covered.
That name's awesome. A little extra, but all right. I'm surprised they allowed you to actually use that.
The fund for these also called to exclude chemical and surgical mutilation of children coverage from other related programs, because it's not just Medicare and Medicaid that wind up getting used for this, and goes on to say the DOJ shall convene states' attorneys general to coordinate the enforcement of
There
laws
it is.
against genital mutilation across all American states and territory. It goes on. We don't have enough time to go through all of it today, but this is a thing of beauty, and it will literally save lives. What did you make of it?
We're waiting to pop some champagne a little later today over here at the Daily Wire. This has been a hobby horse of ours for some time now. A lot of people probably first even came to be aware of Ben Shapiro when he was calling out the trans ideology on TV, and a trans-identifying man threatened to beat him into a pulp and send him home in an ambulance. My first campus speaking tour, my first or second, was very early on. It was called Men Are Not Women and Other Uncomfortable Truths. At the time, that was uncomfortable to people. Nobody has done more in the country than my colleague Matt Walsh to bring attention to the trans issue with his movie What is a Woman, the rally to end child mutilation. You've seen lawmakers now taking action since then. But this has been a long journey. We're talking about 8 or 10 years that conservatives, and to give credit, also feminists, also people who care about women's rights, also people who just care about the well-being of children, all sorts of people across a broad ideological coalition have said what radical ideologues are doing to little
Fuck it, let's do this.
little experiments. They're ruining their lives based on
Actually, no, I'm not. I am going to
procedure outcomes long term shows that not only do they not help, but they actually make anxiety worse. Horrifying kind of medical experimentation, worse than what we did in this country with lobotomies in the 1950s. That is coming to an end. You're seeing that now in the UK, in Sweden, in Finland. This is a cross-civilizational kind of movement to restore a little bit of sanity, and Trump is putting the final hammer down on this. We're not going to mutilate kids because of people's ideological fantasies or sexual fetishes or anything else. That is over at the federal level. Now I want to see that matched at the state and local level. A major, major important victory.
Yeah, I mean, I want to study the order more and talk with some of my lawyer friends about it, but he can't undo a state law that allows this stuff, like these radical leftist states, by executive order. But
he can withhold funding.
He can withhold funding from universities and lower schools and hospitals and private schools, some of which take some federal money. He can withhold money from the institutions that perform or promote these procedures. And that is huge. I mean, that's a real blessing because the almighty dollar is what they actually care about. And I mean, if he actually says we're not going to pay, Medicare funds or Medicaid funds at an institution doing this to children, everyone will stop. There'll be tons of legal challenges over all of this. Can it be done? Can something that's already been authorized in terms of funding by Congress be revoked by executive order in this kind of threat? And all of that must be fleshed out. But to me, what's important today is the state, the intention, and we're not screwing around anymore. This is a scourge that will be looked back on as an infamous, horrific dereliction of morality for decades to come. And President Trump said it stops now.
Yeah, that's right. This is just the cherry on top of what has been an amazing first, what are we at, 9 days in office? Yeah. The wins just keep on coming. Even I was very hopeful about the Trump administration, and he has surpassed even my expectations here. And I think some of that talk early on about acquiring Greenland, about renaming the Gulf of Mexico, about designating the Mexican cartels terrorist organizations, about retaking the Panama Canal. Some of this talk about really throwing around America's weight and the power of the White House in ways that we haven't seen explicitly in many years. In many ways, I think that was setting the stage for some of these kinds of issues, for this exact executive order, which is to say, FAFO, okay? Don't think that I'm joking. Don't think I won't do it. The fact that when Colombia rejected those flights of criminal migrants that were going back down to them, and Trump immediately slapped 25% tariffs, economic sanctions, threatened to jump the tariffs to 50% a week later. This is him saying, guys, I'm really not bluffing, okay? And unpredictability is one of Trump's great geopolitical strengths. And he had 7-8 days already to say, guys, please do not test me. I am pleading with you. Don't make me do to you what I am threatening to do. I think if I were an institution receiving federal money that was harming and abusing children in the way that the pro-trans crowd has, I would be very, very cautious.
Yeah, if the morality of it, the immorality of it doesn't make them stop, maybe the threat of losing federal funding will, because that's why they do it, to the point you made earlier. It costs a lot of money to have these procedures, and then they have a patient for life in both the hospital and with Big Pharma. Two other points I just want to make. One question, one point. You mentioned what happened in Colombia. That's one of the things I'm going to be talking about when I sit down tomorrow, just a programming note, with Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, in his first long-form interview. So tomorrow, in his first long-form interview, Secretary of State Marco Rubio sits with yours truly, and 100% we are going to be talking about the message that was sent to Colombia and all other nations when it comes to Trump's FAFO policies, because he's the guy who's going to have to be the face of those with most of these nations. So looking forward to that. Then secondly, I can't let you go without asking you about the historic legislation that Donald Trump just signed into law, the Laken-Riley Act. Michael, this is it's bittersweet, This 22-year-old nursing student with her entire life in front of her was brutalized by this illegal who had no business being here, who had been caught for lesser violations in New York and then put back out on the street. to hurt somebody else. They didn't care. New York City, New York State are both sanctuary cities and states. They put him back out on the street. He went down to Georgia and he killed this young, promising, innocent woman. And today, with support, it was bipartisan, by a lot. I mean, you had some 43 Democrats who crossed over. The vast majority still didn't. But still, there was a fair amount of bipartisan support on this. President Trump signed this, his first piece of legislation into law, saying...
Oh, shit. What time is it? How long has this damn stream been going for? Holy shit, I've been streaming for 10.5 hours. Alright, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. And I'm gonna politely shut this down and get the fuck out of here. So like I say normally, love, peace, and chicken grease. I'm gonna hit y'all on the next one. Yeah. Holla.